The world was not ending with a bang. It was ending with a quiet, sickening ungluing of reality itself. He knelt in the gray dust of what was once Chicago, the air shimmering with a heatless distortion. Everything was colorless, a cosmic photograph slowly dissolving in a chemical bath. Buildings didn't crumble. They just blurred, their edges becoming indistinct, their very concept fading from existence. He could feel it in his bones, a deep, fundamental wrongness. In his arms, Eva Rostova coughed, a trickle of dark blood escaping her lips. Her adamantium body, a power that could stop a tank shell cold, was cracked and flaking away like old paint. The damage wasn't physical. It was conceptual. "He's too strong, Alex," she whispered, her usually ice-blue eyes hazy with defeat. "It's over." Across the dissolving plaza stood the cause of it all. Subject Zero. It was less a man and more a walking, talking glitch in space-time, a human-shaped hole in the universe. Its form flickered violently, a chaotic mess of black energy and exposed, glowing bone. A chorus of 1,000,000 screaming voices emanated from it, the sound of every failed timeline, every tortured soul it had consumed. "You see, Anchor," the cacophony echoed, a sound that drilled directly into the mind. "Stability is an illusion. Existence is a flaw. I am the cure." A wave of pure nothing washed over them. Not blackness, not emptiness, but the literal absence of meaning. Alex felt his own arm begin to go transparent. He had failed. Again. For the 999th time, he had failed. He had gathered the strongest allies, built the most formidable weapons, accumulated more power than any god of old myth, and still, it wasn't enough to stop this absolute, nihilistic end. He held Eva tighter, her form growing lighter, less real. "I'm sorry," he managed, the words feeling heavy and useless. She tried to smile, a ghost of her fierce, defiant grin. "Next time, you bastard. You better win." Her body dissolved into a final shower of dull, gray light. He was alone. Subject Zero raised a hand, and the wave of erasure intensified. Alex closed his eyes, not in fear, but in cold, unadulterated rage. A promise forged in the crucible of 1,000 lifetimes burned in his soul. Next time. And then he opened them. Sunlight, brilliant and warm, streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across a pristine white marble floor. The scent of freshly brewed Colombian coffee hung in the air, a scent he hadn't experienced in what felt like centuries. The gentle hum of a sprawling, vibrant New York City hummed miles below. He was lying in a king-sized bed, tangled in sheets with a thread count so high they felt like liquid silk. His penthouse. 2 years before the incident. For a moment, a lesser man would have been paralyzed by the whiplash, the sheer cognitive dissonance of it all. But he was not a lesser man. He was Alex, and this was the beginning of his 1,000th life. The final one. He sat up, the motion smooth and deliberate. He felt the power within him, the anchor the gioi, thrumming with a new, profound intensity. He willed it, and the world only he could see shimmered into existence before his eyes. A translucent holographic interface floated in the air. World Anchor System, online. Analyzing timeline integrity, complete. Loop count, 999. Initiating final protocol, the last loop, Host status upgraded. Origin. The word origin glowed with a soft golden light, and with it came the memories, not the chaotic, painful flood of his earlier loops that threatened to shatter his sanity. This was different. It was a perfect, orderly data transfer. 999 lifetimes of knowledge, combat experience, scientific breakthroughs, tactical failures, heartbreaking losses, and brutal victories settled into his mind not as a storm, but as a perfectly cataloged library. The muscle memory of 100,000 fights. The fluency of every language he'd ever needed to learn. The blueprints of technologies that hadn't been invented yet. He was no longer just a man reliving his life. He was a veteran of a war that hadn't started, a living archive of a future that must never come to pass. A cold, hard certainty settled in his heart, displacing all grief and despair. He swung his legs out of bed, his body feeling ridiculously young and weak, yet his mind was an ancient, terrifying weapon. He walked over to the window, gazing down at the city. So peaceful, so fragile. Millions of people going about their lives, utterly oblivious to the cosmic horror lurking just beyond the veil of their reality. "Not this time, you son of a bitch," he whispered to the memory of Subject Zero. "This time, the board is mine. The rules are mine." He turned away from the window and stalked to his home office, a sleek, minimalist space dominated by a triple-monitor computer setup that was top of the line for this era. He sat down, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. In Loop 34, he had become a master hacker. In Loop 112, a Nobel Prize-winning economist. In Loop 457, a ruthless Wall Street hedge fund manager who made Gordon Gekko look like a charity worker. Now, he was all of them. His fingers became a blur. He wasn't just typing, he was conducting a symphony of financial destruction and creation. He knew, with absolute certainty, that a small, obscure cryptocurrency called BitChain was about to have its central server irrecoverably wiped in a fire in 3 hours, becoming worthless. He shorted it with every penny of his current 7-figure fortune, leveraging it to the absolute legal limit. He knew that a pharmaceutical giant, Sterling Meyer, was about to have a whistleblower leak documents revealing they faked clinical trial data for their flagship drug. Their stock would plummet by 80% at market open. He set up massive short positions, timed to the microsecond. He knew that a small, struggling tech startup, Novus Dynamics, was about to be acquired by a tech behemoth in a surprise all-cash deal, sending its stock price soaring by 3,000%. He funneled the anticipated profits from his short selling into buying up every available share through a dozen newly created shell corporations. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. He had just manipulated the market with the precision of a god, waging a one-man financial war across the globe from the comfort of his penthouse. His modest fortune of a few $1,000,000 was now a ticking time bomb, set to explode into tens of billions by the end of the day. The first step of any war is securing the supply lines, and his war to save reality required a war chest that would make nations weep. His phone rang, shrill and insistent. The caller ID read, "David Peterson, financial advisor." Alex let a small, cold smile touch his lips. He answered, putting it on speaker. "Alex? Alex, for God's sake, what are you doing?" David's voice was a high-pitched squeal of pure panic. "I'm getting alerts from every system. You're liquidating your entire portfolio. You're leveraging everything into these insane short positions against Sterling Meyer. That's a blue chip stock, son. Are you out of your mind? Did someone hack your account? We have to stop this! This is financial suicide! Alex leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers behind his head. He watched the pre-market tickers on his screen, his expression utterly placid. "It's fine, David," he said, his voice so calm it was chilling. "Fine. It is not fine. This is my career on the line. This is your entire net worth. This is madness." "David," Alex cut in, his tone dropping a degree, losing all trace of youthful warmth and replacing it with an authority that was millennia old. "Shut up and listen. Do exactly as I've commanded. Don't cancel a single trade. In fact, I'm authorizing you to use the firm's capital to mirror my moves. A little bonus for your loyalty." There was a stunned silence on the other end. "What? Use the firm's money? Alex, I'll be fired. I'll be blacklisted. I'll go to jail." "No, you won't," Alex said, a hint of amusement in his voice. He glanced at the clock. "In about 5 minutes, the first story is going to break on the AP wire about that BitChain server farm. In 2 hours, when the market opens, Sterling Meyer is going to become a penny stock. And by noon, the Novus Dynamics acquisition will be the biggest news in the tech world." He paused, letting the impossible prophecies hang in the air. "Just do as you're told, David. By the end of the day, you won't be a simple advisor managing a rich kid's inheritance. You'll be the head of one of the largest, most aggressive private equity funds on the planet. Now, do you want in, or do you want to spend the rest of your life wondering why you didn't listen?" The line went quiet. Alex could almost hear the gears turning in David's head. The war between professional training and the terrifying, absolute certainty in his client's voice. Okay, Alex. God help us all, okay." David's voice was a shaky whisper. He hung up. Alex turned back to his computer. The financial apocalypse he had just engineered was now in motion. He created a new, triple-encrypted partition on his hard drive. He named the root folder Project Anchor. He began pulling up declassified satellite imagery of the Nevada desert. He cross-referenced them with geological surveys and old, forgotten military construction records. There. A decommissioned Titan II ICBM silo, Site 7, dug deep into a mountain of solid granite, abandoned since the Cold War, the future home of the last bastion of humanity. His fortress. The Anchor. He started drafting lists. Not of groceries, but of industrial-scale 3D printers, CNC machines, tons of raw titanium and steel, military-grade electronics, and the contact information for a dozen private military contractors and Black Ops engineering firms so secret they didn't officially exist. The money was the key. With enough money, you could buy anything in this world before it fell apart. Technology, resources, loyalty. As he worked, the World Anchor interface pulsed gently in his peripheral vision. Major timeline deviation detected. Significant causality shift initiated. Reward: 10 origin points. OP earned. Ah, the origin points. The true currency, earned by making choices that fundamentally altered the course of a timeline. In past loops, he had hoarded them, using them only in the most desperate of situations. Now, he saw them differently. They were a resource to be invested. He focused on the system. System, access skill download. The interface shifted. A vast, branching tree of potential skills appeared, drawn from the infinite possibilities of his other selves across the multiverse. Bak The Kim Thwat, Samurai Alex. Marksman, Sniper Alex. Quantum Physicist, Scientist Alex. His finger traced down the list. He needed to deal with sharks now, men in suits who were more dangerous than half the monsters he'd faced. He needed more than just future knowledge. He needed presence. He needed to command a room with a glance. Skill: Master Negotiator, CEO Alex, Earth 734. Description: grants the user the innate charisma, psychological acuity, and ruthless deal-making instincts of a multiversal corporate titan. Understand leverage, read micro-expressions, and formulate unbreakable contracts instinctively. Cost: 10 LP. Purchase, he commanded without hesitation. A jolt, not of electricity, but of pure information, shot through his mind. It wasn't just knowledge. It was experience. He felt the phantom memory of closing a $100 billion merger, of crushing a corporate rival with a single perfectly timed hostile takeover, of staring down a boardroom full of angry investors and making them thank him for it. His posture subtly straightened. The look in his eyes sharpened, becoming more predatory. The phone on his desk pinged with a news alert. He glanced at it. Breaking. Fire destroys main server farm of cryptocurrency, BitChain. Digital currency rendered permanently inaccessible. Alex smirked. The first domino had fallen. He pulled up a new contact on his screen, a name buried deep in a list of shell company directors. This was the man who, on paper, owned the land the Titan II silo was on. The first real negotiation of this final loop was about to begin. He picked up the phone and dialed. This time, he wasn't a scared young man trying to survive an apocalypse. He was the storm, and he was just getting started. The private jet touched down on a dusty, improvised runway baked hard by the Nevada sun. The moment Alex stepped out, a blast of dry, 110-degree heat hit him like a physical blow. The air was thin and smelled of sagebrush and hot rock. In the distance, the mountains shimmered, stark and unforgiving against a flawless blue sky. To anyone else, it was the middle of nowhere, a god-forsaken wasteland. To Alex, it was the foundation of the future. He strode past the waiting black SUV and towards the looming shape of the mountain. Embedded in its granite face was a pair of colossal, rust-streaked blast doors, each weighing hundreds of tons. This was Site 7, a forgotten relic of a bygone war, a tomb for a weapon that was never fired. His eyes, now armed with 1,000 lifetimes of knowledge, didn't see the rust or the decay. He saw the future. Reinforced alloy plating gleaming under floodlights, automated railgun turrets swiveling silently, and a 10-meter-thick gate that could withstand the end of the world. Because it would have to. His multi-billion-dollar war chest, acquired in a single day of financial carnage, was already at work. The land was his. The permits, forged or bought, were in place. The logistics were a nightmare he had solved in his sleep. An hour later, another vehicle kicked up a plume of dust as it sped towards the site. It was a rented sedan, a ridiculous choice for this terrain, and it skidded to a halt. The driver's door flew open and a man stumbled out, looking wildly out of place. He wore a rumpled tweed jacket over a stained lab shirt, his black hair a chaotic mess that defied gravity, and thick glasses perched precariously on his nose. Dr. Kenji Tanaka, genius-level quantum physicist, future head of R&D for the Anchor, and a man who currently thought he was here for a highly paid, ridiculously secretive consultancy gig.
"Alex, what in God's name is this place?"
Kenji yelled, squinting against the glare.
"Your message said, the project of a lifetime. This looks like where they film B-list alien movies. And the heat. My God, the heat. I think my brain is melting."
Alex met him with a cool smile, handing him a bottle of ice-cold water.
Welcome, Kenji, and you're not wrong. We're about to build something out of science fiction.
He led the bewildered scientist into the mercifully cool darkness of the silo. The vast cylindrical space plunged deep into the earth, echoing with the drip of water and the scuttling of unseen things. A single, powerful work light hung from a temporary generator, illuminating a cavernous void that smelled of concrete and ozone.
Okay, I'll bite,
Kenji said, his eyes wide as he took in the scale of the place.
You bought an ICBM silo. Is this a rich boy plays supervillain thing? Because I've got to tell you, the acoustics are great, but the decor is a little Cold War chic.
Alex didn't answer. Instead, he gestured to a large portable digital whiteboard he'd had set up. He picked up a stylus.
Forget what you think you know, Kenji. I need your brain, not your sarcasm. We're on a clock.
For the next 10 minutes, Alex didn't speak. He wrote. His hand moved in a blur, filling the screen with equations that made Kenji's jaw drop. It wasn't just advanced physics. It was a level of theoretical quantum mechanics that made Kenji's own groundbreaking work look like elementary school arithmetic. There were formulas for stabilizing localized space-time, schematics for a contained cold fusion reaction, and a horrifyingly elegant equation that described the mathematical probability of extra-dimensional entities bleeding through a weakened reality. Kenji stared, his mouth agape. He stumbled forward, his fingers tracing the glowing lines on the screen.
This is impossible,
he whispered, his voice trembling. This solves the grand unification problem. This part here, the way you're applying tensor calculus to quantum foam, it's beautiful. Who wrote this? Where did you get this? Alex put down the stylus. I did, and I got it from the future. Kenji laughed, a short, sharp, nervous sound.
Right. The future. Alex, I know you're brilliant, but this is crazy talk. We were colleagues for a year. I never saw you.
He trailed off. A strange, hazy image flashed behind his eyes. A lab, klaxons screaming, the smell of burning electronics. Alex, older, more scarred, shoving him towards a reinforced doorway. Alex's eyes locked onto his.
The primary coolant line for the reactor core,
he said, his voice low and intense.
It was going to rupture. You were trying to vent the plasma, but the control console was fried. You told me to run. I shoved you into the observation chamber. The last thing you saw was me getting hit by the initial wave.
The color drained from Kenji's face. His legs gave out and he staggered back, catching himself on a rusted railing. The hazy image sharpened into a crystal-clear, horrifying memory. A dream. A nightmare he'd had on and off for months, so vivid he'd sometimes wake up screaming.
How could you possibly know that?
He stammered.
That was just a nightmare I had.
It wasn't a dream, Kenji. It was a memory, Alex said softly. This has all happened before. The world is going to end. A lab accident, our lab accident. Tears a hole in reality, and I'm the only one who remembers. The only one who comes back to try and fix it.
I need you. I can't do this without you.
Kenji stared at Alex, then back at the impossible equations on the whiteboard. The dream of the explosion. The sudden, inexplicable trust he felt for this man who was technically just a former colleague. It all clicked into place with the terrifying certainty of a mathematical proof.
God,
Kenji breathed, pushing his glasses up, his eyes shining with a mixture of terror and manic excitement.
Okay. Reality is collapsing and you're a time traveler. Jesus Christ. This is so much better than a B-list alien movie. What do we build first? A time machine? A death ray? Please say death ray.
Alex clapped him on the shoulder. The old Kenji was back.
First,
he said, a grim smile on his face,
we build a fortress. We build the anchor.
The work began in earnest. Convoys of unmarked, heavy-duty trucks began arriving daily, their cargo holds filled with materials that would have put them on every government watch list if they weren't being funneled through layers upon layers of shell corporations and black market contacts. Massive, interlocking plates of a custom-forged adamantium vibranium composite, a secret bought from a rogue Stark Industries designer in Loop 244, were lowered into the silo and fused to the concrete walls. This alloy doesn't just block physical impacts, Alex explained to a fascinated Kenji as they watched a team of Black Ops engineers laser weld a panel into place. Its unique resonant frequency actively stabilizes space-time in its immediate vicinity. It acts like a Faraday cage, but for reality itself. It's the only reason this base can survive what's coming. Kenji was scribbling furiously in a notebook. The harmonic resonance. It would create a stable quantum field. My God, Alex, the applications are limitless. We could build weapons that literally erase things from existence by disrupting their quantum state. One step at a time, my friend, Alex chuckled. First, power. The centerpiece arrived a week later, a mini cold fusion reactor, a prototype liberated from a DARPA black site in a previous loop, its schematics now perfectly memorized by Alex. It was lowered into the sub-basement, a gleaming silver orb that hummed with quiet, immense power. The sheer scale of the operation, however, did not go unnoticed. One blistering afternoon, a black government-issue sedan rolled up to the site entrance. A man in a crisp suit, with the smug, self-important air of a mid-level bureaucrat, stepped out. He flashed a badge.
Frank Miller, Department of the Interior,
he announced to the foreman.
I'm seeing unpermitted geological surveys, massive excavation, and non-commercial freight traffic in a protected federal zone.
Someone has a lot of explaining to do. Shut this entire operation down.
Now.
Alex, alerted by his security team, walked out to meet him, looking utterly unconcerned.
Mr.
Miller, Alex said, his voice calm and polite. The master negotiator skill subtly colored his tone, his posture, his very presence. He was no longer a young billionaire. He was a force of nature in a designer shirt.
It's Inspector Miller,
the man corrected, puffing out his chest.
And you are?
The man who signs the checks, Alex replied smoothly.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. This is a private project, fully sanctioned.
Miller scoffed.
Sanctioned by who? God? I've checked every database. This project doesn't exist. I'm going to have a field day with the fines. You'll be lucky if you don't do jail time.
Alex's expression didn't change.
You report to Assistant Director Harrison, correct? Paul Harrison.
Miller's eyes narrowed.
What's that got to do with anything?
Give him my regards, Alex said, his tone still pleasant.
And tell him the Covington file is secure. He'll know what it means.
The effect was instantaneous. All the color drained from Inspector Miller's face. His smugness evaporated, replaced by sheer, naked panic. The Covington file was a ghost story, a piece of leverage from Loop 78 where Alex had to dismantle a corrupt political ring. It detailed Harrison's illegal dealings with a foreign conglomerate, enough to send him to a federal prison for the rest of his life. There was no way this kid should know about it.
Who are you?
Miller stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Alex leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur.
I'm the guy who can make your career or end it with a single phone call. Now, you have two choices. You can walk away, forget you ever saw this place, and I'll forget we ever had this conversation. Or you can go back to your office and issue a retroactive Special National Security designation for this entire quadrant, Priority Alpha. That will keep any other nosy inspectors away. In return, I'll make sure Director Harrison remembers your proactive and decisive support when it's time for promotions. Miller stared at him, dumbfounded. He was being blackmailed and offered a promotion in the same breath. The cold, absolute certainty in Alex's eyes was more terrifying than any threat. I'll get the paperwork started immediately,
Miller said, scrambling back towards his car as if the hounds of hell were at his heels.
You won't be bothered again, sir.
Alex watched him speed away, a cold smile on his lips. One problem solved. A month later, the core of the anchor was complete. The main structure was fully lined, the cold fusion reactor was online, and the basic life support systems were humming. The place was transforming from a dead tomb into a living, breathing fortress. Kenji, working in a newly constructed lab that was already more advanced than anything at MIT, was practically vibrating with creative energy.
Alex, come see, I did it.
He led Alex to the main gate. In front of the massive blast doors, he had set up a perimeter of sleek, metallic poles. They were completely silent.
Based on your theories about space-time resonance, I created a low-power emission field,
Kenji explained, his words tumbling out.
It doesn't create a physical barrier. It creates a localized spatial distortion. A get-off-my-lawn field for reality itself.
On a monitor, a thermal camera showed a pack of coyotes, drawn by the sounds and lights, cautiously approaching the perimeter. As the lead coyote stepped past the invisible line marked on the screen, it didn't hit a wall. It simply wasn't there anymore. It reappeared 100 yards away, dazed and confused, shaking its head as if it had just woken from a strange dream. The rest of the pack, sensing the fundamental wrongness of the area, yelped and fled into the desert night. Achievement unlocked. Bastion of Reality, Stage 1. The anchor's primary power and defensive framework are online. Reward, 50 origin points. OP earned. Alex looked at the humming fortress around him, at the manic but brilliant scientist by his side, and at the notification glowing in his vision. This was real. This was progress. For the first time in 1,000 loops, it wasn't just about surviving. It was about building. It was about winning. The foundation was laid. Now it was time to build the walls. The low, resonant hum of the cold fusion reactor was the new heartbeat of the mountain. It was a sound of immense, contained power, a promise of the future Alex was brute forcing into existence. He stood on the command deck, a multi-level amphitheater of dark metal and glowing holographic screens that overlooked the main hangar. Below, teams of engineers, all vetted, all paid ludicrous sums for their silence and skill, were installing the industrial-grade 3D printers and CNC machines. Kenji, bouncing on the balls of his feet, pointed at a power flow schematic fluctuating on the main screen.
The efficiency is off the charts. We're generating so much surplus energy we could power a small city.
We need to build the quantum energy reactor next, the one that feeds on the rifts themselves. The physics are insane, Alex. It's like building a water wheel for a tsunami of pure chaos." Alex gave a thin smile, his eyes fixed on a different screen, one displaying a complex web of corporate logos and bank accounts. "A fortress is useless if it's empty, Kenji. Power is one thing. Now we fill the pantry." His fingers danced across a holographic interface. With a single, decisive tap on a button labeled Execute Phase Omega, he unleashed a financial blitzkrieg across the United States. It wasn't a single order, it was a cascade. Dozens of shell corporations, ghost entities he had built over the last 2 years, dormant and seemingly unrelated, sprang to life simultaneously. A logistics company in California, a wholesale food distributor in the Midwest, a medical supply importer in New York, a scrap metal dealer in Pennsylvania. They all woke up at the same instant. Their bank accounts suddenly flooded with billions, and they all started buying. The effect was not a ripple. It was a shockwave. In a warehouse the size of 3 football fields outside of Fresno, a mountain of military-grade MREs and freeze-dried food grew so tall it threatened to scrape the rafters. Automated forklifts zipped around 24/7, creating a city of pallets that stretched into the dim distance. The order was so massive, the regional manager of the food supplier thought it was a federal-level continuity of government program, a black book project he wasn't supposed to ask questions about. He was right, in a way. It just wasn't his government. From the port of Long Beach, 10 40-foot containers, flagged for priority medical transport, were lifted directly from a cargo ship by heavy-lift helicopters and flown east into the desert. They bypassed customs, road traffic, and all forms of oversight. Inside wasn't just aspirin and bandages. They were miniature hospitals, portable MRI and CT scanners, surgical suites in a box, and enough broad-spectrum antibiotics to fight a plague. Then came the trains. A 100-car freight train, every single car piled high with raw steel, titanium, and aluminum, chugged out of a foundry in Ohio, its destination a nondescript offloading point in the Nevada desert. Another followed from Texas, loaded with polymers and composite materials for the 3D printers. The sheer quantity of raw material was enough to trigger alerts in commodity trading markets, but the purchases were so cleverly spread across so many entities that no one could pinpoint the single buyer. They were preparing for a world war, and no one even knew a war was coming. While the behemoth operation churned on, Alex focused on a more delicate task. In the shadowy world of rare botanical collectors and black market seed banks, a mysterious buyer with unlimited funds began making inquiries. He wasn't after common wheat or corn. He was after heirloom seeds, plants known for their resilience, their medicinal properties, and their ability to thrive in harsh conditions. He acquired a radiation-resistant strain of ginkgo from a defunct Chernobyl research project, a high-yield, drought-proof quinoa from a private collector in the Andes, and a bioluminescent fungus that could produce its own light from a secret lab in Japan. These weren't just for food. They were the building blocks of a new world. They were loaded into climate-controlled cases and flown to the anchor, destined for a specialized, shielded vault deep in the mountain, a second Noah's Ark, but for the plant kingdom. Of course, such a massive acquisition spree was bound to attract sharks. The call came from his logistics chief. "Sir, we have a problem. Aegis Dynamics is trying to outbid us on the last major domestic stockpile of aerospace-grade titanium, the one from the Consolidated Minerals mine. They're driving the price through the roof. Their CEO, some blowhard.
named Chadwick Vance, seems to be taking it personally.
Alex leaned back in his command chair, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He remembered Chadwick from Loop 112, an arrogant silver spoon corporate raider who thought ruthlessness was a substitute for intelligence. He had tried to seize control of a survivor settlement Alex had built, only to have his entire armored convoy dismantled by a single well-placed shot from Eva Rostova.
Don't engage in a bidding war, Alex said calmly. It's inefficient. Sir, but we need that titanium for the outer hull reinforcement and the railgun ammo. Oh, we're going to get it, Alex said, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Just not by playing his game. He swiveled his chair to a financial terminal. His fingers became a blur. He wasn't looking at the price of titanium. He was dissecting Consolidated Minerals, the parent company, the one actually selling the metal. He saw their stock price, their board members, their majority shareholders. It was a puzzle he had solved 100 times before. Within 20 minutes, using 3 different offshore investment firms, he initiated a hostile takeover. He bought up shares on the open market, then presented a ridiculously generous, all-cash offer to the 3 largest institutional shareholders who couldn't hit accept fast enough. It was over in less than an hour. In his penthouse office in Chicago, Chadwick Vance laughed as he slammed the phone down. They backed off, he crowed to his assistant. I told you that trust fund brat didn't have the stomach for a real fight. He blinked. Now, call Consolidated Minerals and tell them we'll take the entire lot at our last bid. We'll make a fortune turning it into armor plating for our new corporate security line.
His private line rang. He picked it up, expecting it to be the CEO of Consolidated, ready to congratulate him.
Vance speaking.
The voice on the other end was young, calm, and utterly devoid of emotion.
Is this Chadwick Vance? Who is this?
Chadwick demanded, annoyed.
My name is Alex. I'm just calling to inform you that as of 5 minutes ago, my holding company acquired a 60% controlling interest in Consolidated Minerals. Your bid for the titanium shipment is irrelevant. The entire stockpile is being rerouted to a private facility.
The blood drained from Chadwick's face. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. It was impossible. A takeover of that size should take weeks, months of legal battles and proxy fights. The voice on the phone continued, as if discussing the weather.
Also, I've just reviewed Aegis Dynamics' current contracts, including the one you have with Consolidated. It seems your position is now redundant. You're fired. A security team will be at your office in 10 minutes to escort you out. Please don't make a scene. Have a nice day.
Click. Chadwick stared at the dead phone in his hand. The sheer, brutal efficiency of it was incomprehensible. He hadn't just been outbid, he had been erased from the equation. He wasn't even a player anymore. He was just a guy who had been fired by the man he was trying to bully an hour ago. The trust fund brat hadn't just won the game. He had bought the whole goddamn stadium, fired the other team, and was now using the field for his own private practice. Back in the Anchor, Alex closed the terminal without a second thought for the man whose career he had just vaporized. He had more important things to do. The final convoys were arriving. The hangar bay doors rumbled open, and a fleet of automated transport sleds began offloading the staggering haul. AI-driven cranes lifted pallets of food into cavernous, refrigerated storage bays. Robotic arms sorted medical supplies with sterile precision. Rivers of metal bars and raw materials were fed into automated smelters and processors, ready to be turned into whatever the future demanded. Kenji led Alex to a new section of the facility, a massive, multi-leveled chamber filled with racks of glowing green. The air was warm, humid, and smelled of rich soil and fresh life. Water trickled through the complex network of pipes, and full-spectrum LED lights bathed rows upon rows of plants in a soft purple glow.
Level 1 of the hydroponics farm is fully operational,
Kenji announced, his pride evident. He plucked a bright red, perfectly formed tomato from a vine and handed it to Alex.
We have a stable, rotating crop of vegetables, fruits, and grains.
The system is completely automated, from nutrient delivery to harvesting. The first crop yield is even higher than projected. Alex took a bite of the tomato. It was crisp, juicy, and bursting with flavor. It tasted real. It tasted of life. In a world that was about to be choked with poison, torn apart by monsters, and warped by reality-bending energies, this small, simple taste was the most profound victory of all. It was the taste of self-sufficiency, the taste of a future. He looked around at the humming, vibrant chamber. He saw the mountains of supplies being cataloged in the storerooms. He felt the thrum of the reactor beneath his feet. This was no longer a desperate scramble for survival. This was the construction of an empire. The anchor wasn't just a hole in the ground anymore. It was a self-sustaining world, a kingdom built in secret, waiting for the old one to die. Achievement unlocked. The endless larder. The anchor's primary supply caches are filled. Food and resource self-sufficiency has been achieved. Reward: 100 origin points OP earned. The foundation was laid. The walls were up. And now the pantry was full. The only thing missing was an army. With the pantry filled and the fortress secured, a different kind of hunger began to gnaw at Alex, the need for fangs. An empire was nothing without the power to defend it, and he knew from 314 failed apocalypses that the horrors to come would not be deterred by high walls and full stomachs. He led Kenji away from the vibrant, life-filled hydroponics bay, through a series of sterile white corridors, and into the heart of the mountain's industry, the forge. The chamber was an incredible fusion of old and new. The air, thick with the smell of ozone and hot metal, shimmered with heat from a central plasma crucible that burned with the intensity of a miniature sun. On one side, massive, state-of-the-art industrial 3D printers stood silent, their print heads ready to build complex machinery from atomized powders. On the other, a row of articulated robotic arms, capable of wielding tools with micron-level precision, were parked in their charging stations. In the center of it all was a power hammer the size of a truck and an anvil made from a single, polished block of obsidian-colored alloy.
Jesus Christ, Alex,
Kenji breathed, taking off his thick glasses to wipe them on his lab coat.
This isn't a workshop. This is a goddamn temple to engineering. The power draw for this place alone could run a carrier group.
It's about to, Alex said, his voice flat. He walked over to a control panel and activated the main robotic arm. The machine whirred to life, its multi-jointed limb extending toward a storage locker. It retrieved a long ingot of shimmering dark gray metal, the same adamantium vibranium composite used to line the bunker's walls.
We have an army of drones and automated turrets for defense,
Kenji stated, watching as the arm placed the ingot into the plasma forge.
Why do you need this?
He gestured toward the anvil and the power hammer, tools of a bygone era.
The turrets can handle the mindless beasts, the Goliaths, and the scrappers,
Alex explained, his eyes fixed on the ingot as it began to glow, first red, then orange, then a blinding white. But they can't shoot a ghost. They can't kill an idea. They can't stop something that exists in a different phase of reality. He remembered Loop 47, where his entire settlement was wiped out by a single pack of chrono phantoms that drifted through walls and aged his best soldiers to dust in seconds. He remembered Loop 182, where an entity that was more of a living nightmare than a physical creature drove his entire command staff mad. Conventional weapons were useless against conceptual threats. "I need a weapon that can break the rules," Alex said. He stripped off his jacket, revealing a t-shirt and arms corded with lean, practical muscle. He wasn't bulky, but every fiber of his being was honed for efficiency. He picked up a heavy pair of tongs and, with a grunt, pulled the white-hot ingot from the forge. The heat washed over the room, intense enough to make Kenji take a step back. Alex laid the metal on the anvil.
"I was a blacksmith in Loop 73,
he said conversationally, as if discussing a past vacation.
"In a world without electricity, where the only monsters were human greed. I learned how to fold steel 1,000 times to create a blade that could sing."
He raised the power hammer.
"Now, let's see what I can do with a material that shouldn't exist and a hammer that could level a building." Wham!
The sound was deafening, a titanic crash of force that shook the very floor plates. It wasn't the clang of normal metal. It was a deep, resonant boom, as if a giant bell had been struck. Sparks flew, not yellow, but a brilliant, crackling blue, tracing strange patterns in the air before vanishing. For the next hour, the forge was filled with the brutal rhythm of creation. Alex worked with a focus that was terrifying to behold. He was no longer just a planner or a financial predator. He was an artisan of destruction. He folded the metal, hammered it, shaped it with a preternatural understanding of its impossible properties. The robotic arms assisted, holding the developing blade steady or quenching it in a bath of cryofluid, but the vision, the will, was all Alex's. "It's almost done," Alex panted, sweat beading on his forehead.
"Kenji, the channel."
Kenji, who had been watching with a mixture of scientific fascination and pure awe, snapped back to reality. He rushed to a console, his fingers flying across the holographic keys.
"Quantum energy conduit is ready to be integrated. It's a stable singularity wrapped in a magnetic field. Alex, if this containment field fluctuates by even 0.001%, it could vaporize this entire section of the mountain." "It won't,"
Alex said with absolute certainty. A smaller, more delicate robotic arm extended, holding a thin, hair-like filament that glowed with a soft blue light. With surgical precision, Alex hammered the blade one last time, folding the metal over the filament, sealing the channel of pure quantum energy within the spine of the blade itself. The katana cooled rapidly, the blinding white fading to a deep, matte black that seemed to drink the light around it. A faint, blue line pulsed rhythmically down its center. He lifted it. It was perfectly balanced. It felt like an extension of his own arm. He named it in his mind, Reality Breaker.
"Incredible,"
Kenji whispered.
"The energy signature is stable, but chaotic. It's like holding a leash on a hurricane."
"Next," Alex said, setting the sword down carefully. He moved to the other side of the forge, to a cleanroom assembly station. Laid out on an anti-static mat were the components of a highly customized railgun. It was sleek, brutalist in its design, all black polymer and exposed heat sinks.
"This one is for a different kind of problem,"
Alex said, beginning the assembly with practiced ease.
"This is the time stream deleter."
He picked up a long, fin-stabilized projectile. a tungsten cord dart the size of a large carrot. Its surface, however, was etched with symbols that made Kenji's brain ache just looking at them. They weren't letters or numbers. They were intricate fractal patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of his vision.
What are those?
Kenji asked, moving closer, his scientific curiosity overriding his unease.
I call them anchor glyphs,
Alex explained, loading a magazine of the special rounds into the rifle. In one loop, I spent 50 years as a theoretical physicist, trapped in a library with the last surviving books of humanity. I learned that the universe operates on a form of code. These glyphs, they're not magic. They're physical representations of hyper-complex quantum equations. They don't command reality. They introduce a new, undeniable variable. When this projectile hits its target, the glyphs describe a state of reality where the target simply does not and has never existed in that specific location. The universe, being ruthlessly efficient, takes the path of least resistance and makes it so. Kenji's jaw hung open. He whipped out a tablet and began taking frantic scans of the glyphs, his eyes wide with a manic, religious fervor. This is the language of God, Alex. This is applied metaphysics. The ability to edit reality itself.
It's a start,
Alex said, hefting the finished rifle. It was heavy, solid, a weapon of absolute finality.
Let's test it.
He strode to the far end of the forge, where a massive, armored viewport looked out over the Nevada desert.
Kenji, target the granite outcropping on Ridge 7. Range, 5 kilometers, 217 meters. Target locked,
Kenji confirmed, bringing up the view on a massive holographic screen. A jagged piece of mountain, a boulder the size of a house, sat starkly against the sky.
All sensors are focused on the target coordinates. High-speed cameras, seismic detectors, quantum field scanners. Everything is green.
Alex braced the time stream deleter against his shoulder. He didn't use a scope. He just looked, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. There was no thunderous bang. There was only a quiet, sharp thump, followed by a high-pitched whine that lasted for less than a second. A thin black line, almost invisible, shot out from the barrel and crossed the 5-kilometer distance in an instant. On the screen, the granite outcropping did not explode. It did not shatter or crumble into dust. It just wasn't there anymore. One frame. It existed. The next, there was only empty space, blue sky, and the mountain behind it, perfectly unharmed. There was no crater, no dust cloud, no debris. It was as if someone had used a photo editing tool to flawlessly erase it from the landscape. Silence descended on the forge. Kenji stared at the screen, then at his sensor readings, his face turning pale. He frantically typed, rerunning diagnostics, his hands shaking.
Report?
Alex asked calmly, lowering the rifle. Kenji looked up from his console, his eyes filled with a terror that transcended science.
Holy shit,
he whispered.
Alex, it's not just gone.
The seismic sensors show no impact. The atmospheric sensors detected no displaced air. The satellite's geological survey data just updated itself. It's showing the geological composition of the ground under where the rock was. The data says that outcropping eroded away naturally 17,000 years ago. He looked at Alex, his voice trembling.
It doesn't just say the rock is gone. It says it was never there. You didn't just destroy it. You retconned a fucking mountain.
The sheer conceptual horror of the weapon was 1,000 times more terrifying than any explosion. It was the power not just to kill, but to unexist. Alex nodded, satisfied. The weapon worked as he remembered. Now, for the final piece. Himself. He closed his eyes. In his mind, the holographic interface of his world anchor ability bloomed into view. Origin points. OP. 100. He had earned this from securing the fortress's supplies. Now, it was time to spend it. Skill download initiated. Available skills from parallel selves saw. Master Swordsman, Loop 73, Feudal Japan. God Tier Marksman, Loop 112, Post-Apocalyptic Warlord. And 1,478 others. Select skills to download. Cost. 25 OP each. He selected both. Confirm download of Master Swordsman and God Tier Marksman for 50 OP. Why? N. He confirmed. The world dissolved into a torrent of information. It wasn't like learning. It was like remembering. 1,000 lifetimes of experience flooded into his mind and body in a single, brutal instant. He felt the cold sting of rain on his face in a bamboo forest, his hand resting on the hilt of a katana, his senses aware of every leaf drop, every breath of wind. He felt the phantom pain of 100 old scars, the muscle memory of 1,000,000 perfect cuts, parries, and thrusts becoming as natural as breathing. Simultaneously, he felt the gritty sand of a desert wasteland, the sun beating down on him. The weight of a high-caliber rifle was a familiar comfort in his hands. He remembered the math of windage and bullet drop, the patience of waiting for the perfect shot, the cold satisfaction of hitting a moving target 2 miles away. The recoil of 10,000 perfect shots echoed through his bones. His eyes snapped open. Kenji gasped. The man standing in front of him looked the same, but was fundamentally different. Alex's posture had shifted. Before, he was a commander, a strategist. Now, there was a lethal stillness to him, the coiled readiness of a predator. His eyes, once merely intense, now held the depth of 1,000 battlefields. He picked up the reality breaker. His grip was different. His stance was perfect. The sword didn't feel like a tool in his hand. It felt like a part of him. Skills successfully integrated. Combat proficiency increased exponentially. Current power rating, D-Class, Elite. Remaining OP, 50. Alex looked from the sword in his hand to the rifle on the table. He had the supplies, he had the fortress, and now he had the weapons. The foundation was laid. The pantry was full. The armory was stocked. He was no longer just the architect of the new world. He was now its first and deadliest soldier. In the sterile quiet of the command center, Alex stood before a floor-to-ceiling holographic map of the world. It was a live feed, a beautiful, terrifying globe of blue and green, dotted with data points that only he and Kenji could comprehend. Red icons pulsed over fault lines, yellow warnings shimmered over volatile political regions, and invisible to anyone else, faint, hair-like cracks in reality spider-webbed across the planet.
1 year,
Alex said, his voice a low rumble that filled the space.
365 days until the incident. Until the sky tears open and all hell breaks loose for good.
Kenji Tanaka, wiping a smudge off his glasses with the sleeve of his lab coat, nodded grimly.
All systems are green. The anchor is at 100% operational capacity. Food, water, power. We could survive down here for a century. We did it, Alex. We built the boat,
Alex corrected, his eyes not leaving the map.
Now I need a crew. A real one.
People who can fight the storm, not just hide from it. He had the memories of 314 failed apocalypses burned into his soul. He knew that technology and supplies were only half the equation. The other half was will. It was skill. It was people who wouldn't break when reality itself started to fray at the edges. His finger reached out and tapped on a flashing red icon in the Middle East. The map zoomed in with dizzying speed, resolving into a satellite image of a dust-choked, war-torn village in northern Syria. Military call signs and unit positions overlaid the terrain. "Target acquired," Alex murmured. Kenji squinted at the display. "Syria? That's an active conflict zone. What's over there? A piece of tech we missed?" "A person," Alex replied. He brought up a file. A stark, black and white photo appeared next to the map. A woman with piercing blue eyes, high cheekbones, and short-cropped platinum blonde hair stared out from the screen. A long, faded scar sliced down her left cheek, a stark contrast to her otherwise flawless features. "Captain Eva Rostova, Spetsnaz, currently attached to a joint task force on an anti-insurgent operation. You're going to recruit a Russian special forces captain from the middle of a live battlefield?" Kenji's voice was a squeak of disbelief. "Alex, that's insane! Even for you!" "It's necessary," Alex said, turning away from the map. The lethal stillness he'd acquired from his skill download was palpable. "In exactly 7 hours, her unit is scheduled to clear that village. The intelligence is wrong. There are no insurgents. The heat signature they've been tracking, the one they think is a hidden generator, is actually a premature spatial fissure. A small one, but big enough." He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. "Big enough for a juvenile chronophantom to slip through. Her entire unit, armed with the best conventional weapons on Earth, is going to be wiped out. Every single one of them will be aged to a pile of dust and bone in under 5 minutes. She'll be the last one standing, and it will break her. I've seen it happen 12 times. Kenji was pale. "A chronophantom? Already? The incident isn't for a year." "The system is becoming unstable. The leaks are starting early. This is my only chance to get to her before she's as defined by that failure. I need the soldier she is now, not the broken survivor she becomes." Alex walked towards the armory exit. "Get the stealth transport ready. I'm going alone." "Alone? What about me? Or drones?" Kenji protested. "You're the brain. I can't risk you," Alex stated, picking up the sheathed reality breaker. "And drones can't kill a ghost. I can." The Syrian sun was a physical weight, a hammer of heat that beat down on the crumbling stone and dusty streets. Eva Rostova knelt behind the corner of a shattered building, her customized AK-12 held in a low ready position. Her eyes, the color of a winter sky, scanned the dead village. There was no wind. The only sound was the crunch of her team's boots on the gravel and the distant rhythmic thump, thump, thump of a circling helicopter. "Viper 1 to command," she whispered into her throat mic, her voice a low, steady alto with a faint Russian accent. "We are at Checkpoint Alpha. No visual on hostiles. The place is a ghost town. It feels wrong." "Copy, Viper 1," a voice crackled in her ear. "Intel says they're dug in deep. Proceed with caution." "Always," she muttered under her breath. Her team of 6 elite soldiers moved with the fluid, silent efficiency that came from years of operating together. They were the best. Heavily armed, clad in cutting-edge body armor, they were a walking force of destruction. But Eva's gut screamed at her. The silence was too deep. The air was too cold. Here, In the middle of a desert, the air in the village square felt like a meat locker. Suddenly, Sergeant McHale, her point man, froze.
"Captain, do you see that?"
Eva followed his gaze. In the center of the square, the air shimmered like heat haze off asphalt. But it wasn't heat. It was a distortion, a patch of reality that looked like flawed glass. It was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong.
"What the hell is that?"
Another soldier, Ivan, asked, raising his rifle. Before Eva could give an order, the shimmering solidified. For a split second, it took the form of a tall, man-shaped shadow, impossibly black, with two burning red points of light for eyes. It had no substance, no physical body. It was just a hole in the world.
"Contact!"
Ivan yelled and opened fire. His rifle roared, spitting a stream of 7.62 millimeter rounds. They passed straight through the shadow creature, hitting the wall behind it in a spray of dust and concrete chips. The creature didn't even flinch. It glided forward, impossibly fast. It reached Ivan before he could even register that his bullets were useless. A shadowy, indistinct arm stretched out and touched his chest. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Ivan didn't scream. His mouth opened, but only a dry gasp came out. His skin wrinkled. His hair turned white and fell out in clumps. His eyes sank into his skull. In the space of 3 heartbeats, the powerful 30-year-old soldier shriveled into a desiccated husk, a 100-year-old mummy that collapsed into a cloud of fine gray dust. His rifle clattered to the ground. Chaos erupted. The other soldiers screamed in a mixture of rage and pure terror, unloading their weapons at the thing. A torrent of lead and grenade fragments flew through the air, all of it passing harmlessly through the phantom as if it were nothing but smoke. "Fall back! Fall back!" Eva screamed, her professionalism battling a primal fear she had never known.
"It's not physical. Use explosives. Try to disorient it."
But the chrono phantom was too fast. It flowed between them like water, a whisper of absolute death. Another soldier was touched, his life eaten away in a horrifying instant. Then another. Eva felt her blood run cold. This wasn't a battle. This was an extermination. Her men, some of the toughest warriors on the planet, were being erased from existence by a monster from a nightmare. Her training, her skills, her entire life's experience was utterly worthless. The phantom turned its burning red eyes on her. It drifted closer. She fired her weapon on full auto, emptying the magazine in a useless act of defiance. The finality of her death washed over her. Then something changed. A figure blurred into existence between her and the phantom. It was a man, clad in a sleek, matte black combat suit that seemed to absorb the light around it. He held no rifle. In his hand was a single, black-bladed katana.
"Get behind me,"
the man said. His voice was impossibly calm. The chrono phantom screeched. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but one that clawed directly at their minds, a shriek of pure metaphysical hate. It recognized a threat.
"What the fuck?"
Eva breathed, her mind struggling to process the scene. Who was this man? Where did he come from? Alex ignored her. He focused on the monster. With a thought, he channeled the quantum energy from the core of the reality breaker. A thin, brilliant blue line ignited down the center of the black blade, casting a strange, ethereal glow on his face. The cold air around them was instantly supercharged with a feeling of immense power. Skill. Master Swordsman, Loop 73. Activated. His body moved before his mind had to command it. He didn't run. He flowed. One moment he was standing before Eva, the next he was closing the distance to the phantom in a single, perfectly balanced step that was faster than the eye could follow. The chrono phantom lashed out with its life-draining tendril. Alex's blade was a blur of blue light. The parry was effortless. The moment the energy-infused katana met the phantom's insubstantial form, there was a sound like tearing fabric and a shower of black, oily sparks. The phantom recoiled, screeching in pain and shock. It had been hit. It could be touched. Before it could react, Alex spun, his body a perfect axis of motion. The reality breaker sang through the air, a clean horizontal slash aimed at the creature's center. Shang! The blade passed through the shadow. For a second, nothing happened. Then, a glowing blue line appeared across the phantom's form. The creature froze. The red light in its eyes flickered violently. It tried to let out another mind-shattering scream, but the sound died in its non-existent throat. It simply came apart. The top half of the shadow slid sideways and dissolved into black mist. The bottom half followed a moment later. The oppressive cold vanished. The horrible pressure on their minds lifted. In the sudden, deafening quiet, there was only the sun, the dust, and the sound of Eva's remaining 2 soldiers gasping for air. Alex stood over the spot where the monster had been, his sword held in a classic finishing stance, the blue light fading from its blade. He gave it a flick to the side, a purely reflexive gesture from a life he'd lived centuries ago, and slid it back into its sheath with a soft click. He turned to face Eva. Her jaw was hanging open. Her ice-blue eyes were wide with an emotion she hadn't felt since she was a child. Utter, uncomprehending awe. She and her men were staring at him not as a soldier, but as something else entirely. A demon. A god. "Who are you?" she finally managed to ask, her voice hoarse. "I'm the man who just saved your life," Alex said, his tone flat. He walked over to her. "And I'm here to make you an offer. The thing you just saw, that was a scout. The real invasion is coming. Your governments, your armies, your weapons, they are all going to be useless. The world you know is over. It just doesn't know it yet." He stopped a few feet from her. "You're a survivor, Captain Rostova. A pragmatist. I'm building a team to survive what's next, to fight back. Come with me, and you'll have a chance. Stay here, and you'll die with everyone else. It's that simple." Eva stared at him, then at the piles of dust that used to be her friends, her brothers in arms. Everything she believed in, tactics, firepower, discipline, had failed spectacularly. This stranger, with his impossible sword and impossible knowledge, had succeeded where they were annihilated. The choice wasn't a choice at all. "My men?" she asked, gesturing to the 2 terrified survivors. "They can come. The anchor has room," Alex said. "But my offer is for you." She straightened up, her military bearing returning despite the shock. "I'm in." Alex nodded once. "Good choice. Now, stay still. This is the most important part." He closed his eyes. The world anchor interface bloomed in his vision. Current origin points, OP, 550. Function, reality anchor. Select target, Eva Rostova. Anchoring a sentient being to the primary. Timeline requires a significant expenditure of origin energy. This will create a permanent bond, allowing the target to retain all memories and abilities through a reset. Proceed. Cost, 500 AP. It was an insane price. It was almost everything he had, but it was worth it. Building a team of amnesiacs every single loop was exhausting. He needed allies who remembered, who grew with him. Confirm. Why? Ian, he confirmed. The world seemed to hold its breath. A column of faint, golden light, invisible to the other soldiers, descended from the sky and enveloped Eva Rostova. She gasped, her body tensing. It didn't hurt. It felt fundamental. Like her very soul was being lifted out of her body, dipped in molten eternity, and then slammed back into place. Her eyes flew wide. A torrent of phantom sensations flooded her. Not memories, but echoes. The feeling of dying in 100 different ways. The image of Alex's face, sometimes younger, sometimes older, appearing at the last second. The crushing despair of Loop 18. The grim victory of Loop 231. It was a chaotic, overwhelming flash of a history she had never lived, but her soul now screamed was true. She saw the sky tearing open. She saw cities falling to titans of flesh and stone. She saw the end of the world. The light faded. Eva was panting, her hand pressed to her chest. She looked at Alex, and for the first time, her cold, calculating eyes were filled with absolute, terrifying understanding. "My God," she whispered, her voice trembling. "It's all real." Alex gave a grim, slight smile.
"Welcome to the real war, Captain."
Reality anchor successful. Allie, Eva Rostova secured. Remaining OP, 50. One down, the first pillar of his new world was in place. The flight to the Amazon was surreal. One moment, Eva Rostova had been in a Syrian dust bowl, watching her world burn. The next, she was sitting in the plush interior of a matte black VTOL aircraft that moved without sound, streaking across the Atlantic at impossible speeds. The 2 men who died were being respectfully transported in the cargo hold, a promise Alex had made without her even asking. Across from her, Dr. Kenji Tanaka, still in his slightly singed lab coat, was practically vibrating with excitement, his eyes glued to a tablet displaying a flurry of complex data. Eva, however, couldn't stop looking at Alex. He was cleaning his katana, the reality breaker, with a quiet focus that was terrifyingly absolute. The feeling of being anchored was a constant low-level hum in the back of her soul. It was like having a second set of memories, ghost memories, overlaid on her own. Flashes of fire, of monsters made of twisted metal, of dying with a gun in her hand, of Alex's face appearing just a moment too late. It was a nightmare, but it felt more real than the breakfast she'd had that morning. "It's a lot to process," she finally said, her voice steady despite the chaos in her head. "The echoes, the loops, you've lived this? How many times?" Alex didn't look up from his blade.
"Enough times to know that doing the same thing over and over is the definition of insanity. It was time to change the variables. You, Captain, are the first major change."
As if on cue, a notification pinged in Alex's vision, a message only he could see. Major timeline stabilization event, Eva Rostova's survival and anchoring. A key pillar for a viable future has been secured. The timeline's potential has increased significantly. Reward, 1,000 origin points. Current op, 50, plus 1,000 times als 1050. A grim satisfaction settled in Alex's chest. The system rewarded bold moves. The cost for Eva had been steep, but the return on investment was immediate and massive. He now had the capital to build his foundation.
"We're approaching the target zone."
Kenji announced, pointing to a swirl of angry red on his map of the Amazon basin.
Energy readings are off the charts. Not violent, like a fissure, but potent, like the whole jungle is on steroids. Life force readings are 1,000% above baseline.
That's her, Alex said, sheathing his sword with a final soft click.
Get your gear on. Eva, standard hostile environment protocol. Kenji, wear the full biohazard suit. I don't want you catching some kind of hyperfungus. Fascinating, Kenji beamed, already grabbing a bulky white suit. Eva simply nodded, her hand instinctively going to the custom rifle Alex had provided her from the Anchor's armory. It felt perfectly balanced, a tool of supreme destruction. But after seeing the Chrono Phantom, she knew that some things couldn't be solved with bullets. The transport landed silently in a small, unnatural clearing. The moment the ramp lowered, the air hit them. It was thick, wet, and heavy with the smell of chlorophyll and something else. Something electric. The jungle around them wasn't just green. It was a riot of impossible color. Vines pulsed with a soft blue light, and mushrooms grew in spirals that glowed with a faint pink luminescence. But the most unnerving thing was the quiet. There were no birds, no insects, no chattering monkeys. It was a deep, watchful hush, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. No comms, Eva stated, tapping her earpiece. Complete signal blackout. The air feels heavy. I don't like this. It feels like an ambush zone. Her Spetsnaz training was screaming at her that they were walking into a perfectly laid trap. Every nerve was on fire. It's not a trap. It's a sanctuary, Alex said, stepping onto the mossy ground. He moved with an easy confidence that defied the oppressive atmosphere. The normal animals have fled. They can't handle the energy levels. The things that have replaced them are under new management. They advanced deeper, with Eva taking point, her rifle sweeping every shadow. Kenji followed, his suit's sensors whirring as he took readings. Alex, the flora here. It's rewriting its own DNA in real time. This tree is exhibiting characteristics of both a plant and a simple neural network. This is going to change every biology textbook ever written. Try not to get eaten, Kenji, Alex said dryly. They walked for another 10 minutes before the jungle opened up into a breathtaking grotto. A crystal-clear pool of water sat in the center, glowing with a soft turquoise light from within. All around it, the mutated life was even more pronounced, but it wasn't monstrous. Flowers with petals of spun moonlight turned to watch them pass. Small, fox-like creatures with fur like moss and 6 legs blinked at them with curious, intelligent eyes before scampering away. Nothing was hostile. It was a scene from a fairy tale, and in the center of it all, sitting with her legs crossed on a smooth, flat stone by the water's edge, was Luna. Her hair was a cascade of liquid silver that seemed to catch and amplify the grotto's light, spilling down her back to the ground. Her skin was pale, and her simple white dress looked like it was made of woven spider silk. She was barefoot. Her eyes were closed in meditation. She was the still, silent center of this vibrant alien world. Eva instinctively raised her rifle, her tactical mind identifying Luna as the source of this anomaly. Before she could speak, one of the larger plants nearby, a pitcher plant the size of a grown man, with what looked like razor-sharp teeth lining its maw, hissed, turning its head towards Eva in a clear gesture of aggression. "Hostile flora, 12 o'clock!" Eva called out, her finger tightening on the trigger. "Stand down, Eva," Alex commanded, his voice calm. Before the plant could do anything else, Luna opened her eyes.
They were the color of amethyst, and they didn't just look at you. They looked through you, as if they could see the entire history of your soul. They fixed on Alex. A slow, serene smile touched her lips. "I have seen you," she said. Her voice wasn't a sound that traveled to their ears so much as a thought that bloomed in their minds. It was gentle, melodic, and ancient. "I have seen you in the dreams of the world tree. It is wounded, and its roots are thrashing. But you are the main root, the one that holds it to the earth. You are the anchor." She turned her gaze to the hissing plant. Without rising, she lifted a hand and made a soft, shushing gesture. The carnivorous plant instantly went placid. It retracted its teeth and drooped its head, nudging against a nearby rock like a chastised dog. Eva lowered her rifle, her mouth slightly agape. For the second time in 24 hours, her entire understanding of combat and power was turned on its head. In Syria, she saw a power of absolute destruction. Here, she was witnessing a power of absolute peace. It was, in its own way, even more terrifying and awe-inspiring. "Holy crap," Kenji whispered from inside his helmet, his voice tinny over the external speaker.
"Bioempathetic projection? She's pacifying its limbic system, except it doesn't have a limbic system. How is she doing that?"
Luna rose gracefully to her feet and glided towards them, her bare feet making no sound on the moss. She stopped before Alex. "The world is screaming," she said, her purple eyes filled with a profound sadness. "The sky will tear, and the things that come through are born of noise and pain. They hate the song of life. You are building a shelter against the storm." Her gaze flickered to Eva, then to Kenji. "And you are gathering the instruments for a new song." "I need your help, Luna," Alex said simply. There was no need for persuasion, for deals, for threats. He knew it. This was a conversation they had had in spirit across a dozen loops.
"The anchor can protect you, and your gift can help us all survive."
"My place is with the root," she replied without hesitation. "To go with you is not a choice. It is my nature." She turned to Eva, whose stern, guarded expression was one of confusion and wonder. Luna reached out and gently touched the stock of Eva's rifle. "This sings a song of endings. It is a sad song, but a necessary one for now. Soon, I hope we can teach the world a different tune." Eva found herself speechless. This strange, ethereal woman had disarmed her more effectively than any opponent she had ever faced. Alex closed his eyes, bringing up the world anchor interface again. Function, reality anchor. Select target, Luna. Analyzing target. Target's nature is highly compatible with origin energy. Target is non-conflicting and willingly accepting the bond. Anchoring cost reduced. New cost, $250. Alex felt a flicker of surprise. The system had discounts. It made sense. Forcing a bond on a resistant soul like Eva was tearing reality to fit his will. Welcoming a willing soul like Luna was more like a gentle weaving current. OP 1050. Proceed with anchoring Luna. On. He didn't hesitate. Confirm. A softer light, the color of moonlight and new spring leaves, descended and wrapped around Luna. She didn't gasp or tense like Eva had. She simply closed her eyes and smiled, accepting the flood of phantom knowledge as one might accept a cool rain on a hot day. The light was absorbed into her, leaving her silver hair glowing just a little more brightly, her purple eyes seeming even deeper than before. She opened them and looked at Alex. The sadness was still there, but now it was tempered with a fierce resolve. "The weight you carry," she whispered. "I see it now. Thank you for not carrying it alone anymore." Reality anchor successful. Allie. Luna secured. Remaining Gya. Op 800s. Back in the anchor, the change was immediate and dramatic. The massive, multi-level hydroponics bay was Kenji's pride and joy. It was a marvel of sterile, automated efficiency, designed to produce nutrient paste and vitamin supplements with perfect, calculated precision. Luna walked into the center of the main atrium, a space filled with humming machinery and the cold, blue-white glow of grow lamps. She placed her palm flat against the central control conduit. "It is lonely in here," she murmured. "There is process, but no joy, no life." She closed her eyes. A soft green aura emanated from her hand, flowing into the conduit and spreading through the entire system like electricity through a wire. What happened next made Kenji drop his tablet. On every level, the plants began to grow, not at a normal rate, but at a speed you could actually see. Tomato vines lengthened and curled, their fruits swelling from green to a brilliant red in under a minute. Heads of lettuce unfurled their leaves in a silent, verdant explosion. Corn stalks shot up, their ears ripening before their very eyes. The air, once smelling of ozone and machinery, was filled with the rich, vibrant scent of a summer harvest. "My God," Eva breathed, watching a row of potato plants visibly churn the soil beneath them.
Output is up by 12,000%,
Kenji shrieked, frantically swiping at his recovered tablet.
Nutrient density is 400% higher than projected maximums.
The system's water and energy consumption just dropped by 80%.
It's impossible. She's violating thermodynamics.
Luna opened her eyes and smiled. "I just reminded them how to sing." She then turned her attention to the heart of the anchor, the massive, shielded chamber containing the experimental quantum energy reactor. Kenji had explained that it worked by drawing ambient energy from the microfissures that were popping up everywhere. It was powerful, but unstable. Luna placed her hand on the thick alloy wall of the containment chamber. "This machine, it eats chaos, but it has indigestion." Her brow furrowed. "It needs a living catalyst, something to harmonize the frequencies." She pointed to the hydroponics bay. "Connect the reactor's energy intake to the biofilter of the agricultural system. Let it feel the life song of the plants before it consumes the raw chaos. The life energy will act as a buffer, a digestive enzyme for reality." Kenji stared at her, then at his schematics, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. After a moment, his eyes went wide with dawning comprehension.
A biological feedback loop to stabilize a quantum reaction. It's insane. It's ludicrous. It's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. Of course, it needs a grounding principle. Life.
He sprinted off towards his workshop, already screaming about needing hybrid energy organic conduits and a biorhythmic phase modulator. Alex stood with Eva, watching the controlled chaos. In the span of a day, he had secured two of the most critical pillars of his plan. One, a warrior of unmatched skill who could face the physical horrors to come. The other, a force of nature who could nurture and grow their sanctuary from the inside out. The world outside was dying. The clock was ticking down to an apocalypse that had already claimed 314 timelines. But here, deep beneath the Nevada desert, in the heart of the anchor, for the first time in centuries of looping, Alex felt something he had long since forgotten. Hope. The silence in the anchor was a living thing. It was the hum of perfectly calibrated machinery, the gentle rustle of leaves in the impossibly vibrant hydroponics bay, and the soft, steady breathing of 4 people who knew the world was about to end. For Eva, Kenji, and Luna, it was a tension born of anticipation. For Alex, it was the familiar quiet of a stage before the curtain rises on the same tragic play for the 315th time. They were in the command center, a circular room that felt more like the bridge of a starship than a bunker. A colossal wrap-around screen dominated one wall, currently fragmented into hundreds of smaller windows showing news feeds, satellite imagery, and public webcams from every corner of the globe. Paris, Tokyo, New York, Rio. All still blissfully unaware. The biofeedback loop is, "It's stable beyond my wildest projections," Kenji muttered, his eyes wide behind his glasses as he stared at a data slate. He gestured towards a live feed from the hydroponics bay, which now looked less like a farm and more like a supernatural forest. Luna's gift, it didn't just boost the growth cycle. It created a symbiotic relationship between the flora and the machinery. It's beautiful. It's impossible. I have to write a dozen papers on this. Eva stood with her arms crossed, her sculpted biceps tense beneath the fabric of her tactical shirt. Her gaze was locked on the main screen. She was watching a live feed of Times Square. People were laughing, taking pictures, living their lives. "It's hard to believe," she said, her voice a low rumble, "that in a few minutes, all of that will be gone." Her hand twitched, instinctively seeking the rifle that was never far away. Luna sat on a simple stool, her bare feet resting on the cool metal floor. She wasn't looking at the screens. Her eyes were closed, and a single tear traced a path down her pale cheek. "The world is holding its breath," she whispered, her voice a thought that resonated in all their minds. "It's the last quiet moment before the scream." Alex leaned back in the command chair, his face a mask of utter calm. He'd seen this moment so many times that it had lost its emotional impact. It was just a data point now, T-0. He brought up his own interface, a transparent blue screen floating in his vision. World stability, 3.4%. Chaos event imminent. Probability, 100%. Anchor. Status, 100% operational. Power reserves, 115%. Allies, stable. He had never started a loop in such a strong position. Never. Then it happened. It didn't start with a bang. It started with a flicker. On the screen, a news anchor in London faltered mid-sentence, her eyes widening as the sky behind her, visible through the studio window, suddenly tore. It wasn't a crack. It wasn't a hole. It was a violent, jagged rip in the fabric of reality, a wound of pure blackness edged with shimmering, sickly purple energy. In the next second, every screen showed the same thing. Over every major city, a dozen similar gashes appeared, then hundreds, then thousands. The sky looked like it had been clawed open by some impossible beast. "Oh my God," Kenji breathed, stumbling back a step. "The cascade failure. It's happening." The world's scream, the one Luna had felt coming, finally erupted. It came through the speakers as a wall of panicked noise from 1,000 different sources. Car horns, sirens, human shrieks. Then came the secondary effects. A feed from the Sahara Desert went from blistering sun to a full-blown blizzard in 12 seconds. Camels bellowed in confusion as they were buried in snow. A seismic sensor in Kansas, 1,000 miles from any ocean, suddenly registered a 400-foot tidal wave made of churning earth and rock that was swallowing entire towns. In the middle of the Pacific, a volcano erupted, spewing not lava, but a torrent of writhing, shadowy tentacles, each a mile long. Hostile energy readings spiking globally, Eva reported, her voice tight and professional, cutting through the chaos. Her training had taken over, turning the apocalypse into a sit-rep. I'm seeing the first wave of incursions. Unidentified biological entities emerging from the fissures in downtown LA. She zoomed in on one of the feeds. A creature that looked like a praying mantis made of chrome and razor blades, the size of a bus, was scything through traffic, its movements a blur of metallic death. People ran, and it cut them down without a sound. Inside the anchor, there was no tremor, no flicker of the lights. The air remained a perfect 72 degrees Fahrenheit, smelling faintly of clean ozone and Luna's verdant jungle. The contrast was so stark it was sickening. Outside, hell was being unleashed. Inside, they were watching it on a high-definition screen with perfect surround sound. A new alert flashed on the main display, highlighted in urgent red. External threat detected. Proximity 2.1 kilometers. Classification Crusher Goliath, level C class. We've got company, Eva announced, grabbing her rifle. It must have been drawn to the reactor's energy signature. No need, Alex said, not even turning his head. He simply keyed a command into his chair's console. Let the house handle it. On an external camera feed, they saw it. A 15-meter-tall brute of muscle and crystalline bone, dragging its massive fists through the desert sand. Its tiny head swiveled, its glowing red eyes fixing on the disguised entrance to the anchor. It let out a roar that was too low for human ears, but powerful enough to make the camera shake violently. It took a lumbering step forward. Whoosh, crack! The sound was instantaneous and brutal. From a hidden turret on the mountainside, a sliver of light shot out, faster than the eye could follow. It wasn't an explosion. It was a deletion. The railgun slug, a tungsten rod the size of a champagne bottle, traveling at Mach 10, struck the Goliath square in the forehead. There was no gore, no spray of blood. The sheer kinetic force and heat vaporized its entire head and torso instantly. The monster's legs stood there for a full second, steaming, before collapsing into a pile of lifeless meat and shattered crystal. Eva lowered her rifle, her jaw tight. Jesus Christ, she muttered. One shot. In all her years with Spetsnaz, she had never seen such clean, efficient, and utterly terrifying power. That thing could have wiped out a tank platoon. The anchor had treated it like a cockroach. That was just a little one, Alex said dismissively. A stray. The real problem is the energy bleed. He pointed to the screen. The purple edges of the fissures were pouring raw, chaotic energy into the atmosphere. In every other loop, shelters like this die a slow death. They weather the first storm, but the constant energy radiation fries their electronics. The atmospheric poison seeps in. The power runs out. They starve in the dark. We're not going to do that. He stood up, his eyes gleaming with a light that was more intense than any fissure. We're not going to hide from the storm. We're going to harness it. Kenji's head snapped towards him. Alex, no. You can't be serious. The quantum reactor is experimental. It's designed to siphon ambient energy from microfissures, not drink directly from the fire hose of a full-scale dimensional rupture. The energy differential is too great. It will overload the core and turn this entire mountain into a black hole.
Your math said it could work,
Alex countered, walking towards the containment chamber's observation window.
My math said there was a 0.03% theoretical possibility if we had a perfect biological dampening field, which was a purely hypothetical construct until Luna showed up yesterday.
Kenji yelled, his voice cracking with a mix of terror and exhilarating scientific curiosity.
This is insane!
Insanity is letting a free all-you-can-eat energy buffet go to waste, Alex shot back. He turned his gaze to Luna.
Can you do it?
Can you keep the core harmonized? Luna nodded, her expression serene despite the planetary-scale horror on the screens. She was already walking towards the massive containment door of the reactor chamber. The machine is hungry. The world is screaming. If I can feed the hunger with the scream, maybe I can quiet them both, just a little. She placed both her palms on the thick alloy door. A deep, vibrant green light flowed from her, sinking into the metal. On Kenji's monitor, a new data stream appeared. A perfect sine wave of biological energy overlaid on the chaotic, jagged spikes of the reactor's baseline readings.
The biorhythmic phase modulator is active,
Kenji whispered in awe.
She is the modulator.
Alex returned to his command chair. He looked at Eva, whose face was a mixture of disbelief and grudging respect. He looked at Kenji, who was now typing furiously, a mad grin spreading across his face. He looked at Luna, a calm goddess holding back the tide of chaos.
Kenji,
Alex commanded, his voice ringing with absolute authority.
Open the floodgates. Divert all external energy collectors to the primary intake. Full harvest mode.
Full harvest mode confirmed, Kenji replied, his fingers flying.
God help us all.
On the screen, a schematic of the anchor showed dozens of external collectors reorienting, focusing on the nearest, angriest-looking spatial tear in the sky. A river of pure, chaotic purple energy was siphoned from the fissure and funneled directly into the quantum reactor. The whole base shuddered once, a deep, resonant groan. The lights flickered. For a terrifying second, the main power gauge on the screen dipped, from 115% down to 80%, then 60%. A red warning light flashed. Core instability detected. Containment field at 90% stress.
It's not working! The influx is too much!
Kenji shouted. But Luna's green aura flared brighter. Through the observation window, they could see the reactor's core, a swirling vortex of purple chaos, suddenly have a web of green energy wrap around it, containing it, soothing it. Then, the magic happened. The power gauge stopped dropping. It held at 55% for 3 long seconds. Then, it began to climb. 60%, 75%, 90%. It blew past the 100% mark without slowing down. 120%, 150%, 200%. The red warning light turned a solid, reassuring green. Core stabilized. Energy intake exceeds consumption by 700%. Charging all reserve batteries. Estimated time to full, 10 minutes. Power overload protocols engaged. Diverting excess energy to force field generators and weapon capacitors. Kenji stared at his screen, his mouth hanging open.
Holy mother of...
It worked. It actually worked. We're not just surviving the apocalypse, we're eating it. A quiet chime echoed in Alex's mind, a sound only he could hear. Major timeline shift detected, successfully harnessed apocalyptic energy on day 0. This action has fundamentally altered the survival paradigm. Reward. The world anchor has absorbed ambient origin energy. Maximum op capacity increased by 500. Current op, 800. New max 1500. A flicker of a genuine smile touched Alex's lips. It wasn't just about the power levels or the system rewards. It was about the look on his comrades' faces, the awe in Kenji's, the stunned silence from Eva, the peaceful resolve on Luna's. He had spent centuries running from the storm, fighting it, dying to it. Today, for the first time, he had turned the storm into his engine. He looked at the chaotic world burning on the screen, then at the steadily climbing power levels of his fortress. "Let them come," Alex said, his voice a low, confident promise. "We'll be ready." 3 days. For 3 days, the anchor had been a monument to absolute power. The energy levels, once a source of constant anxiety, were now a joke. The quantum reactor, fed by the very chaos that was tearing the world apart, kept every system humming at over 200% capacity. The batteries were full. The weapon capacitors were glowing. The air was clean, the food was plentiful, and the silence was perfect. It was a self-contained paradise floating in the middle of hell. And it was driving Eva Rostova crazy. "Turn it off!" she finally snapped, her voice cutting through the low hum of the command center. Kenji Tanaka looked up from a data slate, blinking. "Turn what off?" "The primary air scrubber. The gravitational plating. Be more specific, my dear Captain. My brain is currently juggling 14 different quantum field equations." "The goddamn radio, Kenji!" Eva growled, her knuckles white as she gripped the back of a tactical chair. For the past 72 hours, the long-range comms system had been scanning all frequencies, a constant, horrifying backdrop to their new reality. It wasn't a single voice, but 1,000. A torrent of anguish pouring into their sanctuary. "A-Day, Mayday, this is Sky King 2-1. We are going down. The engines have turned to glass. Oh God, they're made of glass." The transmission ended in a scream and the shriek of tearing metal. "Please, is anyone out there? My little boy. He has a fever. We just need some antibiotics. We're in the pharmacy on Elm Street in Oak Park. Please, he's only 6. A woman's voice, broken by sobs. "They're coming through the walls. They're not solid. Don't shoot. It doesn't work. Don't look at them. Don't look at their—" A man's gurgling cry, then static. It was an endless stream of death and despair. Every call was a fresh stab of guilt. They had the power to help, to intervene, but they were sitting here, safe and sound, just listening. "The data is valuable," Kenji argued, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. He pushed his glasses up his nose. "It allows us to map the spread of different entity types, track safe zones collapsing in real time." "They're not data, Kenji. They're people." Eva slammed her hand on the console. "We have armored vehicles that can withstand a nuke. We have weapons that can erase monsters from existence. We're sitting on a stockpile of medicine that could save a city. And what are we doing? We're listening to them die." Luna, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, flinched. She hadn't said a word, but her face was pale. Her violet eyes clouded with a pain that wasn't her own. Each scream that came through the speakers seemed to resonate within her, a physical blow. She was feeling the death of the world, one soul at a time. Alex, who had been observing the argument from his command chair, finally spoke. His voice was unnaturally calm, devoid of the emotion that was tearing his team apart. "She's right, Kenji. Turn it off." Kenji immediately complied, silencing the 1,000 screaming voices with a single keystroke. The sudden quiet was heavy, thick with unspoken accusations. "So, what's the plan, Alex?" Eva challenged, turning on him. Her icy blue eyes demanded an answer. "We fuel up the Mastodon APC, load it with MREs and medical kits, and we start pulling people out. We can establish a perimeter, bring them back here. We have the space." "No," Alex said simply. The word hung in the air, cold and absolute. "What do you mean, no?" Eva's voice rose, a mix of disbelief and fury. "We can't just sit here." "And what do you propose we do, Captain?" Alex asked, swiveling his chair to face her. His expression was placid, but his eyes held the weight of centuries. "We roll out and save that woman and her sick kid in Oak Park." "Great. On the way, we pick up 10 more survivors. Then 50. We bring them back. They're scared. They're traumatized. Some are grateful. Some are greedy. Someone sneaks into the armory. Someone tries to hoard food. Someone brings a strange, new alien parasite with them that bypasses our quarantine. I've seen it happen. In Loop 114, a group I rescued brought back a fungal spore that turned half the shelter into mindless puppets in 6 hours. In Loop 203, a charismatic survivor I saved staged a coup an hour after I let him in, convinced I was a tyrant hoarding resources. He opened the main gate to liberate the base. A Crusher Goliath walked in and painted the walls with his followers. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. "We are not building a charity, Eva. We are building an ark, and an ark has limited space. It doesn't save everyone. It saves the future." Eva was speechless, her arguments dying in her throat. Kenji stared at Alex, a new understanding dawning on his face. He had always known Alex was prepared, but he was only now beginning to grasp the terrifying depth of experience behind that preparation. Alex turned back to his console. The main screen, once filled with dying news feeds, now showed a strategic map of the continental United States, peppered with thousands of blinking red dots. "I didn't turn off the radio to ignore them," Alex explained, his fingers dancing across a holographic keyboard. "I turned it off to filter out the noise." The map zoomed in on a 50-mile radius around the anchor. The thousands of red dots were instantly parsed by the AI. Many vanished. The remaining dots were now color-coded. "System," Alex commanded. "Filter all transmissions. Flag for individuals with verified high-value skills. Engineering, advanced medicine, agricultural science, military special operations. Cross-reference with location data. Prioritize groups under immediate manageable threat." The map changed again. Now, only a handful of dots remained. One, blinking yellow, was just 20 miles away. Alex tapped it. The main screen split. One side showed a tactical map of a small abandoned strip mall. The other side showed a live video feed patched through a city traffic camera that was still miraculously working. The image was grainy but clear. A desperate-looking family, a man, a woman, and a teenage girl, were backed up against the shattered window of a convenience store. In front of them stood 5 brutish men, armed with pipes and machetes. The leader, a wiry man with a crazed look in his eyes, was holding a large red jerry can of water aloft like a trophy. "Please," the father begged. "Just leave us a little. Our daughter—" The leader laughed, a nasty, grating sound. "The world's over, old man. The strong take, the weak die. That's the new law." He spat on the ground. "And you look pretty damn weak to me." "Fucking vultures," Eva spat, her hand instinctively going to the pistol on her hip. "Okay, I get it. This is a high-value target? One of them a secret rocket scientist?
No,
Alex said calmly. They're just people. And those are just raiders. A common story, repeating itself 10,000 times over right now, but this one is happening in our backyard. It's a perfect teaching opportunity. He keyed in another command. Deploy Spectre 1. In a silo hidden deep within the mountain, a launch tube hissed open. A sleek, matte black drone, shaped like a flattened arrowhead with no visible rotors, rose silently into the blood-red sky. It shot forward, leaving no heat trail, making no sound. In the command center, they watched the drone's high-definition camera feed come online. It approached the strip mall at treetop level, completely undetected. "Take them out!" Eva ordered, her eyes fixed on the raider leader. "A single micro-missile. Clean and quick." "We're not a rescue service," Alex stated, his eyes unblinking. The Spectre drone descended, hovering 20 feet above the pavement between the two groups. Everyone froze, staring up at the impossible, silent machine. The raider leader took an involuntary step back. A speaker on the drone crackled to life. A synthesized, perfectly neutral voice echoed in the ruined parking lot. "The weak have no right to possess resources." The family stared in horror. The raiders looked at each other in confusion. The father's face crumpled in despair. He thought it was a message for him. Then, the drone acted. A tiny turret beneath its chassis swiveled. It wasn't aimed at the raiders. It was aimed at the red jerry can. St! Crack! A pinpoint of blue light, a miniature railgun slug, crossed the 20 feet of air in an instant. It struck the plastic can. The kinetic energy didn't just puncture it, it flash vaporized the water inside. The can exploded in a cloud of steam and shredded plastic. The precious, life-giving water vanished into the dry desert air. Silence. The raiders stared at the spot where the water had been, their mouths open. The family stared at the drone, their minds unable to process what had just happened. This machine hadn't saved them. It hadn't punished their attackers. It had simply enforced a terrible new rule. Then, as silently as it arrived, the Spectre drone ascended and vanished back into the sky. It left behind two groups of people on the edge of survival, now without the very thing they were fighting over. It left them with a lesson written in steam and shock. Back in the command center, Eva sank into a chair, her face pale. "What the hell was that, Alex? You condemned them all."
"No,"
Kenji said softly, his eyes wide with a kind of terrible awe.
"He didn't. He gave the family a chance. The raiders are no longer interested in them. The resource is gone. They'll move on. The family is weak, yes, but now they're no longer a target. They have a chance to get away and get stronger. Alex didn't choose a side. He reset the board."
Alex recalled the drone, his face unreadable. He had established his first principle in this new world, not with a speech, but with a single, brutal, and flawlessly executed action. He would not be a hero. He would be a force of nature, as cold and calculating as the apocalypse itself. He looked over at Luna. He expected to see condemnation or fear, or at least sadness. Instead, he saw a profound and unsettling understanding in her galaxy-filled eyes. She wasn't looking at him with pity, but with a shared burden. Her empathy was so powerful, she could feel not just the family's terror or the raiders' greed, but the crushing weight of the 314 failed timelines that rested on Alex's shoulders. She understood, in a way the others couldn't, why he had to be this way. Without a word, she stood up and walked out of the command center, heading towards the hydroponics bay. A few minutes later, a subtle change occurred in the air. A faint, almost imperceptible scent, like night-blooming jasmine and cool mint, wafted through the ventilation system. It wasn't a drug, it was something more fundamental. Eva felt the burning rage in her chest cool to a hard, focused resolve. Kenji's mind, buzzing with a dozen frantic anxieties, suddenly became crystal clear. The lingering horror from the radio calls faded, replaced by a sharp, functional clarity. Kenji looked at his bioscanner.
Amazing.
Luna. She's coaxed a hybrid orchid into releasing a specialized pollen into the air filtration system. It nullifies the production of cortisol and adrenaline caused by extreme stress, while slightly boosting prefrontal cortex activity. He looked up at Alex, astounded.
It's a natural combat drug that doesn't get you high. It just makes you better, more focused.
Alex allowed himself the faintest hint of a smile. This was it. This was the synergy he had been trying to build for centuries. A warrior forced to see beyond black and white. A scientist forced to embrace the impossible. An empath who understood the necessity of cruelty. He brought the strategic map back up on the main screen. The blinking yellow dots no longer looked like pleas for help. They looked like opportunities.
Now,
Alex said, his voice ringing with a new, chilling purpose.
Let's go shopping for survivors.
The main gate of the anchor was a 10-meter-thick slab of custom alloy that slid sideways into the granite mountain with a low, bone-deep hum. For Kenji, it was the sound of a tomb opening. For Eva, it was the sound of a cage unlocking. For Alex, it was just another Tuesday. The vehicle they were in was called the Behemoth. It was less an APC and more a mobile fortress. Built on the chassis of a mining haul truck, its 12-foot-high tires made it tower over any conventional military vehicle. Its armor wasn't just inches of steel. It was a layered composite of titanium, ceramics, and a thin, non-reactive variant of the same alloy lining the main bunker. It could take a direct hit from a tank and the crew would barely feel a jolt. Its main armament was a roof-mounted triple-barreled plasma repeater with smaller AI-controlled railgun turrets covering every blind spot. It was overkill on an astronomical scale. It was Alex's idea of a scout vehicle.
Target locked,
Kenji announced from the tech station, his fingers a blur across a holographic interface. Dr. Eris Thorne, age 48, pre-event chief of trauma surgery at Las Vegas University Medical Center. In Loop 47, he single-handedly developed a synthetic blood substitute that was compatible with 99% of awakened humans. In Loop 112, he pioneered nerve regeneration surgery using refined monster bioelectricity. So he's a big deal, Eva grunted, her hands confidently gripping the controls for the plasma cannon. Her eyes scanned the desolate landscape unfolding before them through the armored viewport.
Worthy of our first trip to the grocery store.
The world outside the anchor's perfect, recycled air was a nightmare painted in shades of rust and blood. The sky was a permanent sickly crimson, choked with a fine glittering dust that was probably pulverized reality. The desert floor was littered with strange, obsidian-like rock formations that hadn't been there a week ago, and the occasional half-fossilized corpse of some ungodly creature. The silence was the worst part, an absolute, profound lack of life, broken only by the crunch of the behemoth's tires on shattered asphalt. "He is not a big deal, Captain," Alex corrected her from the command chair. His voice was steady, filtered through the comms.
"He is a cornerstone. We are not rescuing a man. We are acquiring a medical division.
It took them 40 minutes to reach the outskirts of Oasis Springs, a once quaint stopover town that was now a monument to desperation. Buildings were scorched husks. Cars were overturned and stripped for parts. Bodies, both human and monstrous, lay where they had fallen, being slowly consumed by the strange, metallic-looking weeds that grew through cracks in the pavement. Kenji's sensors painted a picture on the main holoscreen.
I've got him. A small private clinic on the main street. Life signs are weak but stable. 5 individuals inside. But... oh shit.
What is it, Kenji? Eva's voice sharpened.
Hostiles? A dozen of them. They're trying to break down the rear entrance. Their biosignatures are... erratic. Malnourished, but running high on adrenaline and... something else. Something unclean. Alex zoomed the external camera in. The men outside were a caricature of post-apocalyptic thugs. They were thin, grimy, with feral, hollow eyes. They wielded lead pipes and sharpened rebar. Their leader, a big man with a greasy beard and a shotgun held with unearned confidence, was shouting at the reinforced door. "Come on out, Doc! We know you're in there with them fresh ones. Don't make us burn you out. We're hungry."
Eva's knuckles turned white.
Cannibals. Fucking cannibals. A predictable, if disgusting, outcome of societal collapse,
Alex stated flatly. He steered the behemoth around the block, its massive engine making surprisingly little noise thanks to the experimental electric drive. He pulled it right into the middle of the main street, 100 feet from the clinic, and killed the engine. The sudden appearance of the colossal matte black machine had an immediate effect. The cannibals stopped their assault, their jaws dropping. The bearded leader, Jed, stared at the vehicle as if he was looking at a UFO that had just landed. This was a problem he had no frame of reference for. He saw a machine, which meant resources. He saw its size, which meant power. In his simple, brutal world, that meant it was something to be taken. He swaggered forward, shotgun held loosely in one hand, trying to project an authority he didn't feel.
"Hey! In the truck! This is our town! Whatever you got in there, you share it with us! For the greater good!"
Inside the cockpit, Eva let out a short, sharp laugh of disbelief.
"Is this guy for real?" "The arrogance of the ignorant is a universal constant," Alex murmured. He hit the switch to unseal the main hatch. "Eva, your show." "With pleasure." The side ramp lowered with a hydraulic hiss. Eva strode out into the crimson daylight. She wore a simple black tactical uniform, no body armor. Her platinum blonde hair and cold blue eyes seemed to absorb the wasteland's bleak light. The cannibals immediately started catcalling. "Well, look what we have here. They sent out a little lady to negotiate." "Hey, sweet cheeks, you getting lonely in that big truck?"
Jed grinned, showing a row of yellow teeth.
"Listen here, little girl. Go back inside and tell your man to start unloading the goods, and maybe we'll let you watch when we carve up the dock."
He raised his shotgun, pointing it at her chest to emphasize his point. Eva didn't even flinch. She just walked towards him, her steps even and unhurried. The 20 feet between them vanished in seconds.
"Last chance, bitch,"
Jed growled, his finger tightening on the trigger. Eva stopped right in front of him. In a single fluid motion, she reached out and grabbed the double barrel of his shotgun. Jed's grin faltered.
"What the hell do you think you're—" Screech! Crump!
The sound was sickening. The sound of thick steel giving way like clay. With a single twist of her wrist, Eva's adamantium body Dinong flared to life. The tough steel of the shotgun barrels bent into a perfect, useless U shape. The wooden stock splintered from the force. Silence. The catcalls died in their throats. The cannibals' brains simply could not process what they had just seen. A woman had just bent a shotgun in half with her bare hands. Jed stared at the ruined weapon, then at Eva's impassive face, his own turning a pasty white. The predator had just realized he was staring at a god. From the ramp of the behemoth, Alex stepped out. He looked almost bored, his hands resting in his pockets. He wore no armor, just a dark jacket and combat pants. The Chaos Controller gauntlet on his right hand looked like a simple, sleek black glove. Jed, his bravado shattered and replaced by pure animal terror, dropped the mangled gun and started to back away.
What are you? Who are you people?
Alex didn't answer. He simply raised his right hand. A small, marble-sized sphere of crackling black and purple energy materialized in his palm, humming with contained power. It wasn't loud. It wasn't flashy. It was just there. A tiny piece of absolute destruction.
This is a shakedown, right?
Alex asked, his voice calm, conversational.
The strong take from the weak. That's the law.
He flicked his wrist. The tiny sphere of energy shot forward. It wasn't a bullet. It didn't have a travel time. One moment it was in his hand. The next, it was on Jed's forehead. There was no sound. No explosion. Just a wet pop. Jed's head vanished. From the neck up, he was simply gone. The body stood there for a full second, a fountain of red spraying into the dusty air, before it crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The remaining 11 cannibals stared, their minds completely broken. One of them screamed, a high, thin wail of pure terror. That broke the spell. They turned and ran. They tripped over each other, scrambled over wreckage, and fled into the ruined, buildings like cockroaches exposed to the light, their pathetic weapons forgotten on the ground. They didn't just run. They ran as if the devil himself was at their heels. Alex lowered his hand, the gauntlet dematerializing. The law has been upheld. Eva kicked Jed's headless corpse aside. Show off, she muttered, but there was a gleam of savage satisfaction in her eyes. A moment later, the clinic's reinforced door creaked open. A man with graying hair, a haggard face, and intelligent, cautious eyes peered out. He held a small scalpel like a dagger. This was Dr. Eris Thorne.
They're gone?
He asked, his voice raspy.
They won't be coming back,
Alex said, walking towards him.
Dr. Thorne, my name is Alex. We have a proposition for you.
He held up a datapad. On its screen was a live video feed from inside the Anchor's medical bay. It showed pristine white walls, fully stocked medicine cabinets, a gleaming MRI machine, and rows of empty, sterile beds. Dr. Thorne's eyes widened. He stared at the scalpel in his own hand, then back at the impossible image on the screen. It was like a dying man in the desert being shown an oasis. His shoulders, which had been tense with years of unending stress, finally slumped. The hope he thought had died long ago flared back to life with the intensity of a supernova.
What do you want from me?
He whispered, his voice trembling.
Everything,
Alex said simply.
Your knowledge,
your skill, your future.
In return, we give you the tools to save lives on a scale you can no longer imagine. You will never have to worry about a lack of bandages or clean water again. You will work for me, and you will make miracles."
Eris Thorne looked at the handful of wounded, terrified people huddled behind him in the dark, filthy clinic. He looked at the headless body of the cannibal leader bleeding out in the street. Then he looked back at the datapad, at the promise of a future. He dropped the scalpel. It clattered on the pavement.
"I'm yours,"
he said, his voice thick with emotion.
"Tell me what to do."
The trip back was quiet. The behemoth's auto turrets vaporized a few scuttling dog-sized insectoid creatures that got too close. Their quantum cores automatically harvested by micro-drones and deposited into a collection unit. Thorne and his 2 surviving nurses sat in the troop bay, their faces pressed against the viewports, watching the hellscape fly by from the safety of a god machine. They were like people from a lost tribe who had just been picked up by a starship. When the massive gate of the anchor sealed behind them, shutting out the red sky and the horrors of the world, Dr. Thorne let out a sob of pure, unadulterated relief. Later, after the new arrivals had been cleared through quarantine and shown to their temporary quarters, Kenji gave Thorne a full tour of the medical wing. The man walked through the facility like a pilgrim, entering a holy land, touching the diagnostic machines, and running his hands over the fully stocked shelves of antibiotics with a reverence that bordered on worship.
"I can save thousands of people with this,"
he murmured to Alex, his eyes shining.
"Tens of thousands. My God, you haven't just built a bunker. You've preserved civilization."
"We're just getting started," Alex replied. He left the new energized medical team to their work and headed to the energy core. The system had notified him that the quantum cores harvested by the behemoth were ready for absorption. Standing before a humming containment field, he held out his hand. The small glowing crystals floated out and dissolved into his palm, a stream of pure raw energy flowing into him. A translucent blue screen popped up in his vision, visible only to him. Quantum cores absorbed, 12 rank F, 2 rank E. Energy reserves consolidated and refined. Rank D low, rank admid. Minor increase in energy output and physical resilience detected. It was a small step, almost insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But it was progress, tangible, measurable progress. He looked through the reinforced observation window of the command center, down at the medical bay where Dr. Thorne was already enthusiastically directing his nurses, organizing the supplies with a fire in his eyes that hadn't been there hours before. The first cornerstone was in place. The Ark was no longer just a vessel for his companions. It now had a crew, a future. He felt a presence beside him. It was Luna. She didn't speak, just stood there, her strange violet eyes reflecting the humming lights of the base. She placed a cool hand on his arm, a simple, comforting gesture. He didn't pull away. For the first time in what felt like 100 years, Alex allowed himself to feel a flicker of something other than the crushing weight of his mission. It was a dangerous feeling, but a necessary one. It was hope. The low, rhythmic hum of the anchor was the only sound in the command center. It was a sound of absolute stability, of power held in perfect check. On the main holographic screen, Alex watched status reports scroll by in crisp, glowing text. Medical wing, nominal. Life support, optimal. Ammunition synthesis, active. Dr. Eris Thorne had integrated into the facility with the zeal of a rescued prophet, already outlining surgical procedures and research projects that would have been impossible even before the world ended. The first piece was on the board, and it was a good one.
Alex, we might have a problem.
Kenji Tanaka's voice, tight with anxiety, crackled over the internal comms from the engineering bay, 4 levels below. Immediately, the steady, comforting hum of the fortress was punctuated by a discordant thrum, and the lights in the command center flickered for a fraction of a second. An alert icon, a flashing yellow triangle, appeared on Alex's personal heads-up display. Warning: Q reactor output fluctuating. Energy grid unstable. Alex was already moving, his long strides eating up the distance to the central elevator.
Talk to me, Kenji. What's the situation? It's the damned quantum reactor!
Kenji's voice was strained, a mix of scientific fascination and sheer panic.
It's too powerful. It's supposed to draw ambient energy from the local space-time fractures, right? Well, it's working. Too damn well. It's like trying to drink from a fire hose that's shooting shattered glass. The energy is raw, chaotic. Our converters can barely keep up. We're getting power spikes that could fry every system in this place if the primary capacitors fail.
As the elevator descended, Alex felt another shudder run through the deck plates. The lights flickered again, longer this time. This was bad. In his past loops, he'd always relied on the cold fusion reactor, keeping the experimental quantum reactor as a last resort. He'd never activated it this early, never pushed it this hard. He'd gambled on a faster power-up and was now facing the consequences. He strode into the engineering bay. The air was thick with the scent of ozone. Kenji was darting between consoles, his hair an even bigger mess than usual, his face pale under the harsh emergency lighting. In the center of the room, behind a thick wall of transparent adamantium alloy, the quantum reactor pulsed. It was a sphere of swirling, captive nebulae, beautiful and terrifying. Instead of its usual steady glow, it was now spitting miniature lightning storms of violet energy against the inside of its containment field.
"What's the solution?"
Alex asked, his voice cutting through Kenji's panicked muttering. Kenji stopped, pushing his glasses up his nose with a trembling hand. He pointed a shaky finger at a diagnostic screen filled with incomprehensible equations and a single clear image. It was a pre-event satellite photo of Lincoln Park in Chicago. A specific section, the Botanical Gardens, was circled in red.
"A biological stabilizer,"
Kenji said, finally finding his focus.
"The energy is chaotic because it's inorganic. It needs a tempering influence, a living, complex system to act as a
natural regulator, a biological capacitor. My simulations, based on data from a dream I had, which I now know was a memory from another loop, thanks to you, point to this. It was called the Heart of the Forest, a massive C-class plant-based quantum bionode that grew in the ruins of the Lincoln Park Conservatory after the event. Its bioenergy signature is a perfect harmonic counterpart to the reactor's output. Eva, having heard the commotion over the comms, arrived at that moment, clad in her black tactical gear. She glanced at the sputtering reactor, then at the image on the screen.
"Chicago?
That shithole is halfway across the country, and the whole area is a razor vine."
"Jungle."
According to the Loop 64 threat analysis, everything that grows there tries to kill you. So what's the plan? We go in with the behemoth, blast a path with plasma, and rip this glowy plant thing out of the ground? That won't work, Alex stated simply. Eva raised an eyebrow. And why not? There's nothing that can stand up to a full barrage from the behemoth. I tried that in Loop 64, Alex said, his eyes distant for a moment as he recalled the memory. The jungle's hive mind registered the vehicle as a massive threat. It didn't fight us. It swallowed us. The ground opened up. The vines were like steel cables. They tore the armor plating off the behemoth like it was wet cardboard. We never even got within 5 miles of the conservatory. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the angry buzzing of the reactor. The memory of failure, even a failure from a different timeline, was a sobering thing. "Then what do we do?" Kenji asked, his voice barely a whisper. "We can't shut the reactor down. It's already too integrated into the grid, and we can't let it run like this. It's a time bomb." Alex's gaze shifted. Standing quietly by the doorway, having followed Eva, was Luna. She looked at the raging energy core not with fear, but with a strange, sad sort of empathy, as if it were a wounded animal. An idea, a new variable he hadn't possessed in Loop 64, clicked into place. "We won't be using overwhelming force," Alex announced, turning to the others. "We're going to ask for it politely." He looked directly at Luna. "Get ready. We're going to Chicago." The 80-hour journey in the behemoth was a testament to the world's decay. They crossed shattered highways, ghost towns picked clean by scavengers, and plains where the very ground was twisted into unnatural shapes. The further east they drove, the more aggressive the landscape became. The rust-colored desert of Nevada gave way to plains of gray, sickly-looking grass and forests of petrified, leafless trees that clawed at the crimson sky. By the time they reached the outskirts of the former Chicago metropolitan area, the change was absolute. There was no more dead ground. Everything was alive, and everything was hostile. Thick, thorny vines, some as thick as a man's arm, covered every building and choked the roads. Strange, vibrant-colored fungi pulsed with a faint, predatory light. The air itself felt thick, heavy with pollen that made Kenji's sensors scream with biohazard warnings. Alex parked the behemoth a mile from Lincoln Park. The way forward was completely impassable for a vehicle of its size. Before them was a solid wall of green, a writhing, moving barrier of vegetation. Razor-sharp leaves on whip-like tendrils sliced through the air, leaving visible distortions. Giant, bell-shaped flowers, easily 10 feet tall, snapped their petal jaws shut on birds that strayed too close, swallowing them, whole. The sound was a constant, unnerving chorus of slithering, cutting, and snapping. It was a meat grinder made of plants. "Holy Mother of God," Kenji breathed, staring at the sight on the main view screen. "The energy readings are off the charts. It's not a collection of individual plants anymore. It's a single, superorganism. A green ocean of death." Eva cracked her knuckles, her jaw set. "All right. Standard formation. I'll take point. Full adamantium coverage. You two stay behind me. We move slow and burn everything that moves." "Stand down, Captain," Alex commanded. He opened the side ramp. The thick, pollen-choked air washed in. He walked down the ramp and stood before the living wall of thorns and teeth. Eva and Kenji followed, taking up defensive positions, weapons raised. But Luna simply walked past all of them. She was barefoot, as always, her silver hair a stark contrast to the violent green of the jungle. She took a position just in front of Alex, facing the writhing chaos. She closed her violet eyes and took a deep, slow breath. "What is she doing?" Eva hissed, her railgun rifle aimed at a particularly large flower that seemed to be watching them. Alex didn't answer. He just watched Luna. A soft, emerald-green light began to glow from Luna's chest. It wasn't the destructive, chaotic energy of the reactor, nor the cold, lethal power of Alex's gauntlet. It was warm, It was gentle. It was life. The light expanded outwards from her in a silent, pulsing wave. It washed over the first line of the razor vine jungle. And the impossible happened. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The frenzied, whip-like vines suddenly went still. The razor-sharp leaves drooped, their metallic edges no longer glinting with menace. The giant carnivorous flowers slowly, peacefully closed their maws. The constant aggressive rustling ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. Eva's jaw literally dropped. What the hell? Then, the second miracle occurred. The wall of vines began to move. Not to attack, but to retreat. The thick, thorny creepers pulled back, untangling themselves. The massive flowers bent their stalks to the side. With a sound like a great collective sigh, the jungle parted before them, creating a clear, open path leading directly into the heart of the park. The path was carpeted with soft, glowing moss, and the air within it was suddenly clean and sweet. Luna opened her eyes. They seemed to shimmer with a deeper light. "It was scared," she said, her voice soft but clear. "It felt the machines, the weapons. It felt the pain from the last time you came here. It thought we came to burn it again." She turned to Alex, a small, knowing smile on her face. "I told it we were here to help." She started walking down the newly formed path. Alex nodded to the stunned Eva and Kenji, who slowly lowered their weapons, their faces a mask of disbelief. They followed Luna into the now pacified jungle. It was like walking through the nave of a great green cathedral. Plants that would have torn them to shreds moments ago now bent away from them respectfully. Strange, beautiful fruits hung from branches, glowing with soft internal light. They reached the ruins of the conservatory in minutes. The glass dome had long since shattered, and in its center was the prize. The heart of the forest was a breathtaking sight. It was a crystalline sphere, at least 6 feet in diameter, glowing with a soft, pulsating light of green and gold. It was suspended in a cradle of thick, ancient-looking roots, and the air around it hummed with palpable life energy. While Kenji ran scans, his initial shock replaced by feverish scientific excitement, Luna moved through the conservatory. She gently plucked glowing mushrooms from the walls, harvested iridescent leaves from a fern, and collected luminous nectar from a flower that bloomed only for her. Each item was a priceless biological treasure, a potent ingredient for medicines and enhancers that Eris Thorn could only dream of. With careful coordination, using a portable anti-grav lifter, they detached the heart from its root cradle. The moment it was free, the entire jungle seemed to let out another soft sigh, but it remained peaceful. Luna placed a hand on the spot where the heart had been. A new, smaller crystal, no bigger than a fist, began to grow in its place. A seed for the future. The return trip to the anchor was filled with a new kind of awe. They had faced one of the deadliest environments on the continent and conquered it without firing a single shot. They hadn't won through destruction, but through understanding. Back in the engineering bay, the real work began. Kenji, with the enthusiasm of a master chef getting a new, perfect ingredient, supervised the installation. The giant crystal was lowered into a specially prepared cradle next to the quantum reactor. Massive energy conduits were connected to it.
"Okay. Bringing the biostabilizer online. Now!"
Kenji yelled, slamming a holographic button. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a deep, resonant hum, like a monk's chant, filled the room. The heart of the forest began to glow brightly. its green-gold light pulsing in perfect time with the violet chaos of the reactor. The angry, spitting lightning inside the reactor calmed. The violent swirls of energy smoothed out into a steady, powerful vortex. The discordant thrumming ceased, replaced by a single, harmonious, and incredibly powerful hum. The lights in the anchor didn't just stabilize. They brightened to a clean, brilliant white, twice as intense as before. Q reactor stable. Energy output increased by 300%. Efficiency at 99.8%. Biological harmonization complete. It worked! Oh my God, it actually worked! Kenji cheered, pulling at his hair in delight. But that wasn't all. A new alert appeared on the main screen. Unexpected symbiotic. Fusion detected. On the base schematics, a new network appeared. From the heart of the forest, fine, thread-like tendrils of golden light began to spread. They didn't follow conduits. They phased directly through the rock and metal of the fortress's foundations. They spread throughout the anchor, weaving a web of living energy. The threads connected to the hydroponics bays, to the water recycling system, to the very walls of the structure. Kenji's eyes went wide.
What is this?
He tapped furiously at his console.
It's a mycelium network. An energy-based mycelium network. The heart has fused with the entire facility's life support systems. It's alive.
Alex brought up the status of the hydroponics labs. The data was insane. Growth rates for all crops had increased tenfold. The system was now producing not just food, but complex organic compounds that could be used for advanced medical synthesis. Furthermore, the network was initiating micro-repairs, reinforcing the fortress's structure on a molecular level with organic polymers. The anchor was no longer just a machine. It had become a living, breathing, growing fortress, an ark with a heartbeat. Later, Alex stood in the command center, observing the new integrated systems. He looked at the viewport overlooking the newly enhanced hydroponics bay. Luna was there, walking among the rows of thriving plants. She seemed to glow with the same quiet, powerful energy that now pulsed through the very foundations of their home. She had brought not just a solution, but a transformation. He had acquired a cornerstone of healing with Dr. Thorne. Now, with Luna, he had acquired a cornerstone of life itself. His power was to destroy and control reality. Hers was to nurture and harmonize with it. They were two opposite, yet perfectly complementary forces. The path forward was still long and filled with horrors. Subject Zero was still out there. The world was still broken. But for the first time across countless loops, Alex felt that he wasn't just building a bunker to weather the storm. He was growing a new world. The behemoth moved like a ghost through the corpse of America. Inside, the atmosphere was a strange mix of relief and intense focus. The violent, chaotic hum of the quantum reactor had been replaced by a new, deeper resonance. A steady, powerful thrum that felt less like a machine and more like a giant, sleeping heart. It was the fusion of technology and life, a harmony that now beat through the foundations of the anchor hundreds of miles away and even echoed faintly through the very frame of the vehicle they rode in. Kenji was practically vibrating in his seat, his eyes glued to a tablet displaying a live feed of the anchor's new bio-integrated status.
Incredible! Just incredible!
The growth rate in Hydroponics Bay 3 has stabilized at 200% of baseline. We're not just growing food anymore, Alex. The heart is instructing the plants to produce complex alkaloids we've never even seen before. Eris is going to lose his mind. This is the greatest biological discovery in human history. Eva, sitting across the main cabin, was meticulously disassembling and cleaning her massive railgun rifle, the Widowmaker. She worked with a practiced, economical grace, but her movements were slightly less sharp than usual. She kept glancing towards Luna, who was sitting quietly in a corner, tending to a small glowing sprig she had taken from the pacified jungle. Eva couldn't reconcile the image of this quiet girl with the raw, world-altering power she had witnessed, taming the razorvine jungle without firing a shot. It broke every rule of survival Eva had ever lived by. The world was supposed to be about bigger guns and harder armor. Luna had just proven that idea spectacularly wrong. She just asked it to move, Eva muttered to herself, shaking her head as she reseated a power cell. Fucking unbelievable. Alex watched them all from the command chair, a small, genuine smile on his face. This was new. This team dynamic, this hope, was something he had never managed to build in any of the previous loops. The pieces were not just on the board, they were working together in ways he hadn't anticipated. The fusion of Kenji's logic, Eva's strength, Luna's empathy, and his own overarching knowledge was creating something far more powerful than the sum of its parts. They were crossing the vast, dead plains of what was once Nebraska. The highway was a fractured ribbon of gray concrete, flanked by fields of petrified, dust-colored corn stalks that rattled like skeletons in the wind. It was a desolate, empty stretch of hell. Or it was supposed to be. The sharp yet insistent cry of the proximity alarm shattered the calm. On the main holographic display, a dozen contacts appeared, positioned directly in their path 2 miles ahead. They weren't scattered. They were organized. Hostiles? Eva was on her feet in an instant, her rifle reassembled and in her hands so fast it was a blur. I don't think so, Alex said, zooming the forward camera. The image sharpened, resolving into a terrifyingly professional sight. The highway was blocked, not with scavenged cars and debris, but with laser-cut, interlocking mobile barricades of black alloy. Behind them were 4 massive, 8-wheeled armored personnel carriers, painted matte black with a single, elegant silver E on their hulls. Dozens of soldiers in matching black combat armor and full-face helmets stood in perfect formation, their advanced-looking pulse rifles all aimed directly down the road. They moved with a chilling synchronization, a single, multi-limbed organism of war. Shit, Kenji breathed, his face paling. Elysium. That's Marcus Thorne's private army. The threat analysis from Loop 81 said they were untouchable. Their tactical coordination is perfect. Pums. Request flashed on the screen. Alex accepted it. A man's face, sharp-featured and smug under a command helmet, appeared on the hologram. A silver eagle insignia on his collar marked him as a commander. This is Commander Valerius of the Elysium Enclave, the man said, his voice dripping with condescension. He didn't even bother with a greeting. You are piloting a heavily modified M1 Abrams chassis, designated the Behemoth. You are returning from the Chicago Dead Zone. Our sensors indicate you have a C-class bioenergetic artifact in your cargo hold. On behalf of Marcus Thorne and for the security of Elysium, you will power down your vehicle and hand over the artifact. We require it. Eva let out a low growl. He requires it? I require his teeth for a new necklace. Alex, give the word. I can punch a hole through their lead vehicle before they can even flinch. Don't, Kenji warned, pointing at his console.
Their energy signatures, they're all linked. It's like they're one person. It's that mind network ability of Thorn's. If you shoot one, they all react instantly. There's no element of surprise. Commander Valerius's smirk widened, as if he could hear their conversation. Your soldier is restless. I would advise her to calm down. Resistance would be unwise. You are outmatched and outmaneuvered. Surrender the artifact, and we may let you pass. Alex leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. He looked at the screen, at the arrogant commander, at the perfectly arrayed soldiers. He remembered Loop 81. He had tried to blast through this same kind of blockade. The behemoth had been disabled in 17 seconds flat by a perfectly coordinated volley of EMP charges and anti-tank missiles that hit every weak point simultaneously. He remembered Loop 95, where he tried to bargain, and they had stripped him of all his gear. But this was Loop 127, and he wasn't just a survivor anymore. He was the world anchor. He ignored Commander Valerius completely. The man's face on the screen twitched with annoyance at the silent dismissal. Alex's gaze instead settled on the small, high-definition camera mounted on Valerius's helmet, the one feeding a live signal back to Elysium's command center hundreds of miles away. Kenji, open a direct wideband audio channel. No encryption. Alex ordered, his voice calm and clear. Valerius scoffed. Are you trying to broadcast your surrender? A wise choice. Alex paid him no mind. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto the camera lens. He spoke, not to the pawn on the highway, but to the king on the throne. Marcus Thorn, my name is Alex. I know you're watching through this man's eyes right now, so listen carefully. On the screen, Valerius's face went from smug to confused, then to angry. What is this nonsense? Address me, you arrogant bastard! Alex continued as if the commander didn't exist. Your man is about to make a catastrophic error in judgment, Marcus. The C-class bionode you want, this heart of the forest, is a biological stabilizer. It's already harmonically linked to my facility's specific quantum reactor. To you, it's nothing more than a pretty glowing rock. It's useless. But I have a counteroffer. A trade. The air in the behemoth's cabin grew thick with tension. Eva and Kenji stared, utterly captivated. I'm offering you something you actually need. Alex's voice was a blade. I will give you the precise geological coordinates for 3 untapped, high-yield rare earth metal deposits. Scandium, yttrium, neodymium. All within 200 miles of your precious city. Enough to keep your advanced tech running for the next 50 years. He paused, letting the weight of the offer sink into the silent network that connected every Elysium soldier. And that's not all, Alex added, delivering the final blow. As a sign of goodwill, I'll throw in the complete unredacted schematics for a 3rd-generation cold fusion reactor, stable, self-sustaining, with an energy output 10 times greater than whatever you're using now. A power source that will make Elysium a true superpower. Alex leaned back. All I ask in return is safe passage through your territory now and in the future, and to open a formal channel for trade between my fortress and your city. Your choice, Marcus. A useless rock or the future of your civilization. Silence. Absolute, profound silence. On the screen, Commander Valerius's mouth was hanging open. His face had gone from red-hot anger to chalky white. He looked like a man who had just seen his god get slapped. And then, the miracle happened. It was even more unsettling than Luna's display.
Across the highway, dozens of soldiers who had been aiming their weapons with lethal intent lowered them, not one by one, not in a ragged wave. They moved as one. In a single, perfectly synchronized motion, every rifle was lowered to a resting position. The oppressive, targeting energy that had saturated the air vanished in an instant. The barricade began to retract, its sections sliding apart with smooth, quiet efficiency, clearing a path down the middle of the highway. Valerius stood frozen for a second longer before a voice, a different voice, older, calmer, and laced with an electric current of pure shock, spoke directly through the behemoth speakers. It wasn't coming from Valerius's comms anymore. It was a direct link.
"You have my full and undivided attention, Alex,"
the voice of Marcus Thorne said. It was smooth as polished steel, but Alex could hear the tectonic shift in his thinking.
"Your terms are intriguing.
Send a data packet with the coordinates for one of the deposits as proof. Encrypt it. The key will be the name of the lead scientist on your original quantum physics project, the one they said died in the initial accident." It was a test. A way to see if Alex's knowledge was real. Alex smiled.
"The key is Subject 0. Sending the packet now."
He gestured to Kenji, who with trembling fingers typed a few commands. A small, secure data burst shot across the distance. A few seconds later, Thorne's voice returned. It had lost its professional cool. It was now filled with raw, undisguised astonishment.
"The data is confirmed. How in the hell could you possibly know that name?"
Alex chuckled. "That, Marcus, is a conversation for another time. Do we have a deal?"
"Yes,"
Thorne said instantly.
"We have a deal. Your passage is guaranteed. Valerius."
The change in tone was stark, Thorne's voice becoming ice-cold and dismissive.
"Escort our guests through the sector personally, and do not speak to them unless spoken to. Is that clear?"
On the screen, Valerius flinched as if he'd been physically struck.
"Yes, sir. Crystal clear, sir."
He turned off his external camera, but not before the entire crew of the behemoth saw the look of utter humiliation on his face. As the behemoth rumbled forward, driving through the path cleared by the humbled Elysium forces, the atmosphere inside was explosive.
"Holy shit!"
Kenji yelled, throwing his hands in the air. "I can't believe that just happened! You just stared down the most powerful warlord in the Midwest and made him back off. You played him like a goddamn fiddle!" Eva was staring at Alex, her blue eyes wide with a new kind of respect. It wasn't just for his fighting ability anymore. This was something else. This was power on a different level. "Damn, Alex," she said, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across her face. "You didn't just win. You took his power, his whole all-knowing network, and you made it your bitch. You used it against him." Alex simply watched the Elysium soldiers standing at attention as they passed, their faceless helmets seeming to track him with a mixture of fear and awe. His system interface was glowing in the corner of his vision. Major timeline deviation achieved. Enemy faction converted to neutral potential ally. A significant threat has been neutralized through non-violent strategic means. Reward: 5,000 origin points. 5,000 points. It was a massive windfall, more than he'd ever gotten from a single encounter that didn't involve killing a demigod-level entity. The system was rewarding him for being smart, not just strong. He had spent over 100 loops fighting the world. Now, for the first time, he was learning how to bargain with it. He wasn't just hoarding resources in a hole in the ground anymore. He was forging alliances, building connections, and laying the foundations of a network that would stretch across the continent. He hadn't just secured safe passage. He had just opened the door to a new era for the Anchor, one built on information, the ultimate currency in a world where everything else had been destroyed. The road ahead was still dark, but now a few more lights had just been switched on. The triumphant energy from the encounter with Elysium slowly evaporated as the behemoth pushed deeper into the skeletal ruins of Illinois. The open, dead plains gave way to the choked arteries of suburbia, and finally to the looming, jagged teeth of downtown Chicago. Alex brought the massive vehicle to a halt in the shadow of what was once a multi-story parking garage, its concrete floors pancaked on top of each other like a fallen stack of books.
"All right, new mission, new hell,"
Alex announced, his voice cutting through the focused silence. The holographic map in the center of the cabin shifted, displaying a terrifyingly dense 3D model of the city's core known as the Loop. Red dots pulsed ominously throughout the area. Kenji, already sweating despite the cabin's perfect climate control, pointed a shaky finger at the display. "The highest concentration of active spatial rifts is right there, at the epicenter of the original event. That's our target zone. According to my projections and data from your data. That's the only place we'll find Tears of Time." Eva, checking the power levels on her personal energy shield projector, snorted.
"Tears of Time. Sounds like some bullshit fantasy novel." "It's the best name I could come up with,"
Kenji protested, adjusting his glasses.
"It's a crystallized byproduct of extreme temporal spatial distortion. When reality tears, it weeps. Those tears are the only known material that can be forged into an alloy capable of stabilizing quantum-charged weaponry. Without it, your Widowmaker will keep frying its own power cells every 50 shots, and Alex's other projects will remain theoretical. We need it if we want to fight the real monsters."
Alex nodded, his gaze fixed on the map. He remembered this place all too well. Loop 45. He'd lost his entire team in these streets, torn apart by things that shouldn't exist. Loop 72. He'd tried to fortify a skyscraper, only to watch it get erased from reality by Subject Zero.
"This isn't a smash-and-grab job,"
Alex said, his tone leaving no room for argument.
"The behemoth stays here. We go in on foot, light and fast. The things in there don't react well to loud noises or heavy armor. Ava, your point. Kenji, you're our eyes. Link your scanner to our HUDs. Luna."
He looked over at the silver-haired girl. She was staring out the armored window, her violet eyes distant. "They are sad," she whispered, her voice like the chime of a tiny bell. "And they are hungry. They don't have bodies, so they can never be full." Eva raised an eyebrow.
"Great. Hungry ghosts. Just what I needed." "Stick close," Alex ordered. "Let's move."
The rear ramp of the behemoth hissed open, lowering onto the cracked asphalt of a dead street. The air that hit them was wrong. It was cold, carrying a low, almost subsonic hum that vibrated in their bones. The wind didn't blow. It slithered through the concrete canyons, carrying with it the whispers of a million dead conversations and the faint chilling sound of a child's laughter that was always just around the next corner. The Loop was a graveyard of giants. Skyscrapers leaned drunkenly against each other, their glass skins shattered, revealing the steel skeletons within. Cars were rusted husks, many of them half phased into the pavement as if reality had softened like wax and then hardened again. In the air, shimmering distortions, like heat haze on a summer day, marked the locations of the minor spatial rifts. It was a city frozen in the moment of its own death.
"I've got movement."
Eva's voice was a low, professional growl in their comms. She had her pulse rifle up, sweeping the empty windows of a nearby office building. "Can't get a lock. It's like trying to target smoke." "My sensors are going crazy." Kenji's voice crackled. "I'm picking up massive energy readings, but they have zero mass. Zero physical signature. It's a paradox. It's impossible." "Get used to impossible, Kenji," Alex said grimly, his hand resting on the hilt of the katana sheathed at his back. They moved deeper, a tight 4-person diamond in the oppressive silence. Luna's bare feet made no sound on the debris-strewn ground. She kept looking up, as if watching something swimming in the air above them. The ambush came with no warning. One moment, they were crossing an open plaza in front of a ruined bank. The next, the world went cold. The faint humming intensified into a deafening drone, and the shadows stretched, darkened, and rose up. From the walls, from the ground, from thin air itself, a dozen chrono-phantoms materialized. They were shifting, man-shaped voids of utter blackness, their forms constantly twisting as if seen through a broken lens. The only feature on them were 2 burning, crimson points of light that served as eyes that radiated a hunger that was ancient and absolute.
"Contact! Hostiles! All directions!"
Eva yelled, a veteran's instinct taking over. She didn't hesitate. The minigun slung under her pulse rifle roared to life, a chainsaw of sound that ripped through the dead quiet. A storm of caseless ammunition, thousands of rounds per minute, tore through the air and did absolutely nothing. The bullets passed straight through the phantoms as if they were holograms. The creatures didn't even flinch. One of them drifted lazily towards a yellow taxi cab nearby. It extended a shadowy, indistinct limb and touched the hood. There was no explosion, no sound. The taxi simply aged. In the span of a single second, it went from a rusted 20-year-old wreck to a pile of brown dust and corroded metal fragments, collapsing under its own weight as 1,000 years of decay were inflicted upon it instantly.
"Holy fuck!"
Kenji screamed into the comms.
"Physical attacks are useless. Their entire being exists on a different plane of reality. They're not here. They're just a shadow cast from somewhere else."
Eva cursed, switching to her railgun. A magnetic field whined as it charged, and she fired the Widowmaker. A solid tungsten slug, propelled at Mach 7, ripped a hole in the fabric of space where a phantom was floating. The slug screamed across the plaza and buried itself 10 feet deep in a concrete wall a block away. The phantom it had passed through simply wobbled, like a reflection on water, completely unharmed.
"God damn it!"
Eva roared in frustration. This was her nightmare. An enemy she couldn't shoot. An enemy that broke the fundamental rule of combat. If it bleeds, you can kill it. These things didn't even have bodies to bleed. Another phantom drifted towards Kenji. He scrambled backwards, tripping over a piece of rebar and falling hard. He crab-walked away, his face a mask of pure terror as the creature loomed over him, its cold aura washing over his skin.
"Alex!"
he shrieked. But Alex was already moving. While Eva was unleashing a storm of useless metal and Kenji was having a scientific and existential breakdown, Alex stood perfectly still. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second. System interface, active. Accessing skill library. Skill download, Way of the Void Blade. SS rank Kenjutsu. Source: Loop 34, Ronin Alex. Download complete. His eyes snapped open. They held a new depth, an ancient calm that didn't belong in this world. His movements, which were already efficient, became something else entirely. They became art. Shing. The sound of the Keifa Vothuktai leaving its scabbard was the only sound in the plaza. The blade itself was a marvel of dark, non-reflective alloy. But as Alex channeled his own energy, the very Ning Lung Lung 2 that powered the anchor, it came alive. A shimmering, iridescent light, like oil on water, crawled up the blade. The air around the katana warped and sizzled. It was no longer just a piece of metal. It was a scalpel sharp enough to cut reality itself. The phantom a few feet from Kenji turned its attention to the new threat. It lunged, not with a physical body, but as a wave of pure entropic cold. Alex didn't dodge. He flowed. In a movement that seemed to defy inertia, he took one step forward, his body low, the glowing katana held in a two-handed grip. He didn't slash wildly. He drew a single, perfect, horizontal line in the air. The blade passed through the phantom. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a line of brilliant white light appeared across the creature's shadowy torso. There was no sound, but Eva, Kenji, and Luna could feel a silent, soul-tearing scream in their minds. The phantom convulsed, and its form dissolved, not into smoke, but into nothingness, erased from existence. Alex didn't pause to admire his work. He spun on his heel, the radiant blade a flowing ribbon of light. Another phantom swooped down from above. He met its descent with an upward diagonal slash that was so fast, Eva's combat-enhanced eyes could barely track it. Swish! Another silent scream. Another void erased. Eva stood frozen, her jaw slack, the heavy Widowmaker feeling like a clumsy toy in her hands. She was one of the world's most elite soldiers. She had mastered dozens of fighting styles. What she was watching now was not fighting. It was like comparing a child's crayon drawing to a Da Vinci masterpiece. Alex moved with an impossible grace. Each step, each turn, each flick of his wrist a calculated, perfect motion. He wasn't just killing them. He was dancing with them. A deadly ballet where he was the only one who knew the steps. He slid between two phantoms, his blade a blur. 1, 2. 2 perfect cuts. 2 more shadows disintegrated. He leaped onto the hood of a wrecked car, his coat flaring behind him, and brought the reality breaker down in a crushing overhead strike on a phantom trying to flank him from behind. Erased. He was a whirlwind of deadly purpose, a ghost hunting ghosts. In less than 30 seconds, all 12 chrono phantoms were gone. The oppressive hum vanished. The unnatural cold receded. The silence of the dead city returned, but now it was filled with the panting of Kenji and the stunned stillness of Eva. Alex stood in the center of the plaza, lowering his katana. The quantum light faded from the blade, returning it to its simple dark form. He flicked his wrist, a purely stylized move from his downloaded knowledge, and sheathed the sword with a decisive click. Where the phantoms had dissolved, tiny shimmering objects lay on the ground. They looked like drops of solidified glass, but inside them, fractured images swirled and moved. A child's swing set, a laughing face, a car crash, a supernova. They were the tears of time. Luna walked forward calmly and began to gather them, her hands seemingly immune to any residual energy. Kenji finally found his voice, a choked, awestruck whisper. What? What in the name of God was that? Eva lowered her rifle. The the respect in her eyes now bordering on worship. "Damn, Alex," she breathed out, her voice husky. "That wasn't a fight. That was a fucking execution." Alex looked at her, a faint smile touching his lips. "They exist between moments, so you have to cut the moment itself." It was a simple explanation for something impossibly complex. As he watched Luna collect the precious material, a new sensation prickled at the edge of his perception. It came from his system, from the core of his world anchor ability, now buzzing faintly from the temporal energy he'd absorbed. Chrono phantom energy residue absorbed. World anchor stability increased. Temporal fluctuation sensitivity plus 15%. With that increased sensitivity came something new. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a feeling, a faint, cold, hateful echo from across the tattered fabric of the timelines. It was a consciousness, malignant, broken, and utterly furious. It felt like a prisoner rattling the bars of his cage, a cage made of infinite repeating moments, and it was aware. It was aware of him. It was aware of the change he had just caused in this loop. Alex's smile vanished. His eyes narrowed as he stared into the shimmering rift in the distance, but he was seeing something much, much farther away. Subject Zero, he thought. His own mind a cold, hard shield against the psychic probing. "So, you felt that, you bastard. Good. Keep watching. I'm just getting started." The residual energy from the fight hummed in the air, a low thrum that vibrated deep in their bones. Eva let out a long, slow breath, the heavy Widowmaker railgun finally lowering to her side. It felt like a useless relic compared to the blade Alex had just wielded. Her mind, trained for years to analyze threats and calculate odds, was just blank. The file on Alex was corrupted. The man she thought she knew was a ghost, and the real Alex was something else entirely, a god of the sword, maybe. "Jesus Christ, Alex," she finally managed, her voice a low, husky thing. "You've been holding out on us." Alex simply slid the reality breaker back into its sheath with a final, definitive click. "There are things in this world that bullets can't solve. I learned that the hard way." He nodded towards the sparkling tears of time that Luna was now carefully picking up and placing in a lead-lined containment pouch. "Let's finish up. The longer we're out here, the more attention we draw." Kenji was still on the ground, pushing himself up on shaking arms. He stared at the spot where the last phantom had been erased, then at Alex, then back at the spot. His glasses were crooked. "It wasn't just a different plane of reality," he muttered, his voice a frantic whisper of discovery. "You didn't attack it on its plane. You cut the framework between the planes. You didn't kill it. You severed its connection to our existence. The energy required, the physics. It violates 17 known laws and probably 100 more we haven't even discovered." "Later, Kenji," Alex said, his voice firm but not unkind. "Right now, pack the science lesson away and keep your eyes open." As Luna gathered the last of the shimmering temporal crystals, the new sensitivity in Alex's perception flared to life. It was a gift from the dead phantoms, an upgrade to his core programming. He could feel the city's temporal heartbeat now, a chaotic, arrhythmic drum solo. But beneath that, there was another feeling, a concentrated point of wrongness. It felt like a festering wound in reality, a place where the infection was thickest. It was a few blocks east, and it felt deliberate, malicious. "There's something else," Alex said suddenly, his head snapping towards a massive, collapsed skyscraper. A bigger rift, and it's active. Active how? Eva asked, immediately on alert, her awe replaced by professional focus. She hoisted the Widowmaker back into a ready position.
It's being fed,
Alex said, his eyes narrowing. The feeling was getting stronger. It was a psychic stench of fanaticism and terror, a combination he knew all too well.
Let's go. Stay low and quiet.
They moved with a new purpose, weaving through the urban graveyard. They climbed over a barricade of fused cars and slipped through the shattered lobby of a 5-star hotel. As they neared the source of the feeling, a sound reached them. It wasn't the wind or the hum of the rifts. It was chanting. A low, guttural, rhythmic drone that was filled with a chilling devotion. Alex held up a hand, and the team froze behind the cover of a massive concrete planter. They peeked over the edge. Before them was a wide, circular plaza that had once been the entrance to a major corporate tower. The tower itself was gone, sheared off at the base as if by a giant's hand. In the very center of the plaza, reality was broken. A massive spatial rift 50 feet high hung in the air. It wasn't like the shimmering heat haze distortions they'd seen before. This was a jagged tear of pure, absolute blackness, a hole in the universe that seemed to suck in the light and sound around it. The edges of the rift twisted and writhed, occasionally spitting out arcs of purple energy, and surrounding it were people. At least 30 figures in heavy, dark robes stood in a circle around the rift. Their hoods were pulled low, but their voices were clear, chanting in a language that hurt the ears. In the center of the circle, near the edge of the terrifying void, a half-dozen people were kneeling. They weren't cultists. They were survivors. Their clothes were rags, their faces streaked with dirt and terror. They were bound and gagged. Alex's blood ran cold. He knew them. Not these specific individuals, but their kind. Loop 114. They had ambushed him in the ruins of Seattle. Loop 208. They had tried to collapse his base in Denver. The final silence. "Cultists!" Eva growled into the comms. "Fucking lunatics! What are they doing?"
"They're sacrificing them,"
Kenji whispered, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and disgust.
"They're using the life energy of those people to stabilize and expand the rift. They're trying to summon something."
A figure, clearly the leader, stepped forward. His robes were trimmed with jagged, dark red patterns. He raised his hands and the chanting grew louder. He walked over to the first kneeling captive, a young man who was shaking uncontrollably. The leader placed a hand on the man's head.
"We offer this life to the void."
The leader's voice boomed, amplified by some unseen force.
"For the coming of the great silence, for the unmaking, for Subject Zero."
The name hit Alex like a physical blow. 1,000 looping nightmares screamed in his mind. He saw a flash of a different time, a different place. Eva's body, broken and still, lying at the feet of a shifting, monstrous figure. He saw Kenji screaming as his lab was consumed by a wave of pure nothingness. The rage that filled him was a cold, white-hot star of pure hatred. The leader's hand began to glow with a sickly gray light. The captive beneath his hand started to flake away. Pieces of his shoulder turned to fine gray dust and drifted into the wind. There was no more time for stealth.
"Now!"
Alex's command was a blade in the quiet.
"Eva, circle right, suppress the grunts. No survivors. Kenji, rooftop, southwest building. See that asshole with the staff? He's a channeler. Take out his gear. Luna, with me. Be ready for the wounded."
Action exploded. Eva was a force of nature.
Light him up!
She roared, her adamantium body ability activating. Her skin took on a metallic sheen. She vaulted the planter, pulse rifle spitting coherent light bolts that blew holes in the chests of the outer ring cultists. They turned, shocked, raising crude energy weapons, but their attacks sparked harmlessly off her hardened form. She crashed into their line like a freight train, a whirlwind of gunfire and brutal bone-shattering strikes. Simultaneously, a high-velocity crack echoed from a ruined rooftop. Kenji, his face a mask of concentration, had his customized sniper rifle pressed to his shoulder. Through his scope, his structural insight ability painted the world in glowing energy lines. He wasn't aiming for the cultist with the staff. He was aiming for the power crystal embedded in the staff. The shot was perfect. The crystal shattered, and the channeler's staff exploded, taking his hands with it. Chaos erupted. The ritual was broken. The leader spun around, his face contorted in fury as he saw his followers being torn apart. His gaze locked onto Alex, who was now striding calmly into the plaza, Luna a silent, silver-haired shadow behind him.
You!
The leader snarled, his voice dripping with venom.
The anomaly! The anchor that resists the inevitable! You dare interfere with the will of Zero?
He abandoned the half-disintegrated captive and stalked towards Alex. He ignored Eva's carnage and Kenji's sniping. His entire focus was on the man who was the antithesis of his god.
Your pathetic resistance ends here. Your existence is a flaw in the grand design of nothingness. I will correct you.
The leader thrust his hand forward, palm open. The same sickly gray light coalesced around his fingers, a swirling vortex of pure decay. This was his signature ability, the one Alex remembered all too well. Anything it touched simply ceased to be. But Alex didn't draw his sword. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he calmly raised his right arm. Strapped to his forearm was not a weapon of steel, but a marvel of advanced technology, a heavily modified portable railgun, the Keihui Diet Dongtoi Jan. The cult leader laughed, a harsh, grating sound.
You bring a toy to face a force of nature? I will turn you and your pathetic weapon to dust.
Alex just smiled. It was a cold, predatory smile that held no humor.
This isn't just a gun, you piece of shit.
His thumb pressed a stud on the side of the weapon. A single tungsten alloy slug, no bigger than a lipstick tube, was loaded into the chamber. But etched onto its surface was a complex glowing symbol, a Kongu-nio, an anchor rune. It pulsed with the same quantum energy as his sword. System interface, active. Target lock. Cult leader's right arm. Fire solution. Conceptual erasure. Firing. There was no loud bang, only a sharp, high-pitched thwump as the magnetic rails launched the projectile at an impossible speed. The slug was a blur of light, crossing the 30 feet between them in less than a blink. It struck the leader's outstretched arm, and then the universe broke. There was no blood, no gore, no sound of impact. The leader's arm, from the fingertips to the shoulder, simply vanished. It wasn't blown off. It wasn't disintegrated into dust. It was gone. One moment it was there, wreathed in gray energy. The next, there was only empty space and a perfectly clean, cauterized stump where his shoulder met his torso. The sleeve of his robe fluttered in the breeze, now empty. The leader froze. His eyes widened, staring at the impossible nothingness where his limb used to be. The arrogant fury on his face collapsed, replaced by a look of utter, soul-shattering horror. Then he screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was the shriek of a man whose entire faith, whose entire understanding of reality had been ripped to shreds and thrown in his face. His power was to unmake things. But Alex had unexisted a part of him. He hadn't destroyed the arm. He had made it so the arm had never been.
What did you do?
He shrieked, stumbling backward.
That's not possible. That's not a power of this reality. Who are you? I'm the guy who's ending this,
Alex said flatly. The leader clutched his stump, his mind clearly broken. His eyes darted around at his few remaining followers, now being systematically executed by Eva. He looked at the inert silent rift. He had failed. He couldn't be allowed to be captured.
All hail the final silence!
He roared, and the gray energy that had been in his hand now erupted from his entire body.
Get down!
Alex yelled, grabbing Luna and diving behind a slab of concrete. The cult leader's body swelled for a second before imploding, creating a violent vacuum that pulled debris inward, followed by a concussive blast of gray and tropic energy that turned a 10-meter radius of the plaza into fine, lifeless dust. When the dust settled, it was over. Every single cultist was dead. The plaza was silent, save for the ragged breathing of the freed captives. Luna immediately went to them, her hands glowing with a soft green light as she healed their wounds and soothed their terror. Alex walked over to where the leader had self-destructed. Nothing remained. He kicked at a piece of the man's charred robe. One of the captives, an old man with a nearly gone arm, crawled towards Alex.
Thank you,
the man rasped, his eyes full of tears.
They kept talking about their god, the one who would unmake everything.
Alex knelt down, his face a grim mask.
What was his name? The god they worship.
The old man coughed, a rattling sound in his chest. His eyes were wide with a fear that went beyond mortal concerns.
They called him Subject Zero.
Alex stood up slowly. The name echoed in the vast, empty space of his memory. He felt the phantom pain of 100 deaths, the sting of 1,000 failures. This loop was different. He was stronger, better prepared. But the enemy was the same. The ultimate monster, the broken reflection of his own origin. His fists clenched. The cold rage returned, solidifying into a diamond-hard resolve. He looked at the massive, dormant rift, the monument to his enemy's ambition. So, you've finally shown your hand, you bastard, Alex thought. His promise a silent vow to the weeping sky. You and your pathetic little church. This time, there will be no running. This time, I'm not just here to survive the loop. I'm here to hunt you down and erase you from every last timeline. The massive, 10-meter-thick blast door of the anchor slid shut with a ground-shaking boom and the hiss of 1,000 tons of pressurized hydraulics. The chaotic, wounded heartbeat of the world outside was silenced, replaced by the steady, low hum of the cold fusion reactor and the clean, recycled air of the fortress. Home. If you could call a converted ICBM silo buried a mile deep in granite a home, for them, it was the only one that mattered. They were caked in the grime of Chicago, the psychic residue of the battle still clinging to them like a bad smell. The rescued civilians were already being processed in the medical bay, shell-shocked but safe. Eva dropped the ammo pack for her pulse rifle onto the polished concrete floor with a heavy thud. "Okay," she said, her voice echoing in the cavernous vehicle bay. "That was way too fucking close. Those cultist freaks and their unmaking bullshit. We need a serious upgrade. Now." Alex nodded, his face grim. The name Subject Zero was a poison needle in his mind, a constant reminder of the hundreds of failed loops. You're right. This time, we're not just patching holes in the boat. We're turning it into a battleship. Kenji, get to your lab. Those tears of time are our top priority. I want to know what they can do for us. Kenji's eyes lit up behind his thick glasses, his earlier fear completely replaced by the manic energy of a scientist who'd just been handed a piece of God.
Are you kidding? They aren't just material components, Alex. They're solidified temporal paradoxes. The potential applications for reinforcing conceptual weaponry are astronomical!
He was already jogging towards the elevator, muttering about quantum entanglement and chronon particle stabilization.
Luna,
Alex said, turning to the silver-haired girl who was watching Kenji's departure with a serene smile. The garden you found. Those herbs. Can you do something with them? Luna met his gaze, her violet eyes seeming to see straight through him. Life adapts. Life grows stronger. I can help it along. With their objectives set, the group split. The anchor, a sleeping giant, began to wake and churn with a new sense of purpose. Kenji's lab was a controlled hurricane of genius. Holographic screens flickered everywhere, displaying complex equations that spiraled into infinity. Robotic arms whirred, holding arcane components in magnetic fields. In the center of it all, Kenji, wearing a stained lab coat over his combat fatigues, moved like a crazed conductor. Alex and Eva stood by the armored doorway, watching. On a heavily shielded workbench, the Kei Fa Vo Tuktai katana and the Kei Hui Diet Dong Toizan railgun lay disassembled. Kenji carefully levitated one of the shimmering Nukmat Thoijan over the katana's blade.
Okay, watch this,
he said, sweat beading on his forehead. He wasn't talking to them, but to himself.
If I can attune the resonant frequency of the tear to the blade's quantum signature, it won't just cut between dimensions. It will impose its own stable reality onto the target area.
He typed a rapid series of commands. A low hum filled the room. The tear of time began to glow with a brilliant white light before dissolving, not into dust, but into pure information. It flowed like liquid light, sinking into the metallic structure of the katana. The faint energy lines on the blade, once a pale blue, now blazed with a fierce, unwavering white.
Holy shit,
Eva breathed. So what does that mean in English, Brainiac?
It means,
Kenji said, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning,
that before, the sword could cut a ghost. Now, it can tell the ghost it was never born in the first place. The conceptual damage is permanent and absolute.
He then turned to the railgun.
And for this bastard.
He repeated the process with another tear, infusing the firing mechanism and the magazine that held the anchor-runed slugs. The projectile won't just erase a target from a moment in time. It will now create a null time field on impact. Anything caught in the blast radius will experience localized temporal failure. Basically, you don't get to exist here anymore, bomb. Eva just shook her head. So my guns make big holes, and your toys break the laws of physics. Seems fair? Alex picked up the newly reassembled katana. The weight was the same, but the feeling was profoundly different. It felt more real than the world around it. It felt like holding a fundamental law of the universe in his hand. This was a weapon capable of killing a god, and Alex knew he would need it. Meanwhile, in a different section of the anchor, the atmosphere was the complete opposite of Kenji's sterile lab. Luna's workshop was a fusion of a high-tech biodome and an ancient apothecary. Glowing flora from the Vuondiadangyatao grew in temperature-controlled planters, their leaves pulsing with faint light. The air smelled of strange blossoms and damp earth. Luna moved with a quiet, graceful efficiency, her bare feet silent on the floor. She crushed, ground, and distilled the strange herbs, her Jiao Kamsin men, allowing her to feel the life energy in each one and combine them in ways no textbook could ever describe. The result was a dozen vials filled with a thick, viscous liquid that shone with the deep green of a forest heart. Eva strode in, her arms crossed. "All right, Luna. Alex said you cooked something up. What's the deal?" Luna held up one of the vials. "Stone marrow elixir," she said, her voice soft but clear. "It strengthens the connection between will and flesh, makes the hard harder, makes the strong stronger." Eva raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like a bad pickup line. Give it here." Without hesitation, she uncorked the vial and downed the entire contents. Her face immediately scrunched up. "Tastes like dirt and lightning," she grunted. Then her eyes widened. A wave of heat rushed through her body, a feeling like molten steel being poured into her bones. Her muscles coiled, tightening with a power she had never felt before. It wasn't just strength. It was a feeling of absolute, unyielding density. "Whoa!" she said, flexing her hand. "Okay, that's a kick." She walked over to a 1-foot-thick plasteel slab used for weapons testing. "Let's see the results." She took a breath. "Cote adamantium!" Her skin instantly shifted, but the change was different this time. Instead of the familiar matte gray metallic sheen, her skin took on the dark, iridescent luster of tungsten carbide, with faint, circuit-like lines glowing with green energy. She drew her fist back and punched the plasteel slab. Boom! The sound was like a cannon shot. Not a dent, not a crack. Her fist went through it. A perfectly clean, arm-sized hole was punched straight through the slab, sending a shower of molten metal slag out the other side. Eva stared at her fist, then at the hole, then back at her fist. A slow, dangerous grin spread across her face. "God damn! Luna, you magnificent witch! How long can I keep this up?" "Twice as long," Luna replied simply. "And the strength is 30% greater." Eva's grin widened. 30%! The next time I see one of those robed pieces of shit, I'm going to punch a hole through their god. While his team leveled up their gear and bodies, Alex headed for the core of the anchor, the one place he could truly let go. The Buong On Din Dong Toijan. It was a perfect sphere, 30 feet in diameter, suspended in the center of a vast, dark chamber. Its surface was made of a smooth, seamless black material that absorbed all light. This was his sanctuary, the one place in the multiverse that was truly stable, a fortress within a fortress, shielded from the chaotic screams of infinite dying timelines. He entered, and the door sealed behind him without a sound. Inside, it was utterly silent and empty. Alex sat cross-legged in the center. He opened a lead-lined case, revealing the haul from their past few missions, dozens of Tin Hak Lung 2, quantum cores taken from the hearts of slain monsters. They pulsed with captured energy, from the low thrum of a D-rank ghoul to the manic, high-frequency vibration of the A-rank chrono phantoms. He closed his eyes, and the familiar blue holographic interface of the anchor. The Gioi system materialized in his mind's eye. System interface active. Beginning energy absorption protocol. Alex placed a hand on the pile of cores. He didn't just drain them, he devoured them. One by one, the cores flared brightly before crumbling into gray ash, their raw, untamed quantum energy flooding into his body. It was a brutal, violent process. He felt the phantom rage of a crusher Goliath, the cold hunger of a chrono phantom, the mindless savagery of a dozen lesser beasts. For anyone else, it would have been an express ticket to insanity. For Alex, who had lived 1,000 lifetimes of pain, it was just another Tuesday. His energy reserves, displayed as a glowing bar on his system interface, shot up 50%, 65%, 80%, 95%. He grabbed the last and most potent cores, the ones from the Phantom Field Leader. As he absorbed them, the bar slammed into the 100% mark and began to flash an angry red. A new message blinked into existence, dominating his vision. Warning: energy overload detected. Saturation point reached. Current rank: C rank. Commander. Accumulated energy sufficient for rank advancement. Initiating breakthrough to B rank. Catastrophe. Proceed? Yi. N. A grim smile touched Alex's lips. Proceed. The universe inside the sphere broke. An invisible dam shattered within him. The raw, chaotic energy he had just absorbed, now bolstered by his own massive reserves, erupted. It wasn't a gentle flow. It was a nuclear detonation. A blinding column of pure white energy shot out from his body, slamming into the ceiling of the stabilization chamber. Outside, the entire mountain shuddered. In the lab, Kenji was thrown against a console as the floor bucked. Red alert klaxons blared to life. What the hell? Seismic event? Internal reactor breach? In Luna's biodome, Eva grabbed a support column to keep from falling. What is that? It feels like it's coming from the core. The very foundations of the anchor, a base designed to survive a direct nuclear strike, groaned under the strain. The energy vortex raging around Alex was so intense, it was momentarily warping the space inside the shielded chamber. He felt every cell in his body being torn, apart and rebuilt, stronger, faster, denser. His senses expanded in a dizzying rush. He could feel the hum of the reactor 5 levels above him, the frantic heartbeats of his team, the slow drip of water in the deep caverns a mile below. Then, as quickly as it began, it stopped. The light faded. The shaking ceased. The alarms cut out. Alex stood up. The air around him crackled with static electricity. He slowly clenched his right fist. The Gang Tai Honmang Diu Qian flared to life, not with a faint glow, but with a coruscating aura of barely contained power. He felt it. A leap not of degrees, but of orders of magnitude. The power to destroy a tank was child's play now. This was the power to level a city block with a thought. Breakthrough complete. Current rank, B rank, catastrophe. Chaos Gauntlet skill. Chaos Shield has evolved into Chaos Aegis. New system function unlocked. Timeline echo detection. Alex's eyes snapped open, glowing for a moment with white energy before returning to normal. He walked out of the sphere, meeting the wide, panicked eyes of Eva and Kenji as they ran down the corridor toward him. Alex! What the hell was that? Eva demanded, her new and improved adamantium skin still shimmering faintly. Alex didn't answer immediately. He raised his Chaos Gauntlet. Chaos Aegis! A torrent of energy erupted from his palm, expanding in a flash of light. It formed a massive, translucent dome of swirling purple and black energy 100 feet across, completely encompassing them and a large section of the corridor. It hummed with a power so immense that Eva instinctively took a step back. It was strong enough to shield their entire armored convoy. He let the shield dissipate.
That,
he said, his voice calm but ringing with a new, terrifying authority,
was an upgrade.
Then he focused on the new function. Timeline echo detection. The system interface explained it was an active scan ability. By focusing on a location or event, he could perceive the residual temporal stains left behind by powerful entities or significant events. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the plaza in Chicago, on the broken rift, on the name, Subject 0. His mental vision shifted. The world became a gray landscape, but faint trails of light crisscrossed it. He saw the fading golden trails of the captive's life force. He saw the angry, festering red trails of the cultists. But beneath it all, there was something else. A faint, almost invisible trail of pure, cancerous black. It was a scar on time itself, a trail of absolute nothingness. It led away from the plaza, eastward, out of the city. It was the echo of Subject 0. He had been there, not just his followers. The bastard himself had been there, observing. Alex opened his eyes. The cold rage was back, but now it was forged with the power of a walking disaster. He had the weapons. He had the power. And now, for the first time in over 300 loops, he had a trail. He looked at his team, their faces a mixture of awe and concern.
He was there,
Alex said, his voice as cold and hard as the barrel of his new gun.
Subject 0. He left a trail.
He started walking towards the vehicle bay, his purpose absolute.
Get your gear. The hunt is on.
The polished steel floor of the vehicle bay still hummed with the echoes of their return. Eva slammed a fresh plasma cell into her rifle with a satisfying thwack, the metallic click a punctuation mark on Alex's final words. Kenji was already at a terminal, frantically pulling up schematics of their primary armored transport, the Juggernaut, his mind racing with potential route calculations. The hunt was on. The air was thick with the electric promise of action, of finally taking the fight to the enemy instead of just reacting to it. Then, a new sound cut through the bay. It wasn't the screaming red alert of an imminent breach, nor the low-level yellow warning of a system anomaly. It was a piercing yet melodic chime, a sound they had never heard before. It was the alert for a top priority, encrypted long-range communication request. "What in God's name is that?" Eva grunted, her hand never leaving the grip of her rifle. Kenji's fingers flew across the holographic keyboard. Lines of code scrolled past his eyes. Signal is... Holy crap! It's heavily encrypted, military-grade, bouncing off 3 different dead satellites. But the origin point is solid. The ruins of Las Vegas. Alex's eyes narrowed. There was only one power player in Vegas with that kind of tech.
It's Thorne,
he said, his voice flat.
Marcus Thorne? The CEO of Elysium?
Kenji asked, pushing his glasses up his nose.
Why would he be calling us? He treats independents like cockroaches. Because he's smart,
Alex replied, turning away from the Juggernaut.
And a smart cockroach knows when a boot is about to drop.
He felt the tremors from my breakthrough. He's curious. Scared, maybe.
Let's see what the King of the Wasteland wants.
He strode towards the command center elevator.
Patch him through to the main screen.
The command center of the Anchor was a testament to brutal functionality. There were no creature comforts, no aesthetic considerations. It was a circular room, its walls lined with massive holographic displays showing the status of the fusion reactor, life support levels, ammunition inventories, and a real-time seismic map of the surrounding region. Wires and reinforced conduits ran along the ceiling like metallic veins, feeding the heart of the fortress. It was a war room, pure and simple, smelling of ozone and processed air. Alex took his seat in the central command chair, a throne of black metal and padded armor. Eva stood to his right, arms crossed, her expression a mask of stony suspicion. Kenji stood at a console to his left, fingers poised to cut the connection or trace the signal if things went south.
On screen,
Alex commanded. Showa. Central hologram flickered to life. The image stabilized, revealing a scene so starkly different from their own surroundings it was almost absurd. They were looking into a high-rise office that belonged to the world before the fall. A massive, polished mahogany desk gleamed under soft, warm lighting. Behind the man sitting at the desk, a floor-to-ceiling armored window offered a panoramic view of Elysium, a fortified city built from the bones of a luxury casino resort, its lights a defiant beacon in the Nevada darkness. And then there was the man himself, Marcus Thorne. He looked to be in his early 50s, with silver-streaked hair swept back perfectly. He wore a dark tailored suit that Alex knew from a past loop was woven from ballistic fibers. He held a crystal tumbler filled with an amber liquid, an ice cube clinking gently within. He looked relaxed, powerful, and completely in control, a predator in his natural habitat.
Mr. Alex,
Thorne began, his voice smooth and cultured, a stark contrast to the grit and chaos of their world.
I trust I'm not interrupting anything vital. My network picked up a rather significant energy event from your general location a few hours ago, one that coincided with the spectacular failure of a rather ambitious cultist operation in Chicago. I felt it was time we had a formal introduction.
Eva scoffed under her breath. Network my ass. He means his satellites. Alex leaned forward slightly, his hands steepled in front of him.
Thorne, you've got my attention. What do you want?
Thorne swirled his drink, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was enjoying this, the dance of two powers sizing each other up.
Blunt, I can appreciate that. The world no longer has time for pleasantries.
I propose a formal alliance, Alex. A union between Elysium's infrastructure, manpower, and resources, and your group's unique and undeniable combat effectiveness. Together, we could not only survive, we could dominate. We could rebuild on our own terms. It was a tempting offer. An offer Alex had seen dozens of smaller groups fall for in other timelines, only to be absorbed and stripped of their autonomy by Thorne's corporate machine. Alex let out a short, humorless laugh. The sound was jarring in the high-tech silence.
An alliance,
he repeated, the word tasting like ash.
Let me tell you something about alliances, Thorne. They're for equals, for powers of a comparable level, pooling their strengths.
He leaned closer to the holographic pickup, his eyes locking onto Thorne's.
Right now, we are not equals. You have walls, you have people, you have some old-world tech. That's it. You're a king sitting on a sandcastle, praying the tide doesn't come in. I have the answers. I know what the tide is, where it's coming from, and how to stop it. We are not the same.
The smile on Thorne's face didn't falter, but Alex saw it in his eyes, a flicker of cold, sharp anger. He had been directly challenged, his supremacy questioned. For a man like Marcus Thorne, it was the ultimate insult.
A bold claim,
Thorne said, his voice a little tighter than before.
Answers are theoretical. Power is practical. It's what you can do in the here and now.
He tapped a command on his desk, and a smaller window opened up next to his image. It was a live video feed, shaky and filled with the roar of battle and the scream of twisting metal. The feed showed a massive, 15-meter-tall creature, a crusher Goliath. Its body was a horrifying fusion of rock-like hide and glowing, pulsing energy crystals. It was methodically tearing apart a fortified concrete wall with its bare hands, shrugging off high-caliber rounds as if they were pebbles. Elysium's soldiers in advanced combat gear were being thrown around like toys.
As we speak,
Thorn said, his tone now a challenge,
one of my forward outposts is being dismantled by that thing. My top B-rank enforcer and her team can't even scratch it. They have 5 minutes, maybe less, before their position is completely overrun. So Alex of the Anchor, show me one of your answers. A practical one. Right now.
Eva and Kenji both tensed. This was a test, a public one, designed to make Alex fail. If he had no answer, his bold claims would be nothing but hot air. Alex didn't even flinch. He leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, almost bored. He had fought this exact type of Goliath in at least 30 different loops. He knew its biology better than the scientists who first classified it. He watched the feed for a moment, letting the tension build. He saw the panic in the soldiers' movements, the futility of their attacks. He let Thorn think he was analyzing, calculating, struggling. Then he spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos of the battle feed with chilling precision.
Tell your men to stop wasting ammunition on its torso. It's pointless. Have your best sniper aim for the third energy crystal counting up from the bottom on its left shoulder pauldron.
There was a pause. On the other end, Thorn relayed the instruction. The voice of his field commander came back through the comms, laced with disbelief.
Sir? The shoulder? We've been hitting its head and chest with everything we've got. You have your orders, Captain.
Thorn's voice was ice.
Tell him,
Alex continued, his eyes locked on the hologram,
that crystal isn't a weapon. It's a secondary neural cluster, a regulator for its motor functions. A direct hit will trigger a system-wide catastrophic failure, paralyzing the creature for exactly 3.7 seconds. It's not a long window, but it will be enough time for your heavy weapons team to focus all fire on its right knee joint. The armor is weakest there during a weight-bearing stance. Shatter it.
The silence in the Anchor's command center was absolute. Eva and Kenji stared, not at the screen, but at Alex. The sheer, impossible specificity of the information was staggering. On the screen, they saw Thorn's captain reluctantly give the order. A soldier with a massive railgun sniper rifle took aim. The camera zoomed in on the Goliath's shoulder. The beast roared, raising a fist to smash a bunker. Whoosh, crack! The sniper fired. The hypervelocity slug, a glowing streak of light, crossed the battlefield in an instant and struck the specific crystal Alex had named. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The crusher Goliath froze, mid-swing. Its massive fist, inches from crushing the bunker, stopped dead. The glowing energy that coursed over its body flickered and died. For a breathtaking moment, the 15-meter-tall engine of destruction was nothing more than a statue.
3.7 seconds, now! Hit the knee! All of you, now!
The captain's voice screamed, a mixture of terror and awe. The paralysis was all they needed. The Elysium soldiers, seeing their chance, unleashed a hellstorm of rockets, plasma bolts, and heavy-caliber rounds directly onto the beast's right knee. Under the focused onslaught, The joint, which had previously seemed indestructible, exploded in a shower of rock, crystal, and gore. With a groan that sounded like a mountain breaking, the crusher Goliath lost its balance. It teetered for a second, its one good leg unable to support its immense weight, and then it came crashing down, shaking the very ground and sending up a massive cloud of dust. It was alive, but it wasn't getting back up. The fight was over. The live feed fell silent, save for the heavy breathing of the exhausted soldiers. In the anchor, no one spoke. On the main screen, Marcus Thorne slowly, deliberately, placed his tumbler down on the mahogany desk. The clink of crystal on wood was the only sound. He stared at the image of the fallen Goliath. Then his gaze shifted back to Alex. The confidence, the arrogance, the air of a king testing a subject. It was all gone. It was replaced by a look Alex knew well. The look of a man who has just witnessed something that breaks his understanding of the world. It was a mixture of fear, respect, and naked, avaricious desire. Thorne leaned forward, his voice barely a whisper. "What do you want?" Alex smiled. It was a cold, sharp, predatory smile. The fish had taken the bait. "First," Alex began, ticking the points off on his fingers, "I want the complete combat logs, schematics, and material composition data for that Goliath model. Everything you have." Thorne nodded numbly. "Done. Second, I want a direct, real-time, encrypted data feed from your entire satellite and sensor network. I want to see every anomalous energy signature, every major monster movement, and every spatial distortion within a 500-mile radius of my facility. That feed will be exclusive to me." Thorne's eyes widened slightly at the audacity, but he nodded again. "It will be arranged." "Third," Alex said, leaning back in his chair, "you're going to provide me with a shipment of raw materials. Kenji will send you the list. It will include processed rare earths, weapon-grade titanium, several tons of specific polymers, and the energy core from that fallen Goliath. Don't worry about the logistics. Just leave it at the coordinates we provide. We'll handle the pickup." He paused, letting the weight of his demands sink in. He wasn't asking. He was dictating terms. He had just saved an entire outpost and dozens of elite soldiers with a few sentences. The value of his knowledge was, for a man like Thorne, incalculable. Thorne took a deep breath, the first sign of emotion he had shown besides shock. He looked like a man signing away a part of his empire. "The price is steep, Alex." "The price of ignorance is higher," Alex countered. "The next time, I might not pick up the phone." That sealed it. Thorne gave a single sharp nod. "The deal is made. You'll have your materials and your data feed within 24 hours. The hologram of Marcus Thorne vanished, leaving the command center in silence once more. Eva let out a long, low whistle. "Holy shit," she breathed, staring at Alex with a newfound awe. "You didn't just play him. You took him to school, wrote the lesson plan, graded his paper, and then charged him tuition. That was fucking beautiful." Kenji was already a blur of motion, his hands flying over his console. "The tactical value of that information it's beyond belief. It's not just knowing a weakness, it's knowing the exact effect and a precise time frame. How did you—" He trailed off, knowing the answer was tied to the mysteries of Alex and the loops. Alex stood up from his command chair, a grim satisfaction settling over him. The hunt for Subject Zero could wait a few more hours. An opportunity like this was too valuable to pass up. He had turned one of the most powerful men left in America into his personal resource provider. He hadn't fired a single shot, but he had won a major victory. He looked at the tactical map, now being populated with new incoming data streams from Elysium's network. Red icons indicating hostile entities began to bloom across the desert.
The board just got bigger,
Alex said, his voice ringing with the authority he'd earned across 1,000 lifetimes.
And we just became the most important players on it.
The data from Thorne's network flooded the command center's holographic displays. What was once a static map of the Nevada desert became a living, breathing entity. Red icons pulsed with malevolent energy, green dots signified pockets of survivors, and shimmering blue lines traced the invisible scars of spatial distortions. It was like switching from a black and white photograph of the world to a 4K, full-color live stream. Eva let out another low whistle, her eyes wide as she took in the sheer volume of information. Jesus Christ! It's like you gave the world a CAT scan. We've been flying blind this whole time. Kenji was vibrating with an energy that rivaled the fusion core. His fingers danced across his console, isolating data streams, cross-referencing them with pre-fall geological surveys and infrastructure maps. The resolution is insane! I can map individual power signatures. I can see the energy decay rate of a Goliath's corpse from 200 miles away. The applications are... Alex, this is more valuable than 1,000 tons of gold. Alex didn't answer. He stood motionless before the central map, his eyes' pupils narrowed to pinpricks. The new data was a powerful tool, but for him, it was merely confirmation. He wasn't just seeing the data. He was comparing it to 1,000 other maps from 1,000 other failed timelines. He was looking for the patterns, the constants, the opportunities he'd missed or couldn't exploit before. Then, his finger shot out, tapping a section of the map far to the east. A satellite view of a sprawling, rusted industrial park in Southside Chicago zoomed into focus. The Elysium sensors flagged it with dozens of low to mid-tier hostile signatures.
There,
Alex said, his voice cutting through Kenji's excited muttering.
That's our next objective.
Eva squinted at the screen. Chicago? That's a hell of a drive. What's so special about a bunch of rusted-out factories?
Those aren't just factories,
Alex stated, his tone leaving no room for argument.
That's the armory,
a colloquial name for the Chicago military-industrial complex. Before the fall, it was one of the largest production and storage facilities for the U.S. Army. They built tanks, artillery, and small arms there. Officially, it was decommissioned and emptied out. That was a lie. He zoomed in further, highlighting a specific sector.
In hundreds of loops, I've seen scavengers pull out a few crates of rifles, maybe a box of grenades before being overwhelmed. They were scratching the surface. The real prize is underground, a sub-level arsenal designed to survive a direct nuclear strike. Enough hardware to equip a small army.
Kenji's jaw dropped.
An entire arsenal?
But the data shows the area is crawling with hostiles.
Scrappers, mostly.
Thousands of them, and a few larger anomalous mechanical signatures. Scrappers are pests, annoying but manageable. Alex waved a dismissive hand. The bigger problem is the automated defense systems. The factories went haywire when the rifts opened. They started cannibalizing themselves, creating guards. He looked at Eva.
Think you can handle some pests?
A predatory grin spread across Eva's face.
Let me get my fly swatter.
The behemoth, their primary armored transport, was a fortress on 6 massive all-terrain wheels. It was less a vehicle and more a moving block of adamantium vibranium alloy with an engine. It carved a path through the broken highways leading to Chicago, the ruins of civilization a gray blur outside its armored viewports. Hours later, they arrived. The air itself seemed to taste of rust and failure. Towering, silent smokestacks clawed at the perpetually overcast sky. The only sound was a constant, unnerving skittering and scraping, an ocean of metal grinding on metal that echoed from every dilapidated building and shadowed alleyway. It was the sound of the scrappers.
"Sensors are going wild,"
Kenji reported from his station inside the behemoth's command cabin.
"I'm detecting over 10,000 individual signatures. They're like a metallic tide."
"Let them come," Eva said. Her voice was a low growl of anticipation. She was already strapped into the behemoth's top-mounted turret, her hands gripping the butterfly trigger of a twin-barreled plasma repeater. The weapon hummed, hungry. Alex was at the driver's controls.
"Kenji, guide us to Warehouse 7B. Eva, clear a path. Don't waste plasma on anything smaller than a car. The rest is what the bumper is for."
He slammed his foot on the accelerator. The behemoth's engine roared, and the colossal vehicle surged forward, plunging into the heart of the industrial park. It was as if they had kicked an anthill the size of a city. From every direction, the scrappers converged. They were horrific, dog-sized creatures of twisted metal and wires, their bodies a chaotic fusion of scrap parts. They moved with a twitching, unnatural speed, their multiple limbs ending in buzzsaws, industrial shears, or sharpened rebar. A river of them poured into the wide street, a wave of rust and rage.
"Light 'em up!"
Alex yelled over the intercom. Eva responded with a war cry. The plasma repeater erupted in a blinding storm of blue-white energy. There was no single shot. Only a continuous, deafening roar as superheated bolts slammed into the approaching horde. The effect was spectacular. Scrappers at the front of the wave vaporized instantly. Those behind were torn to shreds, their metallic bodies exploding into showers of superheated shrapnel that ripped through their brethren. Eva didn't aim. She simply swept the torrent of plasma back and forth, cutting a devastating swath through the swarm. The street became a junkyard of glowing molten metal and twitching mechanical limbs. The behemoth plowed through the carnage, its armored prow tossing aside the wreckage like a ship parting water.
"They're not even slowing down,"
Kenji shouted, his eyes glued to the proximity sensors.
"More are coming from the factory buildings."
"As expected." Alex's voice was calm.
"They're just the welcoming committee."
As if on cue, a sound deeper and heavier than the plasma repeater cut through the chaos. The ground shook. From the gaping maw of a massive assembly building, a new monster emerged. It was a 30-foot-tall bipedal mech, a Frankenstein's monster of factory parts. Its torso was a blast furnace. Its arms were massive hydraulic presses, and its head was a cluster of welding lasers that glowed an angry red.
"Forge Warden class."
Kenji identified it instantly.
"Heavy armor plating. Its core is shielded inside that furnace chest."
The warden's laser eyes fired, carving a white-hot line across the ground just in front of the behemoth, turning asphalt to slag.
"I got this one,"
Alex said. He slammed the brakes, bringing the behemoth to a screeching halt. The side hatch hissed open. Eva kept firing, suppressing the endless tide of scrappers, giving him an opening. Alex vaulted out, landing lightly on the debris-strewn street. The Forge Warden turned its immense head, its optical sensors locking onto the new, smaller target. Alex didn't even bother to draw a gun. He held up his left hand, palm open. The air around his Chaos Controller glove began to shimmer, rippling like a heat haze. Raw, violet quantum energy crackled between his fingers. The Forge Warden raised one of its hydraulic press arms to crush him. "Too slow," Alex muttered. He thrust his hand forward. A bolt of pure, unrefined quantum energy, a spear of purple lightning, shot across the distance and struck the mech not in its chest, but in its leg joint. There was no explosion. Instead, the very concept of connection in that spot was disrupted. The complex machinery of the knee joint simply stopped working. The intricate gears, pistons, and servos froze as if they had been encased in a block of time. The Forge Warden, its forward momentum unchecked, stumbled and fell with a ground-shaking crash. It was still alive, trying to push itself up with one arm, its laser eyes swiveling wildly. Alex was already moving. He ran towards the fallen giant, leaping onto its back. He placed his hand on the furnace chest.
"System override. Emergency vent,"
he commanded, not speaking aloud, but pouring the intent directly into the machine's core programming through his glove. It was a backdoor he had learned about from a desperate engineer in a loop that had ended 783 cycles ago. The Forge Warden's systems, primitive compared to the power of a world anchor, glitched. Contradictory commands warred within its processor for a nanosecond before Alex's will won out. With a deafening hiss, the massive furnace door on its chest swung open, revealing the swirling white-hot plasma core within.
"Eva! Core's open!"
Alex yelled as he leaped clear. Ava didn't need to be told twice. She swiveled the turret, ignoring the scrappers for a precious second. The plasma repeater screamed, and a concentrated burst of energy slammed directly into the exposed core. The resulting detonation was magnificent. The Forge Warden blew apart from the inside out, a sun-bright flash followed by a shockwave that cleared the street of scrappers for 100 yards in every direction.
"Show off,"
Eva grunted into the comms, but the admiration in her voice was unmistakable. They dealt with 2 more wardens in a similar fashion before reaching Warehouse 7B. It was a colossal, windowless cube of reinforced concrete. The main door was a 20-foot-tall slab of steel, sealed shut. "Kenji, any ideas?" Eva asked, reloading the plasma cells. "That's a pre-fall military-grade blast door. We'd need a thermal lance and—"
"About 12 hours to get through it,"
Kenji said, studying the schematics. Alex just walked up to the control panel next to the door. It was dead, caked in decades of grime. He placed his hand on it, and a flicker of quantum energy lit up the screen. He ignored the keypad and directly accessed the lock's internal mechanism, inputting a 32-digit override code from memory. With a deep groan of long-dormant machinery and the shriek of protesting metal, the massive blast door began to slide upwards. The air that wafted out was cool, dry, and smelled of gun oil and cosmoline. The 3 of them stepped inside, their helmet lights cutting through the darkness, and they stopped, silenced by the sheer scale of what they saw. It wasn't a warehouse. It was a cathedral dedicated to war. Racks, stretching as far as their lights could reach, held thousands upon thousands of M4 and M16 assault rifles, each perfectly preserved in vacuum-sealed bags. Pallets stacked 20 feet high were laden with crates of ammunition, their stencils, 5.56mm, 7.62mm, .50 BMG, a litany of destruction. There were crates of C4, mountains of grenades, rows of Javelin and Stinger missile launchers. And in the center of the vast space, covered in tarps, were the unmistakable shapes of a dozen M1 Abrams tanks and twice as many Bradley fighting vehicles, pulled from the assembly line before they were ever finished. But for Kenji, the real treasure was along the walls. A fully equipped heavy industrial machine shop, CNC mills, lathes, industrial-grade 3D metal printers, hydraulic presses, everything they would need not just to maintain this arsenal, but to create their own.
My God,
Kenji breathed, taking off his glasses to wipe his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He ran a hand over the cold steel of a massive milling machine.
It's all here. The tooling, the fabrication units. We can make our own replacement parts, our own ammunition casings. We can even finish these tanks. Alex, this isn't an arsenal. This is the seed of an industrial superpower.
Alex allowed himself a small, grim smile.
I know.
He tapped his comms unit.
Anchor, this is Alex. Execute protocol Harvest. All drones launch immediately. Your destination is my beacon.
Back in the Nevada desert, the ground above the Anchor rumbled. A massive section of the mountainside slid away, revealing a hidden silo. From within, a swarm of 50 heavy-lift transport drones ascended into the sky. They were sleek, powerful machines, each capable of carrying 20 tons. They formed up into a silent, efficient convoy and streaked east, their engines leaving faint trails in the upper atmosphere. Over the next few hours, the trio supervised a logistical operation of impossible scale. The drones descended into the Chicago ruins, their magnetic grapples and cargo bays swallowing up entire pallets of weapons, crates of ammo, and even the priceless heavy machinery from the workshop. The last drones to leave carefully lifted the unfinished tanks, carrying them away like prizes from a forgotten age. When the sun set, Warehouse 7B was an empty, hollow shell. Back at the Anchor, the vehicle bay and workshops buzzed with a new kind of life. Droids and servitors, directed by Kenji, unloaded the monumental hall. The old workshop was tripled in size as walls were retracted, revealing cavernous new spaces Alex had built for this exact moment. The new machinery was installed, calibrated, and integrated into the Anchor's power grid. Alex, Eva, and Kenji stood on an observation deck overlooking the newly christened Forge of Hephaestus. Below them, a fully automated assembly line was already being tested, churning out flawless brass casings for 50 caliber rounds. In another bay, a team of engineering bots swarmed over an Abrams tank, connecting its systems to a portable fusion core. Yesterday, we were a shelter. A really, really well-defended one, but a shelter nonetheless, Eva said, her voice filled with a sense of awe that she rarely showed. Tonight, Alex finished, his eyes reflecting the glow of the humming machinery below. We're a nation of 3, with an air force of drones and the army to match. Thorne wanted to see practical power. Now, we're going to show the world what that really looks like. The last of the heavy-lift drones, this one carrying a half-finished Bradley fighting vehicle in its magnetic clamps, ascended with a powerful whine, clearing the skeletal frame of the factory roof. It joined its brethren in the polluted sky, a silent convoy beginning its long journey west. The operation had been flawless, a testament to Alex's obsessive planning and Kenji's technical genius. Below, the vast emptiness of Warehouse 7B echoed with their success.
That's the last of it,
Kenji announced, his voice buzzing with satisfaction over the comms. He was back inside the behemoth, monitoring the drone fleet's progress.
The Forge of Hephaestus is officially open for business. My God, Alex, the sheer potential... Don't celebrate yet.
Alex's voice cut in, calm and level.
Pack it up. We're leaving.
Eva, standing guard at the warehouse entrance, turned her head. Her senses, honed by a lifetime of combat and amplified by her abilities, had picked up something Kenji's sensors hadn't. the distant, unfamiliar growl of internal combustion engines. Not the chaotic sputtering of scrappers, but the disciplined thrum of well-maintained vehicles. "Company," Eva stated, her hand instinctively going to the heavy-caliber pistol on her hip. "2 vehicles, approaching fast from the north." Alex was already moving towards the behemoth's hatch.
"On screen, Kenji!"
The main view screen inside the behemoth flickered, showing a feed from a rooftop camera. 2 heavily modified vehicles were tearing down the main access road. They weren't military-grade like the behemoth, but they were viciously practical. One was a 6-wheeled APC, its hull plated with scavenged steel, a heavy machine gun mounted in a crude turret. The other was a jacked-up pickup truck with a spike-covered ramming plow, men armed with professional-looking assault rifles standing in the bed. They were flying a tattered flag, a stylized battering ram on a black field. "The Breachers," Eva spat, her eyes narrowing. "A mercenary company out of what's left of Detroit. All former soldiers, all bastards. They're good, and they know it." The vehicle screeched to a halt 100 feet from the warehouse, kicking up a cloud of rust-colored dust. They fanned out, creating a perimeter, their movements practiced and efficient. A dozen men in matching tactical gear, all carrying pristine pre-fall assault rifles, took up positions. They looked like professional soldiers, a stark contrast to the small, specialized team from the Anchor. The door of the APC hissed open, and a mountain of a man stepped out. He was huge, well over 6'5", with shoulders as wide as a doorway. He wore heavy plate armor over his fatigues, and a massive, ornate revolver was strapped to his thigh. His head was shaved, and a network of ugly scars covered one side of his face. He surveyed the scene. The enormous, open warehouse door, the colossal behemoth parked nearby, and the lone figure of Eva standing her ground. He let out a booming laugh. "Well, well, look what we have here. Looks like someone beat us to the piñata." He strode forward, his men tracking Eva with their rifles. "The name's Rhino, and my boys and I have come a long way for the goodies in this shithole. I don't know who you are, but I suggest you start unloading whatever your Frankenstein's monster of a truck is carrying. We'll be generous. We'll let you keep 10% for your trouble." Alex's voice came over Eva's earpiece, cold and clear. "Stall him." Eva smirked, the expression not reaching her icy eyes. 10%? You're all heart, Rhino, but I'm afraid the store's closed. All sales are final. You're a little late to the party." Rhino's smile vanished. "Cute. I see you've got guts, lady, but guts don't stop 50 caliber rounds." He gestured to the machine gun on his APC, which swiveled to aim directly at her. "This is your last chance. We can either do this the easy way, or we can decorate this pavement with your brains. Your call." The tension in the yard was thick enough to taste. It was a classic standoff. A dozen professional mercs against one woman. From their perspective, the odds were hilariously one-sided. Suddenly, a low tremor ran through the ground. It was faint at first, like a distant subway train, but it grew rapidly in intensity. A coffee mug on the behemoth's console rattled and fell to the floor. One of Rhino's men looked around, nervous. "What the hell was that? An earthquake?" "It's them," Rhino growled, glaring at Eva. "Some kind of sonic weapon?" Eva didn't answer. She was looking at the ground in the center of the yard, a patch of cracked asphalt that was beginning to bulge upwards. Alex's voice was now urgent in her ear. "Ava, get back to the behemoth, now!" But it was too late. With a deafening roar that sounded like tectonic plates grinding together, the ground exploded. Asphalt and dirt flew hundreds of feet into the air as something truly monstrous clawed its way out of the earth. It was a crusher Goliath, but bigger and more terrifying than any they had encountered before. It easily stood 15 meters tall, its body a grotesque fusion of rock, metal, and glowing blue energy crystals. Its arms were as thick as oak trees, ending in sledgehammer-like fists, and its head was a featureless slab of granite with a single, massive, cyclopean eye that burned with malevolent blue light. This was no mere monster. It was a walking natural disaster, an A-rank threat. The mercenaries stared, their professional cool shattering like glass. "Holy shit," one of them breathed.
"What are you waiting for? Open fire!"
Rhino bellowed, snapping his men out of their stupor. The air erupted in a storm of gunfire. Heavy machine gun rounds, rifle bullets, and even a 40mm grenade from an underbarrel launcher slammed into the Goliath's rocky hide. The sound was deafening, but the effect was pathetic. The bullets sparked harmlessly against its skin. The grenade exploded in a flash of fire and smoke that only seemed to annoy the creature, causing the crystals on its back to glow even brighter with rage. The Goliath swatted its massive arm, not even aiming, just clearing the annoying noise. The pickup truck and the men standing in its bed were hit by the shockwave. The truck was tossed through the air like a child's toy, crashing into a factory wall in a horrific tangle of metal. The men simply vanished, turned into a red mist. Panic set in. The mercenaries' disciplined fire turned into a frantic, desperate barrage. Rhino, his face pale with terror, drew his huge revolver and fired all 6 rounds into the creature's chest. The custom-made bullets, which could likely punch through a standard APC, bounced off the Goliath with metallic pings. "Fall back! Fall back!" Rhino screamed, his arrogance replaced with raw, primal fear. The Goliath raised its other fist, preparing to bring it down and crush the remaining mercenaries and their APC into a single, flat sheet of scrap. "Ava, now!" Alex commanded. Eva had been waiting for the order. She didn't run. She charged forward, straight towards the descending fist. "Here we go," she muttered, a feral grin spreading across her face. "So, the adamantium!" Her body shimmered. In an instant, her skin, muscles, and bones transformed, taking on the dark, metallic sheen of the indestructible organic alloy. She planted her feet, bent her knees, and raised her arms, meeting the Goliath's descending fist head-on. The impact was cataclysmic. A deafening boom echoed across the industrial park, a sound so powerful it shattered every remaining pane of glass for a square mile. A shockwave of pure force erupted from the point of contact, kicking up a hurricane of dust and debris. The mercenaries were knocked off their feet. Rhino was sent tumbling end over end, his heavy armor the only thing saving him from being torn apart. When the dust settled, the sight was unbelievable. The Goliath's fist, a weapon that could pulverize a tank, was stopped cold. And holding it back was the single, unyielding form of Eva, her body glowing with metallic light, her feet sunk a foot into the cracked asphalt. She gritted her teeth, veins of glowing energy pulsing on her adamantium skin. She was actually pushing it back. "Holy Mother of God!" Rhino gasped from the ground, his mind unable to process what he was seeing. Inside the behemoth, Kenji's fingers were flying across his console. "The impact forced a power surge. I've got it. The primary energy nexus is located just below the sternum, behind the central crystal plate. The armor there is too dense for conventional ballistics. You'd need a tactical nuke." That was all Alex needed to hear. While Eva held the line in a breathtaking display of power, the side hatch of the behemoth hissed open. Alex stepped out, not with a rifle, not with a launcher, but with his left hand held open. He ignored the terrified mercenaries completely, his focus entirely on the giant. The Chaos Controller glove on his hand began to hum. The air around it warped, and raw, violet Nanglunglung 2 crackled violently between his fingers, a miniature storm of pure creation and uncreation. The Goliath, sensing a new, more profound threat, tried to pull its arm back from Eva to deal with Alex. But Eva roared, pushing with all her might, holding it in place. Alex didn't run. He didn't shout. He simply raised his hand, took aim at the spot Kenji had indicated, and focused his will. "Too much noise," he said, his voice quiet but carrying an absolute finality. He thrust his palm forward. There was no bullet, no explosion. A beam of pure, silent violet energy, no thicker than a pencil, shot from his glove. It didn't scream through the air. It simply was. It crossed the 50-yard distance in an instant and struck the Goliath's chest. There was no resistance. The beam passed through the creature's rocky hide, its super-dense muscles, and its crystalline armor as if they were nothing more than smoke. It pierced directly into the swirling, white-hot nexus of energy that served as the monster's heart. For a second, nothing happened. The Goliath froze. The blue light in its single eye flickered. Then, a network of thin violet cracks spread out from the point of impact, covering its entire body. A low hum filled the air, and the giant's massive form began to crumble from the inside out, turning to gray dust and inert stone. With a final silent sigh, the crusher Goliath collapsed, dissolving into a massive pile of rubble and ash before it even hit the ground. Silence. The only sounds were the wind whistling through the broken buildings and the faint crackle of residual energy from Alex's glove. The surviving mercenaries, led by Rhino, slowly picked themselves up. They stared at the mountain of dust where a godlike monster had stood seconds before. They looked at Eva, whose body was returning to normal, steam rising from her skin. Then they all looked at Alex, who was calmly lowering his hand, the violet energy fading away. The arrogance, the aggression, the confidence, it was all gone from their faces, replaced by a singular, overwhelming emotion: awe. Rhino stumbled forward, his heavy revolver forgotten on the ground. He stopped a respectful 10 feet from Alex. The man who had laughed and threatened them just minutes ago now looked like a chastened child in the presence of a god. He fumbled with his helmet, pulling it off and holding it in his hands. He took a deep breath, and then he bowed his head. "Sir," he began, his voice raspy and humbled. "My name is Rhino. The Breachers are at your command. We will serve you. Take us with you. We'll do anything. Guard duty, latrine duty, anything. We just want to be on the side that can do that." Alex looked at the man, his expression unreadable. He had seen this 100 times. Power inspired fear, but overwhelming power inspired fealty. But he didn't need mercenaries. He needed engineers, scientists, and soldiers who understood his vision. "I'm not recruiting," Alex said flatly. Rhino's face fell. He looked utterly defeated. "However," Alex continued, a slight, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips, "I can see you're in the market for an upgrade." He gestured vaguely back towards the empty warehouse. "That arsenal was just a fraction of our manufacturing capability. Your gear is adequate for killing scavengers, but against the real threats, it's junk." A flicker of hope returned to Rhino's eyes. "Upgrade? You mean You'd sell to us?
For a price,
Alex said.
We have a surplus of standard-issue M4 rifles and sidearms, far superior to your worn-out relics. We can also provide ammunition. The price will be steep. Payment will be in refined materials, pre-fall tech schematics, or Tinhaklung too. My science officer will send you a list.
Rhino stared, his mind reeling. This man didn't just defeat his crew and a monster that could have wiped a city off the map. He was now, in the middle of a ruined world, turning him into a customer. It was the ultimate power play.
Yes, absolutely, whatever you want,
Rhino said, nodding his head vigorously.
We'll pay! We'll pay anything!
Good, Alex said, turning to walk back to the behemoth.
My people will contact your people.
He paused at the hatch and looked back.
And Rhino, next time you try to rob someone, make sure you know who you're dealing with.
With that, he disappeared inside. Behemoth's massive hatch sealed with a pneumatic hiss. The mercenaries were left standing in the rubble-strewn yard, surrounded by the dust of a fallen giant, their entire understanding of the world shattered and rebuilt in the span of 5 minutes. They were no longer predators. They were just clients of a power far beyond their comprehension. The journey back to the anchor was a study in contrasts. The behemoth, a fortress on 8 massive wheels, rumbled through the derelict landscape, its advanced suspension smoothing out the cratered roads. Inside the command cabin, the atmosphere was electric. Kenji Tanaka was practically vibrating in his seat, his fingers flying across a holographic interface.
The material yield from those factories is off the charts, Alex. We have enough raw steel and composite polymers to start Phase 2 of the outer wall expansion and fabricate another 12 combat drones. And the deal with the breachers? Genius. Pure, unadulterated genius. Turning a potential threat into a resource stream. It's Machiavellian in the best possible way.
Eva Rostova, cleaning her combat knife with practiced efficiency, allowed a rare, thin smile.
They were terrified. I've seen that look on men's faces before, but never so completely. Rhino will do anything you ask. He'll scrub the floors with his tongue if you tell him to.
Alex sat in the commander's chair, staring out at the rust-colored desert flying past the armored viewport. He heard them, but his mind was elsewhere. A dull, persistent throb had started behind his right eye, a sensation he hadn't felt in dozens of loops. It wasn't a normal headache. It felt structural, as if a single screw holding his perception of reality together was slowly coming loose. He subtly blinked, calling up his private interface. The familiar blue-white overlay of the Anchor the Gioi system flickered for a nanosecond, replaced by a line of corrupted, static-laced text. Warning, temporal resonance detected. Source, UK. Analyzing. Warning, system integrity at 98%.
Shit,
he muttered under his breath. Something wrong, Alex? Eva asked, her sharp ears missing nothing. He forced a neutral expression.
Just thinking. Don't count on Rhino's loyalty. Fear is a currency, but it devalues quickly. For now, they're a useful tool.
He glanced at Kenji.
Once we're back, I want you to run a full diagnostic on the behemoth's energy core. The discharge from the chaos controller might have caused some minor fluctuations.
It was a lie, but a plausible one. He needed time alone. An hour later, the silhouette of the mountain housing the anchor appeared on the horizon. The hidden entrance, a masterpiece of holographic camouflage and geological engineering, slid open with a whisper of powerful hydraulics. the behemoth rolled into the brightly lit, cavernous hangar bay, a metal god returning to its temple. The air inside was cool, clean, and recycled, a world away from the toxic dust outside. Automated cranes and service drones immediately swarmed the behemoth, beginning the process of refueling, rearming, and unloading the precious cargo from the long-haul drones that had arrived ahead of them.
Ava, oversee the transfer of the military hardware to Armory C,
Alex commanded, his voice tight.
Kenji, get that diagnostic done. I want a full report in 1 hour. I need to check on something.
He didn't wait for their replies. He strode out of the hangar, his boots echoing in the massive corridor. The throbbing in his head was getting worse. The world seemed to shimmer at the edges of his vision, and his HUD flashed another, more urgent warning. Critical alert. Null signature entity detected on a tangential timeline. Attempting to establish contact. Anchor integrity compromised. Damn it, he hissed, picking up his pace. This was new. This was bad. He bypassed the main residential and command levels, heading for a secluded section of the facility designated Sector Q. Eva, her intuition screaming that something was wrong, followed at a distance. She saw him stop before a single, unadorned door made of the same exotic alloy as the main blast shields. It had no handle, no keypad, only a small, intricate symbol that seemed to shift and writhe if you looked at it for too long. Alex placed his palm on the symbol. It glowed with a soft white light. Alex, what's going on? Eva's voice was low, concerned. You've been off since we left Chicago. He turned, his face pale, a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. I need you to guard this door, Eva. No matter what you hear, no matter what happens, do not let anyone in. And do not, under any circumstances, try to open it yourself. Is that clear? The raw command in his voice shut down any argument. She had never seen him look like this, not when facing down monsters, not when making impossible choices. He looked vulnerable. Understood, she said, her hand resting on her sidearm. She took up a position beside the door, her body a statue of readiness. Alex gave a grim nod and turned. The door slid open silently, revealing not a room, but an impossible, blinding whiteness. He stepped through, and the door slid shut behind him, leaving Eva alone in the silent corridor. Inside the timeline stabilization chamber, all sensation ceased. There was no up or down, no sound, no smell, no temperature. It was an endless, featureless white void, a pocket dimension designed for one purpose: to isolate the world anchor from reality so he could safely interface with the deepest levels of his own power. The air, or what passed for it, felt like nothing. The silence was so absolute it felt loud, a pressure against the eardrums. Here, he was just a consciousness, a point of will in the sterile infinity. Okay, you son of a bitch, Alex thought, directing his will inward. You wanted my attention? You've got it. He closed his eyes and let go of his physical form. He activated the temporal trace, function, not pushing his power outward, but pulling it inward, following the thread of the alien disturbance that was clawing at his system. The white void shattered. He was no longer in the chamber. He was adrift in a hurricane of broken moments, a maelstrom of his own failures. Thousands of timelines, all dead ends, all screaming their last agonies at him. The psychic screams of 1,000 dead Alexas slammed into him. They were the ghosts of his past, the price of his power. Each one was a memory, sharp and perfect, saved by his eternal memory perk. He felt the claws of the beast that ripped him in half, the fire that burned him alive, the crushing emptiness of watching everyone he'd ever saved die, again and again and again. The chaos threatened to overwhelm him, to tear his consciousness apart and leave him a gibbering wreck. Most men would have gone insane in a second. Alex had lived with it for centuries. "Shut up," he commanded his own ghosts, his will a blade of cold iron cutting through the storm. "You are me. I am you. Your failures are my lessons. Now get out of my way." He pushed through the wall of his own trauma, his focus unwavering, following the disturbance to its source. And there, in the dead center of the temporal hurricane, was a patch of utter calm, a hole in reality. From that hole, a figure emerged. It was vaguely human-shaped, but it was made of glitching static and pure darkness. Its form constantly shifted and distorted. One moment a tall, thin man in a lab coat, the next a vortex of screaming faces, then a silhouette of cracked obsidian revealing a starless void within. It had no face, but Alex felt its gaze on him, a weight of absolute entropy. When it spoke, its voice was a nightmare. It was 1,000 corrupted audio files playing at once. The cries of the dying, the hiss of static, the flat monotone of a dead machine, all layered together into a sound that scraped at the soul. The thing's voice echoed, not through the air, but directly inside Alex's mind. Subject Zero, the source of the disturbance, the anti-Alex, the final boss. He wasn't attacking. He was simply observing, projecting his nihilistic despair like a poison. The chaos around them intensified. Alex felt a pull, a seductive whisper promising an end to the loops, an end to the pain, an end to the endless responsibility, the ultimate release. The layered voice urged. For a fleeting moment, Alex felt the appeal. The sheer, overwhelming exhaustion of his existence washed over him. Hundreds of loops, thousands of years of lived experience, an eternity of fighting and dying. The offer of a final, true death was almost intoxicating. But then he saw Eva's determined face, standing guard outside a door she didn't understand. He saw Kenji's brilliant, hopeful eyes as he designed a machine that could save humanity. He saw Luna's gentle smile as she calmed a raging beast with a touch. He saw Rhino, a hardened killer, bowing his head not just in fear, but in a desperate hope for a future. He had neo'd them. He had anchored them to his reality. They were his responsibility. They were his reason. Alex's will solidified from a blade of iron into a mountain of diamond. The psychic storm raged against him but could not find a single crack to enter. The pull of the void vanished, repelled by his absolute certainty. He looked at the glitching avatar of despair and spoke, his own mental voice, singular and clear, cutting through the cacophony. "You're wrong." The chaos wavered for a moment. "You see a burning forest and a single branch," Alex continued, his voice gaining strength, echoing with the power of the origin he represented. "You think I'm clinging to it for survival." He took a mental step forward, and the storm of his own failures parted before him like water. "I'm not the branch, you miserable piece of shit!" His presence flared, a sun of pure, stable reality in the heart of the temporal chaos. "I'm the one replanting the forest." The declaration was not a boast. It was a statement of fundamental truth. It was the core of his existence, the purpose that had carried him through hell 1,000 times over. The force of his will, his absolute refusal to surrender, slammed into Subject Zero. The glitching figure recoiled as if struck by a physical blow. The layered voice let out a shriek of static and rage, and then it was gone. The hole in reality snapped shut. The hurricane of broken timelines collapsed, and Alex was violently thrown back into himself. He opened his eyes. He was on his hands and knees on the floor of the white chamber. The perfect silence rushed back in. He was gasping for air he didn't need, his heart hammering in his chest. Cold sweat poured down his face, soaking the collar of his uniform. The mental confrontation had lasted an eternity, but in the real world, only a few minutes had passed. The door hissed open. "Alex!" Eva was inside in a flash, her pistol half drawn, her face a mask of alarm. Kenji was right behind her, his eyes wide with fear. Alex held up a hand, pushing, himself unsteadily to his feet. He was shaking, but not from fear. It was the aftershock of a tectonic collision of wills. "I'm okay," he managed to say, his voice raspy. "I'm fine." He looked at his hands. They were steady now. The throbbing in his head was gone. He blinked, and his anchor, the Gioi interface, appeared in his vision. It was different. The flickering static was gone. The light was brighter, the lines sharper, more defined. It felt less like a system he was using and more like an extension of his own body. A new notification glowed at the bottom of his vision. Anchor stability restored, 100%. Hostile null entity repulsed. New passive skill unlocked, Will of the Founder. Effect, plus 15%, resistance to conceptual and temporal corruption. Your presence actively stabilizes localized reality. He had faced his nemesis for the first time. He had looked into the abyss, an abyss that was a dark reflection of his own journey, and he hadn't blinked. He hadn't just survived. He had won. A small, cold smile touched Alex's lips. He now knew his enemy's name, his goal, and his weakness. The game had just changed. Subject Zero wanted to end everything, but Alex was just getting started. Alex leaned against the cool metal wall of the corridor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The aftershocks of the mental confrontation were still rattling his soul, a deep-seated tremor that no physical exertion could ever replicate. Around him, the very air seemed more solid, more real, a tangible effect of his newly unlocked Will of the Founder skill, stabilizing the space he occupied.
"Alex, what the hell was that?"
Kenji Tanaka's voice was a half-octave higher than usual, his face pale with a scientist's fear of the unknown. "The energy signature that spiked off you. It wasn't quantum. It wasn't temporal. It was something else. It registered on the base's deepest sensors as a reality state deviation." Eva Rostova said nothing. She simply reholstered her pistol, her icy blue eyes scanning him from head to toe, checking for wounds that weren't there. Her silent intensity was more unnerving than Kenji's panicked questions. She saw the truth. He wasn't physically hurt, but he had just come back from a war she couldn't comprehend.
"It was a taste of the real enemy,"
Alex said, his voice a low rasp. He pushed himself off the wall, his spine straightening with renewed purpose. The weakness was fading, replaced by a cold, hard clarity. "The one behind the chaos. The one who isn't just a monster we can shoot or a disaster we can survive. He's the opposite of me." He started walking, his strides long and confident, forcing them to follow. "He calls himself Subject Zero, and he just tried to unmake my mind." The trio made their way to the command center, the heart of the anchor. The vast, multi-tiered room was a symphony of quiet power. Dozens of holographic displays floated in the air, showing vital statistics, external sensor, feeds, and strategic maps. In the center of it all was the commander's chair, a throne of black polymer and polished steel directly facing a panoramic view screen that currently showed a geological survey map of Nevada. Luna was waiting for them. She stood barefoot near the central console, her silver hair seeming to drink in the light of the hollow screens. Her violet galaxy-filled eyes were fixed on Alex, and for the first time, he saw a flicker of deep concern in them. She had felt it. She had felt the intrusion of the void that was Subject Zero. Alex walked straight to his chair and sank into it. The cool material was a familiar comfort across countless loops. He looked at his team, his inner circle, the people he had spent an astronomical amount of power to save, to anchor to his own fate. Kenji, the brilliant mind, Eva, the unbreakable shield, Luna, the compassionate heart. They were powerful. They were the best humanity had to offer, and they were not nearly enough. The fight with Subject Zero wasn't a physical one, Alex explained, his gaze sweeping over them. It was a battle of will, of concept. He represents entropy, the end of all things. He tried to sell me on the idea of giving up, of letting everything fade into a final silence. He let out a short, harsh laugh. The bastard almost had a point. The exhaustion, it's real. But that's his weakness. He thinks because existence is painful, it's not worth having. He's wrong. He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. But he showed me something important. My current strength is a joke. Being a good fighter, having a big gun, even restarting the timeline, it's all reactive. It's playing defense. To win, to actually end this cycle of hell, I need to stop playing his game and start writing my own damn rules. Eva crossed her arms, her stance solid as a rock. What's the plan, Alex? An upgrade, Alex said, a dangerous light in his eyes. A big one. He closed his eyes, shutting out the physical world. The familiar blue-white overlay of the Anchor the Gioi system bloomed in his mind's eye. It was sharper now, more responsive after the clash with Subject Zero. Host, Alex Mercer. Title, World Anchor. Level S, progression to SS 34%. Origin points, OP, 2,157, 2,157 points. A fortune accumulated over dozens of loops, earned through agonizing choices, brilliant victories, and heartbreaking sacrifices. He had spent 500 to neo-anchor Eva, another 300 for Kenji. He had never considered spending so much at once. Until now. I'm going to access the core of my abilities, he said aloud, his voice calm, giving his team a sliver of context. It might get intense. Don't interfere. He navigated the mental interface with a thought, bypassing the status and inventory screens and opening the tab that was the source of his greatest power and his most profound connection to the multiverse. Io Sky. Skill download. A list materialized. In his consciousness, an impossible library of alternate selves. Each one was a version of him from a different timeline, a different universe, a path not taken. He could download their signature skills, integrating their lifetime of experience into his own in an instant. He scrolled through the options, the sheer potential staggering. First, he saw Archmage Alexis the Starbreaker, a version of him from a high fantasy world, draped in robes woven from starlight, his eyes burning with cosmic power. Alex could feel the raw, untamed magic this version commanded. skill, grand arcane weaving. Description: manipulate the fundamental energies of the cosmos to cast spells of apocalyptic scale, reshape reality, summon extra-dimensional beings, stop time in a localized area. Cost: 1,800 up. Tempting. So damn tempting. He could obliterate armies with a gesture, but it was raw power, a bigger hammer. It wasn't the fundamental change he needed. He dismissed it. Next, a figure in gleaming, futuristic armor appeared. Galactic Emperor Alexandros I, a conqueror who had forged an empire across 1,000 star systems. His mind was a strategic engine of unparalleled scope. Skill: Fleet Command Telepathy. Description: mentally link with and issue instantaneous, complex commands to up to 1 million sentient beings or drones. Process strategic data from thousands of sources simultaneously to achieve tactical perfection. Cost: 1,500 OP. Incredibly useful for leading a large-scale force, but the anchor was not a galactic fleet. It was a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. Not yet. He moved on. Then, a simpler image. A man in a tweed jacket, smiling warmly, holding a Nobel Prize. Dr. Alexander Reed. A version of him from a timeline where his research into quantum physics had not led to disaster, but to an era of unlimited clean energy and prosperity. A world without an apocalypse. Skill: unified field, theory, intuition. Description: possess an innate intuitive understanding of the fundamental laws that govern all forces of the universe. See the equations that bind reality as clearly as reading a book. Cost: 1,900 AP. This one gave him pause. The ability to understand everything. It could solve all their technological problems. But it was a scientist's tool. It wouldn't help him outthink a conceptual being like Subject Zero. He kept searching, pushing deeper into the library of his own potential. He needed something different, not just more power, not just more knowledge. He needed a better brain, a way to process, to plan, to see the path forward through the storm. And then he found it. There was no image for this one, just a concept, a presence. It was a version of him that had evolved beyond a physical body, becoming a pure consciousness responsible for curating and managing a cluster of young universes. It didn't fight, it didn't build, it organized. Skill: multi-threaded thought. Description: fundamentally alters the host's cognitive architecture from a single-threaded process to a massively parallel one. Allows for the simultaneous, independent consideration of hundreds of complex scenarios, calculations, and data streams without loss of focus or clarity. You don't just think faster, you think broader, deeper, and in parallel. Cost: 2,000 OP. That's it. The cost was insane. It would burn through almost his entire savings. It wasn't a flashy spell or a combat technique. To an outsider, it would seem like he gained nothing at all. But Alex saw the truth. It was the ultimate support skill. It was the key to unlocking the full potential of not just himself, but of his entire team, of the anchor itself. Confirm download, he commanded in his mind. Confirmed. Deducting 2,000 origin points. Brace for cognitive restructuring. The warning was a pathetic understatement. It felt like his skull was splitting open. An atomic bomb of pure information detonated behind his eyes. It wasn't a gentle download. It was a hostile takeover of his own mind. His singular train of thought, The eye that was Alex Mercer was shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Each piece became a new eye, and all of them started screaming at once. One part of his mind was reliving the moment Eva died in loop number 47. Another was calculating the precise trajectory of their behemoth transport vehicle on the trip back. A third was analyzing the chemical composition of the dust on his boots. A fourth was composing a sonnet about the color of Luna's eyes. 100, 1,000, 10,000 threads of thought erupted simultaneously, a cacophony that threatened to tear his sanity to shreds. In the command center, the team watched in horror. Alex's body went rigid in his chair, his muscles locked, his jaw clenched so hard they could hear his teeth grinding. A thin line of blood trickled from his nose, then another from the corner of his eye. His hands, gripping the arms of the chair, turned white at the knuckles. A low, pained groan escaped his lips. "Alex!" Eva took a step forward, her discipline breaking.
"Don't!"
Kenji yelled, his eyes glued to a biomonitor.
"His brain activity is... it's impossible. It's off the scale. It looks like every single neuron is firing at maximum capacity all at once. If you touch him, the feedback might kill you. Or him."
The mental chaos crested. For a second, Alex felt himself dissolving, his identity lost in the storm. But then, the will of the founder kicked in. His core identity, the anchor, held firm. It became the central pillar around which the storm raged. Instead of being destroyed by the flood, his consciousness began to tame it. He wasn't just Alex anymore. He was a network, a collective, a legion of thoughts all answering to a single will. The screaming faded. The chaos organized itself into clean, efficient data streams. The pain vanished, replaced by a feeling of profound, unbelievable clarity. He opened his eyes. The world had changed. He could see everything, not just with his eyes, but with his mind. He could track the subtle air currents in the room, feel the hum of the fusion reactor deep in the mountain's heart, process the data from all 50 active holoscreens in the room simultaneously, and still have enough processing power left over to contemplate the heat death of the universe. It was effortless. He turned his head slowly, his new mind cataloging, analyzing, and optimizing everything it perceived. His gaze fell on Kenji, who was still looking at the biomonitor with a slack-jawed expression of disbelief.
"Kenji."
Alex's voice was calm, but it held a new resonance, a depth it didn't have before.
"The plasma flow in the main reactor. You're routing it based on the manufacturer's original specs, which are designed for stability over performance. Reroute the primary energy return loop through the auxiliary thermal distributor and create a cascading harmonic frequency in the magnetic containment field, starting at 3.73 terahertz and decaying over a 1.2-second cycle. You'll increase net power output by a minimum of 60%, and the cycling will clean the injector ports automatically, tripling their operational lifespan."
Kenji stared at him, dumbfounded.
That's theoretically impossible. The math for that kind of cascade would take a supercomputer weeks to model."
He trailed off, his fingers flying across a holographic console. He pulled up the reactor schematics and began inputting the parameters Alex had just dictated. The console's simulation program began to run. The projected output numbers started climbing, and climbing, and climbing.
"Holy living God,"
Kenji whispered, his face completely white.
"The efficiency, the stability. It works. It actually works. How in the hell did you know that?"
Alex didn't answer. He had already moved on, his gaze settling on Eva. She stood like a statue of war, but his new perception saw more. He saw the subtle imperfections in her control, the microsecond delays between thought and action as she activated her adamantium body.
"Eva,"
he said, his tone sharp and direct. "You've been using your ability like a hammer, like a simple on-off switch. That's a waste." She raised an eyebrow, her pride stung. "It's kept me alive."
"It's kept you from dying. It hasn't helped you win,"
he countered instantly. His new mind had already formulated an entire training doctrine. "Starting tomorrow morning, 0500 hours, we're breaking it down. I'm going to teach you how to achieve variable density, how to make your skin as hard as diamond while keeping your muscles flexible underneath, how to form microscopic serrated edges on your knuckles and elbows mid-punch, how to absorb a kinetic blow in your torso and redirect it out through your fist. You're not a walking shield, Eva. You're a weapon made of living metal. It's time you learned how to use it properly." Eva's cold expression shattered. For a split second, a look of pure, hungry ambition flashed in her eyes. The concepts he described weren't just upgrades, they were a revelation. A path to power she had never even dreamed of. She gave a single sharp nod. 0500. Finally, Alex turned to Luna. She hadn't moved, but her violet eyes were wide, seeing the change in him on a level the others couldn't. His new parallel thoughts had already devoted a full processing core to her abilities.
"Luna,"
his voice softened.
"Your biokinesis. You commune with living things, but life is energy, and energy can be integrated."
He gestured to the vast command center around them.
"Kenji can build a network of conduits, woven into the structure of the anchor's main entrance. A framework. But it needs a power source that isn't mechanical."
He looked directly at her.
"You. We can integrate your life force manipulation into the fortress itself. We can create a bio-organic regenerative shield, a living wall that can feel an attack coming, harden itself to resist, and then use the energy from the attack, kinetic, thermal, whatever, to heal itself, to grow stronger." Luna's quiet composure finally broke. A slow, genuine smile spread across her face, lighting up her ethereal features. The idea of merging her protective instincts with the very structure of their home, of creating life from steel and stone, was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard.
"We can protect everyone," she breathed. Alex leaned back in his chair, the torrent of new thoughts settling into a smooth, powerful hum. The 2000 OP was the best investment he'd ever made. Subject Zero had shown him the scope of the war, and with this single upgrade, Alex had just changed the entire damn game. He wasn't just fighting the apocalypse anymore. He was re-engineering reality to his will, one optimized system at a time. The face-slapping wasn't for his enemies. It was for his own past limitations. A new age for the anchor had just begun. The hum of the command center was no longer just background noise to Alex. With his newly upgraded mind, it was a finely detailed tapestry of information. He could feel the spin of the cooling fans, perceive the minute voltage fluctuations in the holographic projectors, and sense the flow of data through light years of fiber optic cable coiled within the mountain's gut. The world was a river of data, and for the first time, he was standing on the bank, not drowning in the current. Kenji was still muttering to himself, his face lit by the glow of the reactor console, a look of religious awe on his face as he watched the simulation confirm Alex's impossible calculations. Eva was practicing, her hand clenching and unclenching, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to feel the variable density Alex had described. Luna simply watched him, her violet eyes full of a new kind of understanding. But Alex's mind was already far beyond the confines of the room. 100 parallel thoughts were processing the current state of the world, running scenarios at light speed. Scenario 74, remain hidden, resource drain rate versus acquisition rate. Projected sustainability, 250 years. Threat level from subject 0, high, unpredictable. Probability of discovery by hostile factions within 5 years, 87.4%. Conclusion, a slow death. Scenario 112, aggressive expansion, small-scale raids for resources and personnel, risk of revealing capabilities too soon, creates numerous, disorganized enemies. Conclusion, inefficient, high risk, low reward. Scenario 288, a controlled declaration, seize the narrative, establish the anchor as a known power, filter potential recruits by setting a high bar for entry, force other factions to react to our moves, draw out both allies and enemies into the open. Risk, massive, immediate confrontation. Reward, a chance to skip the tedious middle game and start building a real future. A chance to fight the war on his own terms. The calculations resolved. The path was clear. It was bold, arrogant, and monumentally dangerous. It was perfect.
That's enough,
Alex said, his voice cutting through the focused silence of the room. Everyone looked at him. The power in his tone was undeniable.
The internal upgrades are just the first step. Hiding in this hole, no matter how advanced it is a losing strategy. We're a fortress, but a fortress without a kingdom is just a fancy tomb.
He rose from his command chair and walked to the center of the room, the holographic displays parting before him like a digital sea. For hundreds of loops, I've played it safe. I've gathered intel, saved people, fought monsters in the shadows. I was trying to preserve a world that was already dead. He continued, his voice resonating with the conviction of 1,000 different lives. Subject 0 was right about one thing. That world is over, so we're going to stop trying to save it. We're going to build a new one. Eva's eyes narrowed. What are you proposing?
I'm proposing we go public, Alex declared. Right now. We're going to light a fire so bright that every survivor, every warlord, every freak cowering in the ruins will have to look. We'll stop being a myth and become a fact.
Kenji swiveled in his chair, his awe momentarily replaced by panic.
Go public? Alex, our operational security is our greatest asset. If Elysium or other less savory groups find out exactly what we have here, we'll be under siege within a week.
Let them come, Alex said with a cold smile.
This place was built to withstand a full-scale nuclear war. I think it can handle a few scavengers with rusty pickup trucks and delusions of grandeur. But we won't just be a target. We will be the new center of gravity.
He turned to his chief scientist.
Kenji, I need you to do something for me. I need you to hijack every single active communication signal in a 500-mile radius. Radio, shortwave, satellite uplinks, patched together internet nodes. Everything. I especially want you to crack Marcus Thorne's impenetrable network at Elysium. I want my face on every screen and my voice on every speaker.
Kenji's mouth hung open.
Hijack Elysium's network? Alex, that's not just a firewall. It's a fortress of military-grade encryption layered with proprietary quantum algorithms. It would take
A supercomputer weeks to model. Alex finished for him the exact words Kenji had used minutes ago.
Good thing you have me.
Alex closed his eyes for a second. His multi-threaded mind focused a dozen processing cores on the problem. He saw the structure of Elysium's network not as code, but as a living, breathing construct. He saw the load-bearing assumptions, the flawed logic, the single point of failure in their quantum key distribution protocol. A tiny, elegant mistake no normal human mind would ever spot. They're using a standard Shor's algorithm variant to handle prime factorization, but they've introduced a custom variable to randomize the quantum state, Alex said, opening his eyes and rattling off the information like he was reading a grocery list. They think it makes them unpredictable. They're wrong. It creates a recursive harmonic flaw. Target their primary communication hub. Flood it with a junk data signal modulated at precisely 17.042 gigahertz. It won't read as an attack. It'll read as background noise. But that frequency will cause their quantum randomizer to fall into a predictable 4-stage loop. In the third stage, there's a window, 0.002 seconds long, where the master encryption key is momentarily visible in plain text. You have one shot to grab it. Then you own them. Kenji stared, his hands frozen above his keyboard. The blood drained from his face as he processed the sheer, godlike insanity of what Alex had just described. It wasn't hacking. It was weaponized physics.
My God,
he whispered. Then a manic grin spread across his face.
Okay. Give me 10 minutes.
He turned to his console, a new fire in his eyes. He wasn't just a scientist anymore. He was the right hand of a god, and he was about to knock on heaven's door with a sledgehammer. 10 minutes later, it was done. A green light flashed on the main console. Network dominance established. Showtime, Alex said. He stood before the main view screen, which now showed his own face, a live feed from a hidden camera. He beckoned his team.
Stand behind me. Let them see us.
Eva took her place to his right, her posture radiating deadly competence, her hand resting near her sidearm. Kenji, looking slightly overwhelmed but thrilled, stood to his left. Luna glided silently behind him, her presence a strange and powerful comfort. Alex gave a nod.
Broadcast.
In a fortified penthouse atop the ruins of a Las Vegas casino, now called Elysium, Marcus Thorne sipped a 50-year-old scotch, the ice clinking softly in his crystal glass. His private office was a bubble of pre-apocalypse civilization. Polished mahogany, leather-bound books, and a floor-to-ceiling armored window that looked out over his orderly, well-defended city. Dozens of screens on his desk showed patrols, resource inventories, and market data. His mind network hummed with the quiet efficiency of his most trusted lieutenants. It was controlled, predictable, and safe. Then every single screen went black. Before his guards could even shout, a new face appeared on all of them. A young man, impossibly calm, with eyes that seemed older than the world. Behind him stood a soldier with the look of a killer, a scientist buzzing with nervous energy, and a woman who didn't seem to belong in this reality at all. Marcus Thorne leaned forward, his drink forgotten. His network was silent. This man hadn't just bypassed his security. He had seized it, owned it, and was now using it to speak directly to him. In a makeshift camp huddled in the shadow of a collapsed overpass, a group of a dozen survivors, thin and dirty, gathered around a crackling fire, sharing a can of cold beans. Their only luxury was a battery-powered radio, which was currently playing static. Suddenly, a clear, strong voice boomed from the speaker, cutting through the static like a knife.
My name is Alex Mercer. For those of you still alive, listen carefully.
They froze, spoons halfway to their mouths, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Alex's voice, amplified and broadcast across the wasteland, was devoid of pity or false hope. The world you knew is gone. It is not coming back. Your governments have fallen. Your societies have collapsed. You are living on the scraps of a dead civilization, waiting for a monster or a sickness to finish the job. You call this survival. I call it a slow, pathetic death. His gaze was sharp, unblinking. Most of you will die. You are too weak, too slow, too attached to the past. You are liabilities. We are not here to save you. The blunt cruelty of the words was a physical shock. But some of you are different. The voice on the radio continued, a subtle shift in tone. Some of you have skills. You are engineers who can still build, soldiers who can still fight, doctors who can still heal, farmers who know how to make the poisoned earth bear fruit. You are not waiting to die. You are looking for a chance to live, a chance to build something new. On the screens, the camera pulled back slightly, revealing a glimpse of the vast, high-tech command center behind them. It was a vision from a science fiction movie, an impossible dream in a world of rust and ruin. This is the anchor, Alex announced. We have power. We have technology you can't even dream of. We have food, water, and weapons. We have the foundation for the future of humanity. But a foundation is useless without builders. He leaned in, his eyes burning with intensity. This is not a charity. This is not a rescue mission. This is a recruitment drive. We don't want your hungry mouths, your sick, or your desperate. We want your strength, your knowledge, your will. The coordinates for a preliminary checkpoint will now be broadcast on a repeating loop. If you can make it there, you will be evaluated. If you are weak, you will be turned away. If you have nothing to offer, you will be left to your fate. But if you can prove your worth, if you can show us you have what it takes to build a new world instead of just crying over the old one, then you will be welcomed. You will be given a place. You will have a future. The speech ended. His face vanished from the screens, replaced by a simple map and a set of coordinates. The voice from the radio was replaced by an automated repeating message stating the same information. A profound silence fell over the wasteland, and then chaos erupted. In Elysium, Marcus Thorne stared at the coordinates on his screen. The audacity of it was breathtaking. This Alex Mercer hadn't just issued a challenge to the desperate masses. He had thrown a gauntlet at his own feet. It was a declaration that a new king had entered the board. A slow, predatory smile spread across the CEO's face. "Well, I'll be damned," he murmured to the empty room. "It's finally getting interesting." In the place between places, the unreality of the void. Subject Zero perceived the broadcast not as sound or light, but as a ripple. A sudden, sharp spike of order and intent in the endless churning sea of chaos he inhabited. It was a discordant note in his grand symphony of decay. Fragments of the message pieced themselves together in his fractured consciousness. Build a new world. Prove your worth. The anchor. A sound that was not a sound echoed through the nothingness. It was the dry, crackling noise of pure, nihilistic amusement. It was the laughter of a being who had seen countless realities born and die, who knew the ultimate futility of all existence. The frantic, desperate hope that this anchor had just ignited across the wasteland was the most delicious irony. It was a new sand castle, built with such pride and defiance on the edge of an incoming tide.
Yes,
The chorus of broken voices that was Subject Zero whispered to the void. Build it, Anchor! Build your new world! Build it strong! Build it tall! A distorted, shifting face that was no face at all appeared in the darkness, a single burning eye of madness at its center. Build it so very high, so I have something beautiful to destroy.